Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the clubhouse once again. We get a little double dose this weekend because it's a special occasion. It's the new year. What better way to bring in the new year than with good friends and family here within the community, right?
We knew they couldn't get enough of us, so we wanted to give
That's
them more.
true. I mean, with all this sexiness on stream,
Exactly.
it's pretty hard not to want to see more. Just saying.
See, but Ed throws off the the bald and beautiful concept.
It's
I'm just
true.
saying.
It's true.
I got a razor. I could go take care of that real fast.
Yeah, no.
Ed, keep
I
your
think
hair
that
and
this
enjoy
point
it while
be
you
too much
can.
shock value.
Well, it's like on Largo earlier. Chad was crying about being the only guy on there with no facial hair, so everybody else had beards and goatees.
Well,
I'm sure he'll fix that once he finally
freedom.
retires. So.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I did get in this today.
Oh, what do we go?
What is that?
Whoa! Hold on, let's build this up.
So I will be doing some face masks.
Ooh,
in Silverleaf.
Nice.
Okay, very cool. Very, very cool. Well, guys, gotta say, it's even with today not being as gung ho as a usual Sunday is, because it's like the busiest day for toy tube in general. Well,
nobody did it earlier.
Everybody kind of went live a little bit earlier today, but it's still been a busy day. I mean, even I jumped on and was coloring with Allison and Brick earlier. And then Adam had a premiere like shortly after that. And Wilhelm was doing a stream today. And I caught pieces of that throughout because I got busy around here. And then, it's just been, even on a holiday, it's a pretty busy day. I know even Jesse just shelved it. And
yeah,
Curtis,
they were during the day. I was like, this is just strange. I was like, wait, this is like middle of the day. Wait, hang on. What? No, no, this doesn't work for me.
It's throwing off the whole schedule and all like that. I missed out on the chance to join Wilhelm's stream a little bit earlier because I got busy. But like I said, I was still popping in trying to catch everything. I know Ed was there. Ken had popped in for a little bit. And it was cool seeing everybody get together and hang out. And, it's always nice, again, seeing everybody. It's over the course of this past year, like the community has definitely grown and got stronger, more interconnected. And I absolutely love that about all of this. Like it's so much fun. It's great. Because, even though I've had a very exciting year with meeting people in person, it takes a lot. It takes a lot because I am much more of an introvert person, and socializing through this is a lot easier for me than socializing with people in person most of the time. So, it's great. I enjoy that we can all get together and hang out. And, again, just getting to see everybody in the chat every day. Like, I can't imagine, like, all these people are still here waiting to watch me after they just watched us all for, like, 6 hours last night. Now they're here again today.
The only thing I don't like about being, like, the person that's not in control is you don't get to see how many people are actually watching. You just get to see the chat. So it's kind of...
I get it. I totally get it. Because it feels like earlier, I was on Allison's stream and I'm like, I'm not in the captain's seat for once. This feels a little odd. Because even when I do Toy Frenzy,
been in that seat for, better part of 7 months now.
Right?
Man, I don't let it bother me. I let Luke run all the controls on my stuff, so when he's on, so.
Ed just likes riding free. That's what it is. But you know what? It's his age is what demands that of him. He's earned that rank.
Yep, exactly.
All right, guys, let's go through and say hey.
And the chair.
That's right. You gotta have the chair to go with it. I'd say let's kick it off. Let's start saying hey to everybody who's here. There's a lot of familiar names even from last night. Thank you all for showing up and joining us again. In less than 12 hours. So appreciate it. And to start things off, we got Nolan here making sure that we are official Toy Tube property. Love to see you, brother. Thank you for being here. On Ryu as well. Again, we got Thanos, not on live stream, but hanging out with us in the chat. God, that beautiful, gorgeous figure. That was a fun open last night. I didn't think I could have as much fun opening a figure a second time.
You were having so much fun last night, Oz. You forgot you were actually on a stream. You just let the whole stream go, and you were just over in your own little world.
Yeah,
man, I'm telling you, because this figure is so cool. I still got him out over here next to me because I was
like, mine is still sitting on the desk.
Everything okay with Oz? And like, I think he's just busy opening up.
I'm debating where I'm going to put it. That's the question.
Got to make a glow in the dark shelf, right?
I got to make space on the mythic shelf somewhere.
There you go. Yeah, I'm reared back in all of his glory because he is one of the best looking figures, and we'll talk a little bit about that a little bit
Do you have
later.
other horses, Aaron?
Huh?
Do you have any of the other horses?
No.
Almost. I was really close to picking up Boreas yesterday. I was like, "Ooh, that's Dubin's horse."
Yeah. When I got Boreas, I was surprised at how actually big he actually like. They take up a lot of real estate for a horse.
Yeah.
You know what?
The only horse I might be tempted to get is Aerotheres, but
yeah, nice one too.
Well, I'm getting the undead one, but there's reasons for that. So again,
Oz like skeletons. That's why.
It's a little bit
skeletons. He likes the skellies.
Hey, look, all right, everybody can appreciate a good boner, okay? You actually only regret it when you don't have them.
Yeah, very true.
The boner. He likes the boner.
Let's continue on through the chat here. We've got Jason Hibbard. Jason, I'm sorry. This is the first time I remember seeing your name, and this is the conversation you have. Well, welcome to a Clubhouse chat. It gets real weird real quick.
Weird transitions, but that's what we do.
Yeah.
That's how it is, right? We got Ed pulling the double duty here. Mary Atwell, Radical Mom, hanging out with us tonight. Good to have you here, Mary. Thank you for being here. Ramen Toy.
Hey,
Ace,
what's up, Ace?
one of the best. As a matter of fact, I did send him the link. Not sure if he got it. Not sure if he's busy right now because, he is over in China pulling out the amazing stuff, making sure we're going to be getting some gull wings and all those other things. The Marshal will be on his way.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that patiently for that triple change tank, and I will be a happy camper.
It's gonna come. It's gonna come. Give it time. Ace has got our backs, guys. That's just the way of it. Ace has got our backs. We've got that cringiest name in toy tube. Speaking moistly.
I don't know. There's some other ones. Unicron's left nut.
Unicron's left nut always corrects me.
Banana hammock. That's another good one.
Well hung banana hammock. Another good one.
Yeah. It's the mouthful names in the wrong way.
We love them though. We love them being here.
Yeah, exactly.
We've got Terrence St. John hanging out as well tonight, brother, saying he is listening in the car. Happy New Year's, everyone. Happy New Year to you, brother. We've got Eldor all the way from Eternia hanging out with us. He may be joining.
And he's already in the new year, so he's in the future.
Yeah. He is in the future. He is definitely in the future. Matter of fact, I got a message from our good friend Rai Ken. Mm-hmm. He was sending out a big Happy New Year from him and his family to everybody, letting us all know he was already in the new year, as well as our good friend Dave Motu Origins Court gave everybody in the frenzied a big shout out saying Happy New Year to all of us, as he is also in the future.
Yeah, already living a year ahead of us.
Right? Man, crazy. What goes on in 2024? Man, a lot of the same shit.
Yep.
Same shit, different day.
Yeah. Same shit, different toilet. That's what
That's pretty much it.
Oh, speaking of, he has arrived.
What is that?
Happy New Year there.
Happy New Year to you, Eldor.
Eldor, you guys got flying cars yet over there in 2024?
Well, getting in some messages here. Hang on.
Oh, hey, Oz. I was telling you when you weren't listening that Travis said he might jump on if you send him the link later. Mr. Wonderful.
Yeah. It's when you were glitching earlier when you were changing over. Your phone went all wee.
Yeah. Okay, man. I did drop it in the Toy Network chat.
Okay, yeah.
Definitely grab it from there.
Man. I have so much shit done. This is ridiculous. I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
All right. Does not look like Ace will be able to join us this evening, but he does say
16.
Happy New Year to everybody.
16 things that I have to get open at some point.
We'll get started.
I have to make room on the show.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. If you got to make the room first.
So I have to make the room first, and that'll come down to doing some. I'm having to on the his tank dio. I'm gonna have to add some more figures.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have to put down some stands so that they'll stand up, because that's
Make sure
not
that they
exactly level ground. I have
stand
a
erect.
range viper now with its axe in the rock, and it's climbing up with a gun in its
cool.
hand. So
I like that. I like that.
That's an awesome
Very
idea.
Cool. All right, we've got Chef M80 mentioning that it's getting close to the end on the East Coast. Ain't that
yeah.
the truth?
What's cooking there, chef?
Andrew Davis is here saying Happy New Year's to everybody. Figuratively speaking, John is with us as well. We have
Good
the
evening.
Duchess of Darkness giving the big Happy New Year's shout out. Cobweb Collector is with us. This man has been blowing up this weekend with his new video content. Definitely go check him out. Give him a follow and a watch and a like. Kate Rose saying, hey guys. And we've got the Briscoe here. Now, that was all I managed to catch before the chat started popping off. And now it's going even crazier.
Well, Ray said
the
goodnight.
fireworks are starting early, I see.
I was going to say, we've got Sir Clifton here jumping in right after the Briscoe. Good to see you, brother. Eternity Ellipse, another one. We've got Thor here as well. We have Ray Paz just hanging out over on Brick's news stream, joining us now. Good to have you, brother. Thank you for being here. And continue to scroll down. We've got Todd C in the house saying, Happy New Year's, everyone. Happy New Year's to you too, Todd. See you. Bobby the Legend here. Bobby Dangerously saying, Happy New Year's, everyone. Happy New Year's to you, brother.
Happy New Year, sir.
Looking forward to a big new year of Decker Northcutt case files.
He's on the case files there, yeah.
We even have Skydro Walker joining us all the way from over on IG. If you guys aren't checking him out, he does some awesome dio work, by the way. His pictures
and
are...
Skydro does some good stuff.
Man, you know, he gets up and he gets that wake, bake, create, man. And
he is he's local to me.
No kidding. Okay, I didn't realize he was that close to you. Hey, Skydro Walker, let me know if you want to jump on, man. It'd be cool to have you join us here in the clubhouse. For Just hit me up on my IG, brother. All right, we've got Skyfall also hanging out with us tonight. Good to have you, my man. We've got Fat Red Foo joining in, making all the trouble in the chat. He's one of the diehards who's always here with us, almost like beginning to end on Saturdays. All you guys that managed to do that, I appreciate it, and thank you. Thank you all for joining us. Oh, and Ray says he's going to be heading to bed. He's an old man and he's tired, but happy and healthy to all. Wishing you all the best for 2024. You and your family as well, Ray. Thank you for joining us for this bit, brother.
If you're still here.
Right? If he's still in with us, Happy New Year. And Skydro just saying Happy New Year to everybody as well. We got Kiwi GI Customs and Collection saying Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too. Look at that hip. Look at that hip action. It's all in
Work it, baby.
It's all in the hips.
This is the boiled one. So this one got boiled.
Okay.
So that I could dye him. And he's
soften up that plastic a little bit.
Oh yeah.
He's mighty flexible.
It's always fun when they get a little loosey-goosey after you give them that hot bath, right? So I am still over here throwing together pictures from my favorites of 2024. I mean, I'm sure most of you guys...
Brick has all of ours, so
I never even sent them. I totally forgot about it.
Oh, man. Well, Ed, if you're able to multitask, brother, you can do what I'm doing here. I'm going to definitely keep along with the chat as best I can as we carry this conversation.
I can... Hang on, let me see.
What do we send it? Our top 10 pickups?
Just
top 10.
Mine's not a top 10. Mine's just these are the ones that I like, you know.
Yeah, it's kind of like I'm basically going my faves of 2024. They just happen to be things that I picked up as well because I can speak on those the most highly.
I do that.
And of course, I'm going to do some other honorable mentions from throughout 2023 and some stuff, you know, talking about big announcements and successes for 2024 that we got coming.
I'll just grab a few of my favorites there. Don't mind me. I'll just pop out to the pantry there.
Oh man, because I mean, really, 2023 was a big year. Like, in some ways, I could still sit back and feel like where we were basically just doing this. It feels like just a few months ago. It's like, wow, it's already been a year that quick, but it goes by fast. Like it really does. And before you know it,
yeah, you're blinking and you're missing it.
yeah, we're already jumping into 2024. But there's been a lot of news and exciting things coming for 2024. We've had some big news and even upsets of the year 2023. So, why don't we talk about that a little bit? What do you guys feel like your biggest disappointment of 2023 is? Let's start with the negative so we can get it out of the way and go into the positive.
Well, it depends. What version of negative are we referring to? Are we referring to in the tribalism that I see occurring and then that stuff, or are we talking about specific toys? Which way are we going to go with this?
I was just going to say the same thing.
I say let's go disappointment in toys this year. Anything happened that disappointed you this year? Toys in general. Not necessarily anything in the community, but
well, I mean, I think for me and toys in general, I think that whole, shoving a year's worth of merch in 6 months really doesn't.
That was some BS.
Yeah.
That doesn't help you keep a brand long, because what you're going to end up doing is clearancing those things out. And what happens when you clearance those things out 16 to 18 months later? Oh, well, we undersold all these, so we don't need those. And, it's a self-perpetuating cycle.
Right? I gotta say, as cool it has been to see everybody get all of these amazing, sweet deals at Ross, and another great addition to the team here tonight. If it'll bring him up, there he is. We got the man. We got Lawrence in the house. Punk with
What's up, Paul?
toys.
Why do I have to go look for a general link that all the commoners can also use? And
oh my god,
one
man! You just come on here with your ball full of fucking beautiful, positive energy and ruin the whole fucking thing.
Gosh, we're bitching about stuff.
You just
come in
tuck
here
us
and glowing about how great
pull
it is.
the fucking pole out your keister.
What's going on there?
Put a smile on your face.
All right, hang on, Az. I got something. I mean, give me a second to.
Guy turns a year older and he becomes worse than he was before he turned a year older. I'll tell you.
I don't know about that.
Right. By the way, Lawrence, if you weren't in the chat last night, we did give you a big shout out for your birthday, brother. Happy birthday. I wasn't even on. I hadn't been on Facebook, and Facebook tells me when people's birthdays are. So when I did see that and I saw the note from your daughter, that is awesome, man. That is absolutely awesome.
Hey, Oz, I got something in the share screen.
Let's do it here. Let's bring it up.
I pulled up my photos and,
So, here we go.
In no particular order, these are my favorites of the year. I'm a buzzer person, so it's saying that, I like Ripper better is it almost hurts. It almost physically hurts. But there are little touches with him that are just fantastic. Yeah, I don't care that he doesn't have a backpack. That shit doesn't bother me. I don't need the backpack. I don't need it to be a 1-for-1. That's what the retro versions will be for. Is to get those kind of things. So I was pleasantly surprised. I like how he looks. I love that little, 90s nod with the smiley face eye. It's fantastic. Next up, I did not expect to like this more than the regular Trouble Bubble. But there is something about the way that the color scheme pops so much differently. And I just love the patterning on it. It's a great looking toy. And it's really fun.
Right? I gotta say, I do like the color on the Python Patrol Trouble Bubble than I do over the regular. The regular one was just kind of blah to me. So I
Yeah.
appreciate that
I
different
like
color.
the smoked canopy too. The smoked canopies are really cool.
Yeah, that is nice.
This is another, obviously the fire team. It's all repaints, but I love the coloring. I love that they have the 788s on the helmet, and that Range Viper. It's fantastic. The coloring
Right?
is.
I don't think he's.
Thankfully, this really is 3, but it counts as 1 because they came together.
But wait,
Right.
but Payne, I don't think the Range Viper is even the best looking. I think the Cobra Officer colors and even the Cobra Trooper.
Yeah, he is.
I think
I
they're-
like the Range Viper because I just like the Range Viper. I didn't have the Range Viper when I was a kid, but
Oh, I didn't
something
either.
about the other one and this one, it's a cool look.
Oh no,
I
and
love
I'm
the
not saying
helmet.
that. I'm just saying, as cool as he is, I think like the Cobra Officer, just the way the black accents and the
Oh yeah,
reds
it's
are
beautiful.
on it, I think that one even looks cooler. And I'm not trying
Yeah.
to put down the Range Viper because I think it looks good too. Because I think the
Yeah,
Range Viper is way better than I expected.
Yeah, that whole thing, I was just like, I had 2 originally on order, but then I went back to 1, and I'm glad I did because I don't have room for 2, but it's just a great color. And I love the little 788s on the helmets and on the Range Viper shoulder. It's just cool. All right, this guy,
Yeah.
I really, really like it. Now, I can't get that helmet to stay on for the life of me, even with the new piece. So I have surrendered to the helmetless gods. So
Okay.
mine is displayed sans helmet.
As you do.
But I love all the little hoses and all the other stuff that you can do with him. And his weapon is cool, especially the one with the actual little lightning in it. It just looks cool. And I love the actual face sculpt of the figure itself. That's fantastic. This one, this was one of the ones this was the first figure that I pre-ordered ever from Mythic or Cosmic Legions. This was before this was my first toe dip. And it is by far my favorite of Cosmic Wave 2. There's just something about the way it looks. That armor is fantastic. It's the way that you can customize the look. So I'm probably going to pick up a couple and customize at least 2 more, just to have a little army of bounty hunters.
And I really dig the head sculpt on this guy too. Like,
Yeah, I wanna
something
do some
about
more-
that just looks
Yeah,
ferocious.
I want to do some more with the teeth though to make them pop a little bit better. But
Sure,
Yes,
yeah.
that was the head sculpt used on that fellow's clawful custom there.
here's another Mythic. A Mythic and Cosmics, you're going to see quite a few of these. Sorry, guys. And it's not 10 for
Same.
me. It's more than that. But Duban, I did not expect to like him, but I really do. I did
With
not
good
expect
reason.
it. There's just something. It's a cool look. Now, my only thing that I would really have liked, I would have liked to have been able to take his helmet or his hood off his head. I would love for that to be soft goods too, but that cape is fantastic. His is actually great. I don't know if
His
they
is
changed
the
the wire,
best
but his
cape.
wire seems like it's different than the others.
It's a lot better than even the Horseman's cape, that's for sure. I give a lot of credit to that figure. He is also, we'll be seeing him again too.
Now, this is a 2-pack, but I absolutely love the color pops. I love the ornate armors. I love those shields. Big ol' ass meaty shields with big old characters on it. They're fantastic. And I got to get my satyrs in because I like the weird animal characters. Sorry,
Yes.
I just do.
Well,
Give me
most of us do this,
the orcs. Give me the animals. Give me the give me the dwarves.
I don't even have to show
elves.
my list. Aaron just gave my entire list except for the one cosmic. Just switch that with AS and we're good.
This one I just got for Christmas. And he's on here because after seeing Emil Wickman's Lion-O earlier in the year, I was inspired to get him. So I ended up buying him, and then my wife bought him for me for Christmas. So I ended up with 2. So Lion-O will be coming at some point when I get
Throw
around.
that
to
hat
it.
on your Dubin figure. That'd look awesome.
Yeah, exactly.
I agree.
And of the Street Fighter figures, which are by far the best posable figures I have, next to my Mezco and Mafex, and then my Mezco Destro doesn't have that much flexibility because of the fabric. But my Mafex that I had from last year, I mean, as far as posability and the way they stand, the way they're balanced, it's not too heavy, not too light. You can get it to do things that I can't do with other figures.
Yeah.
And it's Chun-Li is obviously my favorite of the group, even though I have two Ryus. I have the evil Ryu and the regular one, so it's whatever. All right, and of course our friend that we opened last night.
One of
I
the
love the
top
horse.
figures.
There was more to that horse than I was really thinking originally, and there's just little details in that horse's musculature. There's the way it looks, the way it feels.
Now,
The legs are a little
Lawrence,
bit weird for me, but I'll figure it out.
Lawrence, were you watching last night's stream when we did the glow?
No.
Okay, hold on. We got to do this one for Lawrence.
I
And I
can
just
get it
like
to
playing
glow.
with my new toy.
I can get it to glow. I mean, if it sits on it, like if the light sits on it, it glows.
Hold on.
You're gonna have to put yourself in a
Yeah, I gotta darken myself down here now, which means I gotta
and you gotta
minimize
put
all
yourself in
windows.
solo so they can see it.
Yes,
Oh,
otherwise
that
you'd be
would help,
getting
wouldn't
a
it?
magnifying glasses there, sir.
That would help, wouldn't it? Let's go ahead and blow that one back up then. Okay.
And the light show begins.
Now, Lawrence, yes, I am going to use a UV light to supercharge, but he's got a lot better glow than what I was thinking. Now, I will say, though, the painted, where it's not infused with the plastic, it's just kind of painted on there, it does not last long. That's for sure. And like you said, with Scare Glow, or even the Undertaker figure from the WWE Masters of the WWE Universe, those guys will glow forever, especially with a little bit of this light on it. Like they last a long time. But he's got a decent glow when you hit him with this. So
If I have him sitting there with that light just pushing right down on it, he'll glow. But
Yeah.
if that light's not on it, you have to look for it when I turn the lights out. But what I can see is the cover of the box. I can see that light up.
That is amazing. I didn't quite realize how nice that looked.
I can see the Blueberry box that we bought. I can see that glow actually better than Blueberry. But
that Blueberry is great.
But what I see more than anything is Scare Glow and the Sun Dude, Powers of the Sun guy that only has the vest.
Oh, Digitino. Yeah,
Digitino.
he's got that really highly infused glow in the dark chest piece.
Yeah, they actually glow better than even the
Skeleton Warrior ones.
Skeleton. They don't glow as good, nearly as good as Scare Glow.
Right.
But that Scare Glow, I mean, I don't need to have light on it, and it will glow.
Yeah. Yeah, he is impressive. He is definitely impressive.
And I will be interested when, I know people hate to hear this, when the Valaverse one comes out. I want to see how much that thing glows. Because they have the glow in the dark Scarab. There's whatever Scarab.
I'll give it this. The little swarm guy with his blue and his purple. I like that color scheme. And
we're going to see how good it glows because that was one of the 2 figures that I ordered.
All right, so back to my list.
Yes, sir, Aaron.
The PowerCon exclusive Tanger. I love the whip. it's just something great, and he's the obvious homage to Beastman, so it's kind of that's why this is the only legend on my list, and it's just because I am a huge Moon Knight fan.
I like the
That is
fact
my
that they
favorite
did the
one.
white hood with the black.
Yeah,
I was glad they did that because all the other figures for it were like, very much in line with his look from the show.
yeah,
I like the classic, Moon Knight look.
yeah. Moon Knight's
Yes,
been one of my
I
favorites
had
for
one of
years.
the older Moon Knight comic books there in the old storehouse.
So this is one because this is my nostalgia pick more than anything else. And of course, there's the breakdown of the kit that I had to send. It's all in the same file. That's why. But that's everything.
That's a good damn list. Like I was saying, like this year has been a really, really big, fun year for a lot of great toys. And
I would say the Hiss tank is my number one, but not everybody has access to one, so I'm not gonna.
Not everyone has access to the fire team either.
Do what?
Not everyone has access to the fire team either.
That's true now. They had plenty of time to
Unless you got
order
a bit of
one.
cardboard stored back there, you make one out of cardboard or whatnot.
But everyone had the ability to get the hiss.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, the thing
throw
is,
that thing
here's
on
the
there.
other thing:
Throw
is
that
it's
thing on
exactly like the Trouble Bubble. There'll be more of them shortly. It's just going to take a little while for them to come out.
I don't know how many of that fire team's going to come out. I had forgot. They were pretty adamant, like, hey, this is a Pulse exclusive, and we're doing it just to go with the hiss.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they won't.
They'll find some at some point. They always do. Oh, well, this is a back in stock. Okay, no, you got a new shipment in. Great.
Well, sometimes it's not even a new shipment. They'll hold a certain amount back for QC issues that, basically once they've gone through and they're like, okay, everybody who's bought this thing that could have possibly got a damaged one now is taken care of. So we'll put these back up. Like, because you do see that, right? A lot of times with these now in stock sales with the Horsemen.
Well, that's how that HasLab in stock sale worked. There'll probably be another one in a couple years, but I don't think it's going to be every year. I think it'll be every couple years. But any of those ones that weren't picked up that people had QC issues, they'll have some back for those and they'll sell them again.
And that's a smart thing to do to get rid of them. I mean, the way people were acting, they were like, oh my God, see, they're going to have this available. It's like, no, these things are sitting there. Everyone has reported their problems, or at least they've given everyone enough time to report their problems.
Exactly.
To get it taken care of. And I've heard people that have said that they've had issues with the hiss, like things on the hiss, and they've gotten stuff really fast.
Right.
I haven't.
Well, that's good, though.
Great. I don't have any issue with mine.
Yeah.
Even the windshield, if you push it in there properly, it'll stay in.
What?
For the new people are complaining about the left side of the
gull-wing doors. They don't stay.
Gull-wing door not staying down.
They don't stay closed for me.
Mine does. I don't know.
Yeah, I've heard people say both, that they stay on, that they don't. And I think
mine's
it's one
been
of those
fine.
things. So, but I don't have an issue with my
Yes,
ladder.
I thought I would never get my hands on that Masterverse 2-pack for the He-Man and Skeletor. And yes, I thought it would have been well sold out there until Mattel had a bit of a mishap with that.
They weren't going to ship you something, but they managed to still ship you something. Yeah.
Yes, and they gave me a list of in-stock items to choose from for a little apology package there. But I wasn't even expecting that. I just sort of contacted them to let them know what had happened, you see. And the lady said, oh, just choose from this list of in-stock items for an apology package. So, yes, there was the PowerCom pack there. And then there was the Masterverse 2-pack set. So I chose that one. And even though they said they weren't able to ship out to Eternia anymore, they were able to ship me out that set.
Yeah, I gotta love that. Oh, sorry, we can't ship out to Eternia.
Yeah, exactly.
How can we accommodate you? Would you like one of these? So why can that get shipped, but this other thing can't get shipped?
Yes, obviously they had a few of those lying about, I think.
That's still special to me. I'm like, how do you do that? How do you say, oh, well, we can't ship out what you just
the
wanted
good
to
Can't
thing
ship
buy,
this to you, but we can ship
they're
this.
now shipping back to Eternia again. So
we're not shipping
we can
to
all the
New Zealand
exclusives
anymore. No.
It's just.
I think the one fellow here said they gone to a little spat with Eternian Post or something. I don't know, but
Yeah, they got into a little spat, that's for sure.
Hmm.
So we don't feel like paying distribution costs to in Eternia.
the
But
shipping's not all that bad. It's about a $29.95 US to the standard shipping rate out to Eternia here, so that's not too bad.
right. So Lawrence, what are your tops of the year, brother?
Well, if you guys are paying attention to my channel, you know I just dropped it.
You know what, man? We're live to talk about it.
Okay, so what do you want? Do you want the classified or everything else?
Just go for a mixed grab bag of everything. Give us
Okay,
all.
So I'll do my classified really quick since I already have it. Or I just did it. So I did a top 11 because I had 10 done, and then a figure came in, and I was like, "Damn it, this needs to be in the top 10." So I had Grunt, which I didn't expect. That really shocked me. No way that I think that one of the boringest O-ring figures would be one of the best classified figures they've done.
I'll give it that.
And just the fact that they made it so it can be an army builder, no matter what anyone says, it is an army builder. Hence, Lenny told me. Told everyone, actually. He didn't tell me, told everyone. But yeah, that one it's such a solid figure. I had the Snow Serpent on there, which I just think not only the amount of stuff that he had, but he really gave you a real solid figure. A lot of stuff. I do agree with people that as an army builder, $35 is kind of pricey, but since he's coming out in the retro carded figures, it's going to make it easier. So now people can just kind of wait, and if you picked up a couple of those, now you can pick up 5 or 6 of the other ones and buy them for $25. And hell, they'll probably be on clearance, and especially if they go to Walmart, they're probably on clearance like that week. Not here in Michigan because they don't do that. Let's see. I had low light on there.
Okay.
I know people don't like his gun, and I think his gun is perfectly fine, other than if it's sitting straight out, the what is it? The barrel will start to sag from the weight of the suppressor. But other than that figure is dead on. Snow Job, again, just go back to Snow Serpent. You kind of see a pattern there. But I think Snow Job, I think they nailed him out of the park. The only thing they didn't do with the Snow Job was give him the laser rifle. That's the only thing that their misstep was. But when they do the retro card, again, they'll probably throw that in there. And I have an extra one from one of the grunts anyway, so. And then Mutton Junkyard is the one that threw a wrench in everything. Aaron, have you gotten Mutton Junkyard yet?
No, but I just got the notification that it'll be shipping soon.
Yeah, so Mutton Junkyard was everyone was getting it from Amazon or from other places. BBTS got it, so I looked. I'm like, all right, Amazon hasn't changed. It's going to ship out the 16th. I'll have BBTS just ship it out. I hadn't canceled it. On the 27th, my buddy hits me up and he's like, yeah, Mutton Junkyard just showed up. I'm like, yeah, mine still says the 16th. I go click on it. Oh, it's all for delivery today.
Nice.
So I have an extra one coming. Where was I at? That was 6. I'm gonna do it all the way. Oh no, I get it right here. I got the eel. Oh, I forgot Ripper. I had Ripper on there.
Ripper's
I think
a good one.
Everything what Aaron said, like that figure knocked it out of the park. He was not even close to being one of my favorite Dreadnoks as a kid, but the amount of detail they put into him was absolutely awesome. The only misstep that I can probably say on that is The magazine doesn't stay in very well, so you got to take a little bit of sticky tack if you don't want to glue it on there. And then the stupid sidearm that he has. But it's never going to be removed out of his holster, so I don't even care. But I just wish they would have done it because it looks so stupid.
It's no different than Shipwreck's, flintlock
but
shotgun.
At least that goes. At least again, don't make me defend Shipwreck.
I mean, it's a flintlock in the 2020s. What the hell?
It's a blunderbuss. Okay, so it's a pirate gun.
Okay, so from what I understand,
maybe it's nostalgia, perhaps.
There were a few naval people that said that they still do use that for ceremonial purposes.
Okay, well, that's great.
So did you have one of the
I'm not going to carry it.
Gun name.
Listen, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying. And that also goes back to, it came with the original one. But again.
Okay. But if we're going to go there with Shipwreck, I mean, he has a fucking parrot. Okay. Sailors don't walk around with parrots on their shoulder either. So.
And ones with peg legs?
Right. If we're going to go
leave
there.
My damn peg legs alone.
Let's go all the way.
But yeah, I thought Ripper knocked it out of the park. And again, I'm not going to buy it, but if you need one that has a jackhammer, Gridiron did a wonderful one where you can mix and match it. And again, I still don't care what anyone says, unless one of your parents worked in the fire department or the EMS. You did not know that was Jaws of Life. You thought it was a jackhammer. All right. I don't care what anyone says. I put the eel on. I put the eel on there because eel is one of the best.
Well, and then you got Buzzer with the backpack, the Gridiron loadout for him. It's tempting because I actually like the way it looks. It's a lot smaller than Muchas Gracias Designs because that one is way too big. I bought that one originally.
I haven't even looked at theirs.
So our first time zone is coming up in about 5 minutes. For those of some people don't realize that there's a time zone right before the East Coast, Atlantic time, and the very northern East Coast of Canada hits that, and that is where Radical Mom is at. So we're gonna have a countdown here in just a bit.
Oh, nice.
So let's keep going. We just got to remember we've got this coming up.
So Oz, I got a slideshow together when Lawrence is done. If you want to run through mine after we do the countdown.
Yeah, sure. Did you want to send it to me, or you want to try to do a present?
I'll just present it. It's fine.
Okay, perfect.
Yep. So then I had the eel. Again, he just was everything that the original was. And the one thing that I don't mind about them when they don't upgrade the Cobras is Cobra was already futuristic and not realistic anyway. So it doesn't bother me when they're not updated. And then again,
I did have to switch out their weapons. Mark II Design did a really nice
I saw that
spear gun. I bought 4 of those immediately.
You don't like shooting spear guns around corners, is what you're saying?
Yeah, no. Not my thing. Not my thing.
Come on, man. That's the best thing about a spear gun.
That's so if there's a dolphin in between you and a shark, you can shoot around the dolphin.
Exactly.
Shark.
I thought the Gridiron one that was I believe it was an MP5 with a spear gun on the underneath it. I thought that one was really cool, but I couldn't justify the price.
Yeah.
I just couldn't justify it. But that was everything that that the other that we had as our childhood.
Thanatos Unlimited has some they're like tanked spear guns. I bought 2.
Okay.
I'll send you a picture of what it looks like. You have to paint them, but
okay.
Not bad.
And then
Ace is mentioning hoping to see everybody at Joe Fest 2024. We're hoping to see you there too.
Well, you might not see me though. A bit far to travel.
I'll be there.
And then I had Torpedo again. See what I said about the eel. It's the same body, but it's such a good figure, and at least they gave him an MP5. So they both should have had a weapon. But again, I have so many weapons. Some guy sent me like 30 3D printed weapons, and I'm so blown away by how good they are. They are absolutely amazing. Scrap Iron, because I think he's a face sculpt that no one really talks about.
Yeah.
But everything that he comes with for $45, I think it's a great deal. For $45. Don't get me wrong, I understand $45 is a lot of money, but
now you can get it for $29.99.
Yeah, I know. I don't think I made that much money off him. Actually, I paid more than that for him because I got him overseas.
It's okay. I ended up with 2 of them, and one is in one display and one's in another display. So,
but I'm the same way. I don't mind having multiple figures because it's not like I have one whole display going on. I have multiple.
Right.
And then I put Retro Storm Shadow on there. I mentioned it before.
Another good one.
If you have a figure that is just you're looking at it the whole time, and he was number 1 on my list last year, the first Storm Shadow, and I think they made this one just a little bit better. Other than he may have the worst weapon, and that was his bow and arrow. Super, super soft.
Yeah.
And
John, good to see you, brother.
I don't like those bow and arrows. For whatever it is, for whatever reason, they don't look right. They don't feel right. Even with Shadow Tracker, I'm just like, I gotta find something different.
All right.
I'm fine with how they look. And then my number one.
Oh. It's time, folks. We finally hit New Year's in the Atlantic time zone. Happy New Year! All of our friends in the Atlantic time zone.
Yeah, I didn't even realize there was an Atlantic time zone. Like, how far over are you? I'm like, you in the water? Like,
pretty much.
Because your only state that you know about is Ohio because you love it so much.
Yeah, exactly.
Piece of shit.
He's getting transferred there in a couple months.
Oh, dude,
you can come stay with me, Lawrence.
Oh, I don't think they allow me in Columbus for longer than the day that I was there.
Columbus has a restraining order on you. Is that what you're saying?
I think it's the other way around.
It's the rats of the Columbus don't really like Lawrence.
Dude, I'm from
big enough to eat them.
The rats and the meth addicts.
Yeah, my number 1 Joe was the Retro Snake Eyes. That thing should have been.
I have to get in my collection there.
That one should have been. I mean, like, if you looked at that, if it wasn't made by Hasbro, if it was made by another company and they charged $60 for it, I don't think anyone would complain. The weapons weren't a problem. The articulation was awesome. Now I know it's the same buck, but there's nothing. I hate saying this. Soft on it.
That's what you said.
I know. And then I had a whole list of the other top 10 that I did. So I can run that off if you want.
Well, what were they? Go
ahead. So my non-classified was. Let's see if I even have it in here. They make me think about this stuff. Well, okay.
Are you telling me that you have a top 10 list you don't even remember?
This is from a few days ago, so how can I remember that? Okay. I barely remember the one that I literally did this afternoon that I just told you. So I was looking at it. Let's see. I had in no order because I don't remember. Both Mezco, Destro, and Roadblock. I think they were both awesome. You don't realize how good the soft goods are. And Mezco feel different. Now, you don't get the same articulation. You don't have butterfly joints. It is hard to cross over. And anything that's underneath those soft goods, you worry because you don't know if you're putting stress on something. But everything moves smoothly and you don't feel like you're going to. So they were on there. I had the Target Black Widow. That one was number 2. I know that. That one just knocked it out of the park. She was so damn good. That articulation on it. And not to mention the alternate heads that you can use on different Joes. If you don't like, let's say, Scarlet, you can swap that out. I don't really have a problem with Scarlet, but I thought the head for that one of the Black Widows was perfect for Scarlet. But once I get once the retro one comes out, I think she's going to go into retirement anyway. Be put back in the box, put on the shelf, and let it just go up in value. I had the Headless Horseman on it. It would have been higher if it would have glowed. If the head glowed better. How would you say it? Glowed better? Without a black light or a UV light. I don't have to buy it. I already spent $140 on it. Why do you want to spend more money on a UV light? And don't tell me like $5 because I don't care. But he was awesome. I think what Payne was saying, like the detail on the horse.
Yep.
The detail on him, the fact that you can have both heads. He's carrying one head and
You can,
you know,
yeah.
in the other head.
I always love the fact that they include that hand with the neck peg molded to it so he can hold the head, and you can put the stump in the neck.
I didn't realize that was a stump because when I did my review, I was like, I don't know what that is. And then I figured it out, like literally, like it was like I figured it out, and then and then a comment comes over. It's like that's plug in. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah. And it's like a gruesome little detail. Like it was a big shock for me when I opened up the original one and that was in there. I was like, what is this madness? And like, hey, surprise, here's a stump. Like, all right, I'll take it.
But it's a great detail.
Yeah.
That I think most companies wouldn't even think of.
No. Nope.
I put Duban on it. Like I said, if you have a character with a bird on your top 10 and it's not Dubin, then you're wrong.
Duban is a great.
Us are kind of all in that same headspace with.
Well, and the other thing is, and I know, like Aaron talked about how he wishes the hood wasn't plastic, and I fully understand that. The thing that I look at, and if you're not looking at it, you can't tell that the hood is plastic and that the cape is cloth.
I've always said that they did such a good job matching the plastic on that hood to that cape. It's not even. I mean, it was incredible.
Crazy how well they match.
Yeah.
I had Fangor on there. I wanted to put I was looking. You know, there's not much when it comes to the origins. They're very basic, but there was something about the Fangor that felt more action figure based than most of the Mo2 figures. So I know that was number 10. I had Pale on there. I just think that again, if you give an AWOC figure to a kid, he's not coming back in 5 minutes with it broke. You can't do that with Mythic Legions. You can't do that with Valiverse. You can't do that with any Hasbro product that's a 6-inch figure. In 5 minutes, a kid's coming back with it broke. Now, you can't give them the weapons because they will obviously stab through someone. One of your kids will come back with one eye.
Valid. Very valid.
That's right. But it's all fun and games till someone loses an eye.
Yeah. Figure-wise, those things are not going to break at all. And then, I'm trying to think if there's anything other than my number one. I don't know. But my number one, and I think I got him in January. I mean, that's how much I love the figure, is Elf. That figure is so really damn good. That figure, again, you look at it and it's like, I had no interest in getting Elf other than I watched the show and didn't even watch it all. Like, it wasn't like it was one of my favorite shows. My sister's initials were Elf. So we always used to call her Elf. But the accessories that he comes with, there's no pins to see in it because of how he's created. Even though he's not soft, he looks like he actually has fur on him. But he's just awesome. Like, I haven't heard one person say a negative thing about that figure.
Yeah.
Everybody that's had that figure has loved it.
Yeah, I would have loved to get the San Diego Comic-Con, but for what you were going to pay for it to get it shipped and to get it, and for what they gave you extra, it's like, it's not really worth it. It's the exact same figure. So, there's my 20 figures. I think I missed one, but oh well.
Nah, you're good to go, man. Like, that's actually a solid list. And I think, you're going to realize there's quite a few of us that are kind of all in agreement with what you're saying. So,
And here's the whole thing. Like, I said this at the end of it. I went through 10 figures here that have nothing to do with classified.
Everything all right there, John?
I went through
John,
10
are you
figures.
still with us?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Well, his internet been playing up all late, I think.
But I went through 10 figures. I eliminated classified because I knew it wouldn't be fair, and I didn't have one gargoyle on it.
I'm shocked.
I was too,
crazy.
because look at this. I actually brought her down. Or brought her up, shall I say.
Did you give her a firearm, Lawrence?
Of course I did. What the hell? She's a cop. She has to have one.
Look.
I don't understand that. She's a cop
collected-
with no firearm.
Look, I collected X-Files toys back in the day, okay? And you know what? 2 FBI agents couldn't come with a gun. You had
That's
a
right.
flashlight and you had a walkie-talkie. Mulder, quick, bring the flashlight. We've got aliens.
But
Well, don't
Sure
mind this,
they always
Ellie. I'm
carried
sure
a
someone
gun.
has one locked up there somewhere.
can I say, when it came down to the gargoyles, as great as they look, you can't, like, you're pretty much setting them up and that's where they're at.
Yeah.
The weight of them, and I hate to say this, will eventually start to distort their legs. Their feet will start to bend.
Yep.
My Demona, her leg kind of popped out of it because of the weight of her. But you can't move around. The Alpha is the only NECA one that I feel like you can move around and not feel like it's going to break. These are better than a lot of the other ones. I mean, I wouldn't dare try and play with any of the Army of Darkness or Evil Dead figures that I have.
Oh no, those are old though.
No. Like, I'd love to play with that Ultimate Ash figure, but like, I'm so scared he's just gonna snap. I'm sorry. He lost the arm once, and I don't have a mini chainsaw that can, replace that.
Yes, I was going to say you'd be looking for some other gardening tool to attach to himself there.
But yeah, I had brought her down, and she was going to be number 10. I'm looking, I'm like, I'm missing something. And I'm like, how did I miss not putting on an A-Walk? Because I really raved about them. I mean, you can't complain too much. They're one line of figures that so far I haven't really heard anyone have a negative thing to say about.
Nope. I have yet to hear anything negative across as many lives, as many reviews that I've seen. Nobody has had anything really bad to say about AWOC. And that just goes to show that Jason, he's doing an amazing job over there. And it's such a small team comparatively to like some other ones. Like, we give a lot of praise to 4 Horsemen, but like, they've got like a fully staffed team of creators doing each of the individual parts to things. Like, Jason, a handful of guys, including Adam, helping them, on a volunteer, helping them fix like their email situations and like backups and sorting through orders. So like, a lot of credit to what they're doing. And like, to me, that just speaks even more volumes for the quality that you're getting to. Like, they've got that good of quality control. You're getting solid products, and you can't really beat those prices either.
It's like the only complaint that you could have, and again, this would be nitpicking, is if you complain that they didn't have pinless joints. And that's so minor because, as I said before, excluding McFarlane, who his joints are like his pins are like an inch wide.
Yeah.
If it's the same color, if there's not like a line going across it, it doesn't really matter. Or if it's not a different color, when it's a different color, then you're like, son of a bitch, why would you do that? Spider-Man's a perfect example. Don't have a blue pin inside of it, and the rest of his, he's red, and you're going, well, I can kind of see that from a mile away.
That's one of the difficult parts with Spider-Man, especially when it comes to your arm joints, because one side of the arm's red, the other side of the arm's blue. So you got to do a solid pin in one color or the other. Pinless joints are the way to go for characters like that. You've really got to go pinless.
Oh, yeah.
It does pull you out of the sculpt when you see it in that other color. And that's a shame.
But yeah, that's like the only complaint that I could even see somebody having.
Okay. Thanos has himself a gripe about AWOC. He wants to know where the Frel, nice term, by the way. I appreciate that. For those of you who get it. Yep. Farscape swear word. Where the Frel is issue number 5. It's coming. Adam told us it's coming. All right. So, Ed,
more is on the way.
I will share my screen.
Go for it, brother. I will.
Now, these are not in any particular order, and I have like 12 instead of 10. So,
okay, cool.
You had to one up me with my 11, huh?
Had to.
Yes, I might be all over the place with mine too, so.
But I did 20.
Can you guys see my screen?
I got it coming up now, brother.
Oh.
Nice. Now, is that the...
This is the Holiday Gomez from Christmas of 2022, but I didn't get him until my birthday of January 2023. So,
okay, yep, valid. It's something you got this year,
right? It's
so
everything I got. All these
like
pictures are everything I got this year. So,
yes, I think we're both the same there, Axiom. So.
Yeah, this is a great figure. I love the Mezco Gomez. So there's him, and then of course the AWOC Shinari Legionnaire, which was awesome.
No, what made you pick? Now, did you pick multiple AWOC or just one?
I got 2 on here, but this is
what made you pick him? I'm just wondering because they're so very similar with just paint. Paint.
This was the first one that I bought, and this was the figure I bought to test to see if I actually would like the figures, and I just liked the way he looked in the promo shots and stuff. So then this is one of the first ones I got. So
okay.
And then Dubin and Boreas, of course.
Putting the 2 together.
Yeah.
Very nice. It's a magnificent horse. It's basically the same as the
it's the horseman's horse.
It's the headless horseman's horse.
Yeah, just a different face.
Yeah.
Of course.
But yeah, Dubon and this figure are amazing. I've taken so many pictures of these 2 together in the woods. It's not even funny. Probably my favorite figure of the year that I got next to the Holiday Gomez.
Take soft goods out there
and then I got these 2 AWOCs, which I love the ancient orangutan characters. So I got 2 of those.
This picture just screams Planet of the Apes to me, and I love it. I love it.
Doing a little horse surfing on the back there.
It's Balius.
Yes. And this is Zezre's gladiator trainee. These figures are really nicely built, but they don't have a lot of great articulation, but they look great photographed. So
what are they?
This is the Zezre figures. They made the gladiators. Like they had the gladiators and the gladiator women. This is the gladiator trainee, they were called. They had 2 trainees, this guy, and then of course the Caucasian skin tone dude. Same figure though, just different skin tones.
Adam is clarifying. Every horse is a descendant of Balius, because that was the first horse, I'm guessing.
Oh, very good.
I need to dig deeper into the Source Horseman. Like I go over it when we talk about it, but I need to read back through it after class. I got to do homework after Legion's class myself.
Sounds exhausting.
Yes.
But it's so good though.
Yeah, this is the only Zezre figure I have, but I really like the way he photographs. So he was one of them. Then my Condor that I turned into Tom Selleck, my Magnum PI.
Oh, yes.
And look, man, you know what? Tom Selleck's mustache saves the world. That's all.
That's right.
He comes with flocked hair.
Flocked hair, flocked cash, man. Can't beat it.
It's flocking hair. Flocking hair.
That is flock there.
Yeah, that's flock.
That looks awesome.
Oh. It's flocked.
But see, now you need to get a police officer and make him in blue.
So we just had one of those fly by just now.
And then, of course, this dude. Love this Krotos figure from Mythic Legions. Right. Of course.
He is just awesome.
He photographs awesome too, especially out in the woods. But this is on my Dio in the house. And then Memory Toys War Bear. Love this figure. Picked him up at PowerCon. He photographs great too. Lots of great use for him. He's a big honking beast too. And then some Cosmic Legions. Love this guy.
Was in the water there.
Yep. Eagle Force jet powers.
Those are so cool.
Yeah,
they really are.
They are very cool. I'm going to get the Eagle Force 40th anniversary figures coming this year, so that's my plan. I really like them for being a 4-inch figure. The articulation is really well done. So,
yeah.
And then Mask of the Red Death.
Oh, I see you went back to that altar there. You
yes, that's the altar. Yep.
Odd fellow in the bush there.
Yes, that is the altar. It's out in the middle of the woods. Good. And then Father Christmas. Now I got these two guys. I was waiting for the retail Father Christmas, and then I was looking because I needed a Santa Claus. So I actually went on looking for the Naughty and Nice Santas from last year. Couldn't find one of those, and some guy was selling these two as a set, both mint and box.
No kidding.
And I got them for less than this cost by itself.
Nice.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah.
So
these two
we've got. I was just going to give a quick shout out. We got two newcomers coming onto the screen. You all know them. You all love them. We've got Bobby Dangerously joining us, as well as the wonderful Gaz here as well. Good to have you both.
Hey.
So, guys.
New Year, everyone.
Good to see you.
And I think the last one is Jacob Marley. Now, Jacob Marley beat out the Headless Horseman just because I am a huge fan of the Christmas Carol. And this, was a awesome Christmas surprise from my boy Oz. So appreciate that very much, brother.
You are welcome, my friend. You are welcome.
Let me.
All right. We got more incoming.
Screen, and that's my favorite from this year.
Ellison, good evening.
Hey, Allison joined us as well. Good to have you, Bobby, Gaz, Allison. How y'all doing?
Doing all right. How about yourself?
Man,
pretty good.
I gotta say, I'm glad to be surrounded by so many good friends here, joining in, hanging out tonight. I wasn't sure how the turnout was going to be, so I'm glad everybody can make it and everybody's joining on with us for
Can we not,
however long you're here with us.
How about we don't call each other friends? All right, we're just acquaintances. Okay.
Well, Lawrence, you have no friends, so that's understandable.
Jeez.
Wait. Let me. In my best, Marsha Brady. But Jan, you don't have any friends.
Very true. That's why I'm here on a New Year's Eve.
Right.
That's okay, Lawrence.
No,
we accept you and all your shortcomings.
We don't have to be friends.
Friends are overrated.
I hope it wasn't anything I said.
Actually, Oz and Ed are I've actually met them in real life. It's crazy that there's people.
That's true.
You actually met Oz. I met twice.
That's true. He even drove to me, and I was kind enough to lead him down into the city where he could possibly get murdered.
Yeah, I actually went to a different house to meet.
Possibly get murdered.
Well, I was trying to do Ohio a favor by sending you downtown, but
yeah,
it didn't work out quite.
Mailing that first package to Oz, yeah, that was fun.
I've listened to enough true crime podcasts to know that going to different houses and anywhere in Ohio, like that's just bad. Like it's how you end up floating in a river somewhere.
Oh.
I didn't realize Ohio was that bad.
It's awful.
Actually, it's not. It's just Lawrence has a hard on for him, so you know.
Oh no, it's awful. It's.
Look, Ohio's not as bad as Detroit, but Detroit is just one place. Ohio is just one state. Like it's
Detroit is just one shithole of a city. Ohio is just
yeah, it's an entire
Todd, we will definitely be counting down again as we get closer to midnight here on the East Coast. And as Mary's stating, we already did one quick countdown for the Atlantic time zone. We've already had one midnight hit.
And we did out one, of course, there last night because we're in the future.
Yes,
yeah.
For you guys over in New Zealand.
It's already like 2024.
Right.
How many people are on the East Coast time right now?
I know it's me, Ed, Gaz. We're all East Coasters.
Oh,
so,
I am.
Yep. You're not Central? I thought you were
No.
Central. You're still East Coast? Okay.
No, that's Chicago.
Right. There we go.
All of Michigan is East Coast.
All right. All right.
Even though
Bobby,
they're more
I'm
in
loving the Yummy Mummy shirt, by the way.
Oh, thanks. You like that?
Noticed it as soon as you hopped on. I was like, yeah, it's a Yummy Mummy, because we were just talking about how badass Boo Berry is.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so let's while we're talking the cereal.
Just pitch your nipples a little harder. What was you doing there?
Yeah, right.
All right, Aaron, fine. You take over the stream. Okay.
Can we discuss how disappointing the Carmella Creeper was in the grand scheme of things? Like, it was just not.
I wish they had done more with her. I really wish.
The cereal wasn't that great though either. So let's start there.
I would have rather them brought back the Fruity Yummy Mummy or Fruit Brute. Frankly.
Yeah. I do love whenever they bring those guys back.
I mean, like, there are a couple of apple cereals, and Apple Jacks is still the best apple cereal.
But it doesn't taste like apples.
And neither does Carmella Creeper. It tastes like some weird
apples and oranges.
She's supposed to taste like caramel. So
caramel apples, and she tasted like neither apples nor caramel. And it's caramel because there's an extra A in there. Stop doing that thing when people try.
Oh no, I'm going to say caramel.
Carmel is an island.
Carmel is a city.
Where did that stray bullet come from? The Lieutenant Falcon.
I started this a little bit earlier because before we started talking about our top 10s, we were talking about our biggest disappointments, and I'm pretty sure all of us can be kind of in alignment on this one. This is probably one of the biggest disappointments of the year.
That stray bullet came out of nowhere.
I feel like Falcon's face wasn't as bad as everyone. I mean, it wasn't great, but it wasn't as bad.
Matt Damon.
Oh wait, now that you mentioned that, yeah, it was terrible. Screw Matt Damon.
It is Team America World Police made over. Looks like a damn marionette face.
I think he kind of looks like William Dafoe.
The Thunderbirds are go, not Falcon.
Okay, let's not talk about William Dafoe because I'm having a little bit of the bubbly to celebrate, and that will ruin my buzz quickly.
Look, I got Streets of Fire behind me on DVD. That was a Christmas present to me this year.
Great movie,
I
man.
will be watching that tomorrow.
Not Streets on Fire, the skateboard video, obviously, I'm assuming.
This sounds like a bit of a hot watch there.
No, the one with
Michael Pierre.
Yes,
Yeah.
Eddie from Eddie and the Cruisers. Man, that was one of my first crushes as a child. Eddie and the Cruisers and Streets, and it had Deborah Vandenberg from Too Close for Comfort and The Warrior, which I didn't see The Warriors until like 2 or 3 years ago, so I can't pretend like in the day she was part of the appeal. But I always had an appreciation for anyone who wasn't a blonde that was presented as attractive in Hollywood in the 80s. Carrie Fisher, Marion Ravenwood, Deborah Vandenberg. I think that's how you say her name.
Meg Foster. Don't leave her out.
Jodie Foster is naturally a blonde. She dyed her hair dark when she wanted to go be taken seriously. That's all I'm going to say about that. What does he do? What does he do, Clarice? He kills women, doctor. Like a bad accent and brown hair was her secret to success.
It puts the lotion on its skin or down the hose comes again.
Allison, do you like Carrie Fisher? I'm not sure by.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what did you ask?
Do you like Carrie Fisher? I haven't been able to tell.
If you haven't figured it out by now, Lawrence, I will not be that.
Hey, Lawrence, do you like Ohio? Because I couldn't tell.
When Gargamel finally captures you, I'm going to be a little sad, but I'm going to be that sad.
So
I'm taller than 3 apples. Just going to say that.
No one is mentioning the disappointment for his year was Motu Moss, man. I got to say, distribution on that was rough. It shouldn't have been that hard to get.
Figure,
but what are you talking about? You can get anywhere and get it right now.
Duplica was my biggest action figure sadness of the entire year. I could overlook everything but the lack of Duplico.
Well, I suppose they've got to give the time for the moss to grow on him, I think.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. They got to spread the chia seeds out, water it, and make sure it gets plenty of sun.
Or sometimes they take world tours,
Yeah. Anyone that's disappointed in Mossman obviously doesn't follow Hella Dope Toys. Whether you got it or not, like that made so much amusement right there.
Really did. Ted was freaking hilarious with that. So
And it came out of
Largo's
nowhere. Well, I mean,
really
was it planned? It was just like all of a sudden, what the fuck is this?
So Largo's New Year's resolution is to find a damn good of coffee. I'm guessing cup of coffee. Aim small, miss small. It's very true.
I'm drinking some Black Rifle Sasquatch coffee right now. It's delicious.
I mean, I'm drinking some good 8 a.m. blend.
Oh, yes, sir. The usual
And guess,
grade there from there.
on point. On point right here. Scrap iron is looking very good.
That face sculpt, incredible.
Mm-hmm.
We've got shiny plastic people joining us saying New Year's.
Good evening, sir.
We have Spaded One McDysentery. Giggity. I gotta say, some of the names people come up with are absolutely amazing.
He's probably watching from Lawrence's stream because he comes on
Gotta
the Monday Night Ramblings.
Yep. And Dawn had popped in earlier here. Big shout out. Happy New Year, babe. Thank you for joining us. All right. So now, does anybody else have anything as far as a list of rundown or presentation?
Oh, yes, so.
Oh, John, you've got one? Where you got it? Share it. Let's go.
Mine is mostly, I have 3 that I do not have in hand yet. However, what I do have in hand, my number 10 spot, because she is so much different. She's so much different in hand.
The Muscle Mommy, Dark Lynn.
She is absolutely one gorgeous figure. I absolutely love the way they sculpted her. I like the fact that her cape is wired, and I really love the facial sculpt. That facial sculpt is absolutely amazing. So she hits my number 10 spot.
Very cool.
My number 9 spot that I have is, unfortunately,
probably unfortunately. That's not an unfortunate thing.
Boss Man hits my number 9 spot. The only thing that I can honestly say that I kind of don't like about this figure is the secondary face, because it is much more of a green Beastman face. But other than that, it's a really good figure, and he's obviously not taken out of the box yet. So.
Right. I got mine over here, spilling the tea.
My number 8 spot is Frogmonger.
Okay.
I love I really love the way the figure is. He is a different take. I'm glad that we got him from off the sticker into a figure form. And he's just an amazing figure. And Tel did a really good job with it. My number 7 spot that I have is Duplico. Duplico is hard to get, and I do have him, but he's over sitting in my wrestling ring. I'm getting ready to do some pictures with him for my stop motion video.
He's not one that's been duplicating really well out there, I understand.
Well, it's great because he's not, for whatever reason, his not being on a shelf, and when they do these secret sales, why make the figure available to everybody? The only reason why he hits my 7th spot is because of his distribution, but his facial sculpt is point on for what the figure is, and I love the fact, considering that I have 2 of them, I can actually take the one that I have now, which I'm doing my customization, and you don't have to do a whole lot to make Cody Rhodes.
Okay.
So that's perfect. My number 6 spot is Fangor.
Oh, hey.
And I really love the fact that we got Fangor in the Mattel Creations the way that we got him. I love the fact that you can either make him the long tusk fangs, or that you can use the short fangs. So he got my number 6 spot. I cannot decide for the life which one of these actually get my number 5 spot, which is Clawful and Too Bad.
Mm.
We should have actually gotten Too Bad in Origins already, but the way that they did Too Bad in Masterverse, and definitely the way that they redid Clawful in Masterverse, absolutely looks amazing. And I love the secondary armament that you can put on his back. So both of them get number 5. My number 4, which I got from Brick Something, because she is so much different in hand as well, is Motherboard.
She's massive.
She's
a lot bigger than I thought she would be.
She's a mother of a figure indeed.
Of 11.5 inches with a 16-inch wingspan. Absolutely gorgeous figure, and she is definitely the centerpiece on one of my shelves. So she gets my number 4 spot. So getting into my Mythic Legions now, I don't have them in hand yet. They are being sent to me right now. So my number 4 spot is Mask of the Red Death. Absolutely gorgeous figure. I really love the whole deal and what they did with Behind the Mask. And if people don't know what's behind the mask by now, or if they don't know, to have that figure, I'm still waiting to get him in hand, but he is in the making. The other figure, which is my number 3 figure, is Jacob Marley. Seeing what I've seen from the toy tube community of that particular figure, I had to have it. Plus, it's part of A Christmas Carol.
Right, classic.
So I absolutely had to have that. I think the thing that really drew me to that was the secondary head. With the open mouth and just the grisly, ghoulish type. Yes, absolutely amazing. I love it, and I can't wait to get him in hand.
Wait till you see the surprise.
Yeah.
With my number 2 spot is definitely my Headless Horseman that I have coming in. And my number... No, sorry. My Headless Horseman is my number 1 spot. My number 2 spot is from Circle of Poxus, is Azar. He is the yellow, almost demon dragon type figure, and he is just amazing. And ever since I had started looking in on the Source Horseman, whatnot, and started reading up on the different characters and what they are, just his outlandish yellow that he has on him, the head sculpt is just so superb. The 4 Horsemen really just, they know what they're doing, and they know how to please each and every one of the people who are now who are a fan or have now just become a fan of the Legion.
For sure, brother. I definitely hear that. All right. Who wants to go next? Who has a top 10 they want to go through?
I have a bit of a list there also.
Go for it, Eldor. What you got, brother?
Just a second there. All right. So a top 10 there. Hang on a sec. So yes, I'm much like Axiom Figs there. Mine are just figures of what I got this year. So not necessarily the figures that came out in 2023. Of course, one of them came out there last year, but the fellow I pre-ordered them through, he delays quite a bit there. So I ended up getting him sort of midway through this year. And I've got a few screen shares set up there and what have you, but I've got a couple beside me also. So yes, a top 10 there was a bit of a special one. So I might present that one up there.
I'm not showing it on my end, Eldor. Are you?
Just doing it now. So
there it is. Okay. Yeah, it's coming in.
Yes, sir. I'm quite beside myself there, you might say. This was a great old piece there. I know it probably came out about 6 years ago now, or give or take. But yes, the Super 7, a vintage Powers of Grayskull, me, of course. So yes, that's one I've been looking to get for a while now. And a fellow over in here, he put up Eldor there and a Hero, my old apprentice. But I could only afford one, you see, so I went with the obvious choice there. So
that's kind of a new definition of playing with yourself, isn't it, Eldor?
I guess you could say that. But no, he's still minty fresh in the packet there, so I haven't taken him out.
Well, no glove, no love, so
That's
keep
right.
it wrapped.
I suppose.
It's an MOD song.
Thank you, Bobby.
Yep.
So, what else do we have here? What's counting down? Number 9. Oh yes, I don't have him up as a photo, but number 9 was a new Eternia a web store there. He's still in the old package too, but yes, I like the way he looked there with the legs on the back. So I hope when we get a Mosquito out there, he'll have a similar go with the old legs coming out of his back and what have you. And yes, so number 9. Again, I don't think I have a photo up for that one, but Lady Slither was my number 9 spot there. She's got quite a few pieces to her there, and you can swap her legs out for the snake tail. And I had a good friend. She was kind enough to get me a second one. So I have one for keeping a minty fresh and keeping the dust off, if you will. And yes, I got the other one to have a bit of a pose about, or do a review when I get back to doing all that. Because I've been bogged down with a lot of jobs, chores there, you might say. All right, so what else do we have here? Number 7 was the Origins King Hiss. So you might need to blow me up there a bit, I'll say.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
So this is one I've got in the old hand, as it were. Yes, the Origins King Hiss there. He had quite a assortment to him too, You can swap him out there to have the snake bits popping out and what have you. Yes, just generally pleased with his sculpt. And of course, I got a spare vintage one that I've used the helmet part off to start on working on my custom Masterverse King Hiss when I get all the pieces that I need to finish that with. So yes, it was the older King Hiss there. And so next we have the speaking of another clever fellow in our community, you will have to blow me up there again. Also,
can do.
And I don't know if he's still in the chat or not, but yes, Ace, a Ramen Toy. He's a rather busy and clever fellow there, bringing out all these 80s properties that we know and love that and for the most part, other toy smiths don't seem to be producing and just sitting on the IP, I believe we say there. And one of the pieces that he brought out was a bit of a fixer-up for one of the Masterverse figures that came out this year. Of course, the movie He-Man. It wasn't without its controversy, as the movie was. What? So yes, Ace there brought out the Master of the Verse heads, looking more like old Dolph Lundgren there. So that was fairly good, but the one I'm holding up here at the moment's gone for a bit of a face change, bit of a face-off, you might say. Yes.
Face.
Yeah, so I've been doing this one as a what if sort of movie faker. So I've done a bit of carving away in the side of his face there and sculpted in a bit of a robotic-esque look to one side of the face. So I just dunked the head in a bit of hot water there and boiled the old hair off, as it were, just to get a better handle on things. And yes, I decided to ruffle up some of the hair on that side also, because he's had a bit of a swing down with He-Man's sword across the face there to expose the old, give it a bit of battle damage, expose the old robotics underneath. So he used to just lightly took a scalpel there and cut down the hair grain or of that side, and I'll re-glue some of it further back so it's sort of more swept or tussled about and so forth. What was that? And going down the list there, right. And number 5, yes. So will keep me blowing up there. This was another older release that I was quite happy to get, and that was the a classic sorceress there. I used to have quite a big classics collection there a few years ago, but I had to end up selling it, unfortunately. I almost got a one piece back. Was the classics Mosquito I sold to a fellow, and he ended up putting it back up on sale again. But yes, I put a bid on it, but then all of a sudden, my Great Eye of the Universe spent the dummy on me. What? So I had to buy a new one, and all that money it was going to get Mosquito back. Sadly, we went into getting a new Great Eye of the Universe. Best to stay on the airwaves, as it were. So yes, there was that spot there. Classic Sorceress. Of course, one I never got when I was collecting classics when they were coming out there. And all right, moving on. Number 4 there. I guess this fellow's had a bit of a hard time indeed. And he's already been brought up a couple of times now in the stream. Old Mossy Boy there, old chap. It's around the world, was it? 96 old days.
96 days.
That was including the first time Axion attempted to send him out from the US of A there. But yep. he got shipped right back to Axion again. We think the old snifter hounds must have caught scent of the old pine there, Although my senses are a bit gone at my age, so I can't really smell it. But they say a dog's nose is 100 times more powerful or whatnot. But anyway, he tried to send that out again after getting back home from PowerCon, and then yes, he was in and out of China and back to the US, and then finally arriving to me in about 74 days there. So we have them finally. That's good. But yes, the one that I was looking forward to getting indeed for this year. Okay. Well, the third choice there, and I do have a screen share for that one. So I don't know if we can stop that one. Oh, yes, there we go. And here we are. Was the a Fans Toys Thomas there? Bit of a third party transformer and what have you.
Very nice.
There is a nice big heavy bot. Of course, a lot of these third party bots have the old die cast parts on them, and yes, that makes them kind of top heavy.
Now that is more commonly known as, is that Astro Train?
The Astro Train, yes.
That's
The third party folks, they to avoid getting the old slap on the hand there.
Yeah.
They go changing the names and what have you. And
yes, let's call the train Thomas and not worry about the name, right? I mean, that,
but he did have the better of the train.
That's not inviting a problem, too. I mean, you should have called it
one lost right into the other.
That. Instead, they
this was one of the ones I was looking forward to getting this year. And yes, we had a bit of a mix-up with him too, because the fellow had pre-ordered them off in our transforming group. He ended up giving my order to some other fellow to replace this one because it was missing the yellow streak in the cap there. And so Ace was gonna, not Ace, another Ken. He was going to try and order me a whole new bot there, but he couldn't. So the only other option was to see if he could get a new head for him. Which, of course, he was able to. So got 2 spare heads, and of course the spare faceplate makes him look a bit angrier, and so forth. But yes, with these MPs, quite a lot to them, with transforming and whatnot. So there's the shuttle, and of course the train mode, and you get the old train tracks there, which also doubles as a bit of a flight stand for the shuttle mode, or I guess you can use it in the robot as well. But so I just keep them in the train there.
Very cool.
And so there was that spot, right? Number 2. I don't have them on me really, so you can take all that down there also.
All right.
I'll just talk about him. Number 2 was old Serpentor there, so that was the one that I pre-ordered last year, but we've had a lot of trouble with this fellow. He takes a good long while, but eventually I got him about mid around this year, and I just took the figure out. I haven't opened out his little floating chariot vehicle there, but since I don't have him with me, I thought I'd bring in my alternate topper, and that was old Shipwreck there, the old sea dog.
That's Lawrence's favorite fig.
Yes, I saw him coming on there. I saw him coming on, so I thought, yes, we won't for Lawrence.
It's got,
but
it's got to be
I had him
Lawrence's
too as a wee lad, so he was one of my favorites when I was a little bit younger there.
Lawrence had 9 of them as a kid growing up. He had a whole command crew for his flag.
I had a whole army.
Gotta have the old sailing ship man there, as they say.
Whole army of shipwreck.
Lots of seamen.
He had lots of semen as a young man.
Semen all over the place.
See, you hear Roman? He even barked because he didn't like hearing it.
And so that leaves old Lucky Last, and I've got this one in hand too, but he's just sitting in his box for now. But why not bring up the artwork too? So the number 1 spot was see I do mine different. Number 1's my top favorite, so I do the reverse. Counting down as you do for the old rocket launchers there. So yes, my favorite of this year was old Sun Wukong, Monkey King, and then we have the lovely artwork there by one Nate Barch. It's nice, gold, gold accenting around him there, and of course it's all magnetized. And you open that up, and there he is inside there. So I got this one from a fellow that's been getting them in, an attorney here, which is good because I initially missed out there because he's a bit rich in the older gold purse, So yes, I got him, and I also got the Father Christmas off that fellow. But yes, when I was going through this one, I noticed he's missing one of the feathers that's sticking his cap there. But
no, that's not macaroni.
I wasn't going to have him. I wasn't going to have him with those in his head anyway. So yes, that was my list.
Very cool. So I actually managed our good friend Thanos. He went ahead and put all of his top 10 together in a reel. and sent me the link over to it. So I'm going to share that screen.
So I should have thought to have done that on IG there, but I might do that later on, I think. Would have made things easier.
All right. Since it's a reel, I'm going to pause it real quick and let me get in here to present. Now I'm getting all kinds of technical with it. Ooh. All right. So at his number 10 spot, we have the X-Men 97 Wolverine. I'm pretty sure that's the one he had. We got Jadis Chun-Li.
I haven't decided on him yet, but
Masterverse Prince Adam at number 8.
That's a good one.
The Red Sonja figure, phenomenal. The Beholder from D&D. And then it went back to Wolverine at number 10. Thanos, I'm not sure what happened, but it seems like for some reason I've gotten a top
did not load
7.
them all up, maybe.
Top 5.
What is that?
The beholder, I suppose, worth about 3 figures.
Your bottom 5 are missing, sir.
Are you
you're
using a computer to look at those?
Yeah, hold on.
That's
Let me
what
try
it
to
is.
see.
Instagram hates computers.
Oh, you
so it'll often give you errors.
Instagram hates everything except,
Yes, I've been noticing on the old IG that every time I go into the group chats or something, it says something has gone wrong. I decided to do the refresh again.
It's been annoying.
I tried to pull it up in a window. I'm going to see if it'll play past 6 here.
I think old Zuckerberg there's outstretched himself. He's bought too many businesses or whatever.
Well, we've got 4 minutes here until we get to New Year on the East Coast.
Oh, Wilhelm, sir. Good evening.
Wilhelm. I had a great live stream earlier today. Oh, he is over on Grindhead Jim's channel right now.
Oh, yes.
But wanted to pop over and wish us all a happy New Year. Well, thank you for stopping by, brother.
Jim, happy New Year from us there. Yeah.
Exactly, definitely.
And I just want to say, I didn't think I was going to do it, but pushing out a whole crap load of content, I hit 3,400 before the new year on the East Coast.
That's nice.
Well done, Lawrence. Awesome. Congrats, brother.
I think it was being on a Mega J's the other day for way too long.
It does give you a boost every now and then, right?
Well, that and those. I was on because of the Delta 17.
Delta 17.
Oh, see, they've just come out.
Gotta say. Now, we're going to be talking more about that in a little bit here. I'm going to wait until I'm going to go through my top 10 right after we count down. We've got 3 minutes till midnight, so I don't want to be in the middle of everything and then have to stop.
Yeah, you have to stop and do it again. And I was like, what are we doing?
I'm waiting for Mega J to show up any minute now and crash the stream and say, "Oh shit."
I could do that for you if you want me to.
Well, you know what? Yes, it's Bobby's here. Bobby, go ahead and kill the stream for me and make sure your last words for live 2023 are
don't
say something inspirational.
Yeah. My shit.
I managed to get it back up last year in 3 minutes, but that's what happens when you play with it, right?
Words.
This year it's creamy shits.
Creamy shits 2023.
Creamy shits.
Creamy shits. If you guys have not seen that little reel for Christmas on IG, that is freaking hilarious. Grandma's so mad. Somebody pulled down some of her letters, and instead of Merry Christmas, it's just creamy shits.
Nice. Too much time on your hands, I guess.
It's you know what? The old coffee's pretty good there.
Well, I don't like creamy shits in my coffee.
Yeah.
Oh no, just the cream, sir. Just the cream.
I was gonna say you don't mess with my
From
coffee.
the cow, you know.
I don't get you. That gets you stabbed.
Well, Oz got special cream though.
Oh, I got special cream. Wait. I heard somebody else jumping in here. Hang on a minute.
What you say about someone about to
We got another legend jumping in right before we hit the new year on the East Coast. He must have heard us mention Delta 17, and here he is.
The stream is
Everyone?
out of control.
Good evening,
Yeah,
sir.
apparently it is. We need that on a shirt in 2024, Allison.
Ken is vicariously living
We
through
do.
my Delta 17 video because it's doing so much better than his.
Can we bump him? How long has he been on the stream? Like, is his time expired?
It'll be okay. He's only got a few more minutes until Gargamel shows up and tries to capture him, and he'll have to leave for a little bit. So.
Screw you and your 3,000 views.
All right.
I mean, sorry. You're
We got a
helping
minute?
around, I'm helping. So yes, please keep doing well.
We got a minute here, and
He bought his subs the same place that
Right.
VI did. So
Get
don't worry
glasses
about
ready there,
that.
chaps and ladies.
And it is officially 2024 on the East Coast here. Happy New Year, everybody. Thank you all for being here. Happy New Year.
Oh shit!
Cheers.
Bobby's killing the stream.
Nothing else to see here. Good night.
Yes, sir. I haven't
All
seen
the
you all
rap
since
folks,
last
if
year.
you wanted to know my top 10, sorry. That was
I don't feel-
2023. We're in 2024 now.
I didn't feel any different than the other day when I went from 47 to 48 on live stream. So I feel the same.
Damn, you're a fucking old bastard.
I know.
Not as old as me though.
Oh,
I've still got a few more days before I get to mine. So hey, everybody,
weird.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Love it, man. You know, we were able to bring in 2024 together, which is incredible. Baby, Happy New Year to you too, Dawn. Appreciate you being here.
Everyone that doesn't live on the East Coast, like when you were a kid and you would watch the ball drop in New York, was it like totally like anticlimactic because you're like, yeah, it's not really the new year for us.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
That's exactly how it felt.
But
Well, I grew up in Chicago,
realistically,
so-
though, if you had good parents, they would fool you and mess with the clocks.
Yeah.
So you would think that it's midnight.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, growing up in Chicago, it was like it was like the start of that last hour. So you saw the ball drop in New York. We had an hour before our New Year was there. So,
But did they have an event like? I mean, I would assume LA probably has something where they drop a ball or something. But what about for like Central Time and stuff? Do they do something like that, or is like once New York hits, it's like, all right, we're done.
Well,
No,
they
they had a
the ball
countdown,
every hour
yeah.
now.
Yeah.
yeah, they'll do a rerun of
Yeah.
it on TV.
That sounds awesome.
Wasn't on
Yeah.
Kathy Lee Gifford.
Well, I mean,
That's
if you watch local news stations and stuff, they'll have live stuff there with what's going around the town and stuff like that. But yeah, nothing huge like New York.
Right.
Everybody's got to shit their pants because they can't move and stuff like that. So hopefully they're prepared. But
Shipping my pants right now.
well, I mean, it's true though. They're all the people in Times Square. They can't move.
No,
Every
Like
time
no
I
real New Yorkers
watch
go to
that ball
Times Square.
drop in New York, I'm just looking at that like that doesn't look fun. It's like it's usually freezing out.
Yep.
Like you said,
Oh, come
everyone is
on.
Yeah,
back.
no.
30 degrees is not freezing, you pansy.
Well, technically, according to science, 30 degrees is freezing.
Well, it's true.
I'm
If you
just
look at it
telling
that
you.
way, I guess you're right, Aaron.
When I used to watch it, it used to actually be cold at this time.
Sciencing.
But that's because Detroit's on a
Hot out here,
hellmouth,
though.
so you're so close to the hellmouth now, it never gets really cold there.
It's
Yes,
not cold till
Ohio,
it gets
that's
below
right.
zero.
Ohio and Canada were right next to, so
Ohio is also just one big hellmouth, so you're fine.
You guys are probably going to get that Arctic bomb or whatever they call it again.
no, we don't. Like where I'm at, we don't really get hit. Like I'll be looking at like the Weather Channel. I'm watching Ohio get hit. I'm watching Grand Rapids in Michigan. I'm watching Buffalo, who, Ed knows. Everyone's like completely slammed, and I'm looking outside going, Well, there's a dusting out there.
Sadly,
good.
Buffalo usually doesn't get it
All
that
right.
bad either.
Yeah, that's all the lake effects.
We're back on action there.
We got Thanos here with Guts.
We knew that was coming.
We're 5.
I figured Guts would be on there somewhere.
Ornitar. Just another great Fig. Oh,
Kali.
getting into the AWA. Kali. Very good. Sun Wukong in his number 2. Who do we got for number 1?
Oh,
and
yes.
it's one of those.
Yeah.
Orgrim. I believe that one's Orgrim. Been so long since I've had them named. All right. We got it to work. We got it.
Very good.
I just want to say Happy New Year, everybody. I'm going to cut out and stuff.
All right,
Happy New Year, Bobby.
Hey, brother. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for bringing in New Year with us.
Thank you.
See you on Thursday, my friend.
Roman.
One day I need to have. One day I need to be on a stream with Bobby, and we can just talk about punk music.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's set it up.
No,
I'd love to do that.
I don't know him. I think I insulted like 3 people as they came in, saying that.
Yeah, but if you didn't insult me when I came in, Lawrence, something would be seriously wrong. I'd have thought like he went to church today or something.
Yeah.
That's how we know you. That's how we know you love us.
There we go. Right.
I didn't hear about any churches burning down today when a short guy walked through the door, so I think we're safe.
It's because I don't go to churches.
Hey, Palpatine.
Palpatine, my lord.
See 1975 joining in here.
Happy New Year there. If it's not yours
Dutch is saying big celebration on the Vegas Strip, so that's awesome.
Oh,
Maybe they're just celebrating every New Year's.
Right? I mean, that's what we're doing, right?
Every hour, right? To keep going.
Keep counting it down. We did it
that
last year.
would have
We
been
can
a
do it
perfect time
again.
for the old aliens dropping out of the sky, I think.
Actually, this is the 1-year anniversary of the first mega stream that I did, where I had so many people on, and we just kept it going through the whole night. It was the first real big stream that I did like this. So, absolutely, it kind of set the tone for what was to come for the rest of the year. I didn't know it at the time; it just kind of happened that way.
So the name of your stream is what? The Final Clubhouse
of 2023.
Yeah, well, you have 2024. I'm just saying that.
Oops.
So technically, this is the final Clubhouse of 2023.
All right, guys. I'll see you all in 2025.
Final Clubhouse of 2024 on Sundays.
I was going to say something about that earlier, but
hey, you know what? Call me out. I make mistakes. I've been rushing all day. So.
Isn't this also?
Shit happens.
Isn't this the first Clubhouse of 2024?
Technically, it is.
Technically, yes.
Even though
It'll
now
be
it's
the
the
last,
final
apparently,
countdown
as
of
well.
2024.
So we'll have to rebrand after this off.
But I'm just taking off a year like PowerCon, right? I'm taking a page out of Val's book. A plan for 2020.
The scheduling just didn't work out, right? Us.
It wasn't working out.
To which,
I gotta have exclusives ready.
I heard Val announce the 2025 date already.
He did. And that's because he came out and said it's like the dates weren't lining up for 2024. If they gave themselves a whole nother year, it gives a whole nother year of planning to get involved with everything. And he just decided it was the right decision. But that's okay, because like I said, that helped clear my slate. I'm not worried about PowerCon for next year, which is opening me up for Joe Fest. So that is what I'm looking forward to as part of my 2024. Let me count down.
I'm looking forward to going to Joe Fest because I get to actually meet people in person.
Right? So you're probably going to go, right, Aaron?
Yeah, as far as everything's going well. So yeah, I would anticipate we're going.
This is my list for 2023. Lady Slither is number 10 because I gotta say, I absolutely love that they did her in Origins. I'm glad that they brought this character to life. I love the giant snake tail. She might have ranked higher because I love that whole Gorgon look with the snake tail, except for the fact that even though there's articulation in it, she tips over like a motherfucker.
and even more so, the more pieces you add.
Is that waist piece?
Phil.
That really
Phil,
could
Phil's here.
Little pop.
Phil.
Hello, sir.
Phil.
You have to get her in the perfect spot.
Oh, Lord,
for her
well,
not to trip over.
She's not as bad as when you put the male part on top, though. Like when you pop off the mid-base piece and then you put a male piece on, that's even worse because like you got to have it lean so far back to balance.
I don't know if I did that. I might have done that in my review, but I don't have it like that. But yeah, you're right. Like either way, you have to have it balanced.
It's such
perfect.
an awkward pose.
Yes.
But I love it though. I gotta say, I really, really do like the look of it overall.
I wish there was more detail in the skirt. That's kind of
something would have been nice. Yeah, if they'd have done something.
Like some gold accenting around the
because they did it with the wrists, right? Like the wrist gauntlets on her have it. Why couldn't they just do it on a bigger piece?
Yeah, and I understand that piece isn't used if you're using putting a male on it, but again, like it draws away from it. That's my only issue with it.
Hey, Lawrence,
I think Bengal had the same issue there. Lack of paint taps in his upper armor.
So,
what was that, Ed?
I said this is Oz's top 10. How about you have some little positivity? Jesus,
he's the one who said it tips over. I didn't say that.
Right? I did bring that up.
I said, "Fuck that thing! Just tips the fuck over."
It is a season to be jolly, after all.
It's like trying to stand a 2-liter that's fucking warped and overfilled. It just tips right over.
Definitely does. So Fangor right here is another one of my favorite. I love all the sculpting. You know, again, there's minimal more detail they could have brought out on this guy, and he's again just a really, really cool ass figure that they brought to life with Origins that I didn't think we were gonna get. Well, Mega J just sent me a message saying Happy New Year. I'm sending him one back saying Happy New Year to you too. Thank you for not crashing my stream.
Last year. That was epic last year.
I think he's a bit worried about coming on there, so.
He jumped on last night and gave us all a Happy New Year, so. All right, and let's move it on down this list here. I throw a play set in there because you know what? This play set kicks ass. I'm sorry. Like the original Snake Mountain, I always felt was a little lacking next to Castle Grayskull because there just wasn't a whole lot of playability to it other than the microphone and the trapdoor, which kind of sucked. You know, now we got a jail cell, we got the bone throne, get a weapons rack, get a little acid pool that you can have. You can pop the torso off your figure and have them climbing out of. You know, trapdoor is pretty badass, and the snake moves. Now, it can't actually bite anybody because they didn't put quite enough articulation in there, but they made a lot of improvements to the original playset. And
one thing more, it was gifted to you by an Eternian also.
I was gonna say this came all the way from Eternia, from Eldor. Love you, brother. Thank you so much, my friend.
No, not at all.
So now we're going to start getting into the Four Horsemen stuff because we all know I'm a big shill for the Horsemen. Mask of the Red Death, being from Baltimore, getting a little piece of Poe in my toy collection is freaking remarkable.
A piece of Poe?
A piece of Poe, Edgar Allan Poe.
Yeah,
I like having a piece of
Poe. I thought you
Poe.
meant Ken Poe.
I was gonna say the lesser of the two Poes in the room is well, he just tells spooky stories. I go buy toys. I mean, you know,
a piece of Poe in your collection is better than a piece of poo, I guess.
It's true.
Yeah.
Now, Ken, you don't just buy toys now. You're part of making toys now.
Mm-hmm.
So remember that. Going into 2024, Ken is making history.
That's right. And now that Ken's got some of his figures, so you got both Poes in your collection.
That's true. That's true.
Ken has become a historical figure.
It's not toy history, it's toy.
Yeah.
And
you technically have some Delta 17. They're just not physically in your possession. So.
That's true. They're on the slow boat.
Yes. Yes. Oh, and Lawrence Gaz figured out the T-hook, the leg issue. Just so you know.
I'm sorry. What was that?
Oh, Gaz figured out the leg issue. He found the right size T-hook to make the legs bend properly. So anyway.
Oh, I thought that was a Karate Kid reference. You always sweep the leg.
Sweep the leg.
Speaking
of which, Cobra Kai comes back. Cobra Kai
Oddly
comes back
enough,
soon.
somebody just sent me a link to a
well, spit it out.
review that called me out about Delta 17.
With the what?
About not putting figures in the right size vehicles, and that I didn't watch other stuff. So
he called me out like 4 times over the past year. Don't worry about that guy.
I don't even know who it is.
What did he say?
I'm the same guy who's commented on your videos. He says he loves you, but he had to correct you. That's all.
You didn't put him in the right size vehicle. What right size vehicle would that be?
Again, well, the correction isn't that they don't fit in the right size vehicles. And I'm sorry, but you already know this. It's that their legs don't go in an L pose, so they don't sit properly.
Yeah.
It's not so much that they don't fit.
Yeah, that's a bunch of horse shit because I fit Shepard and Leonidas into an Ostriker. And they look fun. So I don't know what they're talking about.
More importantly, who's this asshole, Lawrence, that is coming for you so we can get the pitchforks?
He came after a lot of people. He came after me. He came after Lawrence. He came after.
No, again, it's
and then he goes, "Don't worry, I love you all. I'm just joking around." I'm like,
no,
but
it's
you
not that
don't
you can't
know
fit
us.
him in there, but the legs don't go into an L pose, so it pushes it up. So if you look from the side of a vamp, the vamp doesn't matter; his head sticks out. You're never gonna fit seated properly. There's nothing wrong with it if it's something that gets corrected, but you're gonna have the same issue when you make vehicles how they sit.
Yeah, but the thing is they've got 3 different size bucks too. So you've got figures that are bigger than what the original Joes were.
No, you're not understanding. The legs don't go into an L position.
I'm well aware of that, Lawrence. I watched the video.
Okay, well then it doesn't matter what size.
I'm just saying you got figures that are bigger.
No, I get
that.
May
not fit anyway.
So Ace stopping in, just starting on his New Year lunch, dropping by to see how the stream is going. Brother, we are going over all kinds of great stuff, talking about new toys coming, talking about the toys of the last year, and glad you could be here as we just crossed over into the new year here on the East Coast. Thank you for stopping through, my man. We love you. Absolutely love you.
Ace, the man.
That's true. The legend. And Kenzo also saying, Happy New Year's for the East Coasters. But we're going to keep rolling it because we still got another 45 minutes before we hit it in Central Time. So Sun Wukong naturally made it to my list as he is another fantastic sculpt. A lot of new pieces came in with this guy. And it's good to see some of it already getting reused with the Sons of the Rising Star.
Sons of the Red Star?
Sons of the Red Star. Thank you, Ken. I'm getting that name wrong a lot lately. But yes, Sons of the Red Star wave coming out, up for pre-order right now. And Dubin, he definitely made it onto this list because he is just, again, one badass figure from 2023. And I love the fact that he's got that Falcon. It's amazing to have that. Now, if only I can get his vampire-like counterpart Valak. I'm trying to get him next. And I just found out last night, due to our good friend Joe, that the heads are swappable on their birds.
Ooh.
So that is really, really badass.
Yeah, that's a beautiful
sculpt. I gave you a bit of a shout out there just before there, Ace, for your rum and toy heads. And all the good work you're doing there.
Thank you, Ace. I was, we've talked about this quite a lot between Brick and myself. Like, we want to see some of the surrounding characters. Like, we want to see the rest of them come. No idea whether we will actually get them or not, but I'm really hoping we do.
Is it
and
like
forgive me
Toys
if I
or somebody doing some other ones?
Yes, as a matter of fact, and at least they've done their version of a Sun Wukong, so we can assume we're probably going to get more from them. You never know.
Remember what the hell?
Yeah, You never know with the Four Horsemen whether they're going to be doing more or not from it. And forgive me if I pronounced that wrong, but Jubaji. Yeah, I've only ever read the name. I've never actually tried to say it out loud.
Sadly, my only knowledge of the Monkey King is that that one movie that had Jackie Chan and Jet Li, which I liked, but I know there's a lot more to the legend. Yes.
So, you know, that's actually a pretty decent movie, too.
It was fun.
My introduction with Journey to the West was actually Dragon Ball and Akira Toriyama's interpretation kind of thing that went into that. And then that got me to actually read Journey to the West. And I was like, this is amazing. Jacob Marley, of course, also makes the cut. Just because, again, this list is my top faves of this year. So, like, you can agree or not agree, but, like, again, the sculpting detail, the new pieces we're getting out of here with the Victorian dress. Been talking about it a lot for the last month. It's just really epic. And then what was inside the safe as well, just another amazing piece. So, you know, you get a lot of fun stuff when you get a figure obscura for the Four Horsemen.
Well, you know, when it comes time for them doing the retail release, they might include the head sculpts for the other two ghosts, perhaps.
Well, I'm not so much sure that we'll get alternate head sculpts with the retail release, but they did say we will be getting visited by the ghosts again.
We will be haunted again.
I think the door knockers was a nice touch. That's really cool.
Right?
Yes.
Like, it was an awesome throw-in. They didn't need to do it. I have no idea what I'm going to do with all those extra keys, but it's really amazing. I'm going to make some kind of custom janitor figure, maybe. I don't know.
A jailer, maybe.
Just make sure you put them on a bit of a key ring there, sir, so you don't lose them.
We'll finally get that Viper figure. You know, he
window
may clean
Viper.
windows.
Window Viper.
A window Viper, but he's going to need all those keys. And Joe, could you imagine, like, Cobra, this giant terrorist organization, got trolled by a damn window cleaner to the point where the Joes raided them hard for, like, I don't know how long that campaign went before the Viper showed up. I can't remember what the time frame was that they did, but man, they raided so many Cobra bases trying to find this guy.
It's just coincidence, man.
It was freaking hilarious, though. I absolutely loved it. It's one of my favorite episodes of the cartoon ever.
Definitely.
So Vorgus Vermilion pops in here in a number 2 slot because although he is similar to the Unknown one, which I got at the beginning of the year, there are differences in the details in the armor, and the paint apps are phenomenal, and his translucent red head is freaking amazing. So, like, you put on this armor, you become like this unstoppable vampire monster, but it drains your essence and you eventually disappear. And that's why on the version 2, you've got a translucent red head to make it, you know, look like he is eventually phasing out. So, really, really cool detail to throw in. And again, just an amazing, amazing figure. And then, as if anybody had to question it, my top pick for the year. This, like, you know, at first I was thinking it's kind of a cop-out that I pick the same figure 2 years in a row. But I freaking just love this figure so freaking much. And there is an improvement on it from last year's version.
Changes there, so.
You know,
the fire effect is nicer on this one. I just think the trim, the green hoofs, the green eyes on the horse, you know, the cape, the purple stands out more.
Yeah, the purple is fantastic.
Everything about it is just.
Are you able to put the pumpkin on the figure itself?
Chinese pronunciation.
Yeah.
You can definitely
Yeah. Hang on, I will.
I got
it. You got it, Aaron?
There's a
I got it right here.
Head, right?
Yeah, I'll show you. Hang on.
Somebody should do a Christopher Walken.
Okay, it's got it.
That
you can show it off too, Aaron. Let's go ahead. Let's
right.
make it.
You know what? That's a pain in the butt to get that plug out. So
Right.
Oh, okay, because you got the plug-in.
Yeah, the heads from your Mythic Legion skeletons will fit in there too if you want to give him a skull head.
I was just saying, I think they should do a Christopher Walken skull for that.
That'd be cool.
That would be pretty cool.
I'm sure there'll be somebody that does something.
Let me see here. I should have an extra neck peg, and I will pop on.
But you don't have to do it.
Oh, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I want to pop on the scaphoid skull, just so we can get a pointer on here.
It looks really nice. I've done it.
Yeah, and the scaphoid skull works really good too because it's that bright green. I just got to find my extra neck peg. I know I've got it in here somewhere. Well, moving along, I'll take myself off of big screen, and that's my top 10 list for the year. Those were my favorite pickups this year. And there's a couple like honorable mentions that I didn't really throw on that necessarily. And, you know, things like Moss Man didn't quite make the cut because, you know, as much as I love that figure and I think he looks great, trying to get him was a giant pain in the ass. Thank you, Skelly, by the way. If you are watching, my brother Skelly sent that out to me, and I really, really appreciate that because I couldn't get him here, and he was really pissing me off this year. Not Skelly, the friggin' Moss Man. And $40 for him, I still don't think was quite worth.
Yeah, I don't get that $40 price tag. It's not like he was that much different than a regular deluxe that's been the $22 price point.
You know, the only thing that I got to mention about it is that you know, the flocking Moss Man and then charging $40 for him, and you charged $40 for freaking Battle Cat or Panther flock. And it's just like, come on now. No, they do not cost the same. They do not cost the same.
Really not. Panther's a much bigger figure there.
So that is the scaphoid green skull.
Oh, yes.
As you can see, that actually looks. No, scaphoid does not glow in the dark, which is a shame.
I'm sorry.
But Hagnon will.
Yes, Hagnon will.
Oh, I thought you said hang on. I think he's gonna show me one.
Hagnon.
That's pretty dope. That's a cool figure.
Oh man, I wish I had known, Ace. I would have definitely picked it up from you, my brother. Well, that is all right, because you know what? We're gonna see each other. We're gonna see each other coming up at Joe Fest, brother, and it'll be good to hang out with you again, spend some more time.
So is Ace confirmed for Joe Fest?
He said that he hopes to see us all at Joe Fest 2024. So
that's right.
It's the unveiling of the bridge layer, Ken.
He can hand deliver our what do you call it?
Is he doing more work on his Aces figure?
Marshall.
Yes.
Maybe your figure will fit in his 6-inch bridge layer. Then people will be happy if I do that review.
As long as the leg bends all the way up.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Wait. 6-inch bridge layer?
Yeah.
Wait. I just asked a question. Why the bridge layer?
It isn't just the bridge layer, though.
Just the bridge layer.
It's modular, so you can take off
Wolverine
certain
tank.
sections. It can become a tank.
Yeah,
it can become a Wolverine.
Well, the Wolverine only, really, right? Because the seats are way back.
Yeah.
So
you're not gonna get a
There we
Mauler.
go.
Yeah.
Cool, though.
It's very unique. You can see it on his Facebook page.
Yeah.
The design of it.
Yeah.
So
it's good stuff.
So it looks a good vehicle to get to, point A to point B and what have you.
Yeah.
Either way, I'm freaking excited because that's going to look good. Now I've gone through the stuff from 2023 that was amazing and fun. Let's talk about the hype train we're going into here in 2024 because as much amazing stuff as we had come rolling out in 2023, there's a lot of it that's just a warm-up for getting into 2024, right? I mean, except for Hasbro and G.I. Joe, they busted their whole load all over the end half of 2023 here. Like there wasn't much that they didn't
there's
release
more coming.
before
So,
There's plenty more to come, but
all right.
Look, there doesn't need to be a figure plan for the vehicle. We all have figures that will go with it. It will complement many of our toy lines.
We don't need a toll booth anyway.
Yeah, who wants a guy with a
sorry.
sledgehammer?
And for anybody who likes toll booth, I'm sorry.
Toll booth was one of those figures that you're like, why?
He's like the
Why
guy
I
at
got a
the bar.
sledgehammer. What the hell am I gonna do with that?
Yeah,
I like toll booth.
Exactly.
You bunch of
I'm
assholes.
sorry.
Jesus.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Poor Ed. I'm sorry. Did you like toll booth?
He's like
Did you
the
like?
thug
Did
that-
you like the man with the safety helmet on?
I did actually like the guy with the safety helmet on, because that construction set was one of my favorite Fisher Price Adventure People sets, with the two guys with the wheelbarrow and the.
Wait a minute.
He's not no, he's a
Ace
military engineer.
Ace is mentioning a job for Andrew at Joe Fest.
Ooh.
Are we handing out work at Joe Fest there, Ace?
Don't forget your resume there.
Don't sleep on Ghost Jaga. That was another. I may not be into the Super 7 Ultimates, but Ghost Jaga was definitely. I still don't understand why that wasn't just like the regular release of Jaga for the line.
And the other one's special. Yeah, there you go.
Like, considering we had more of Ghost Jaga than regular Jaga in the series, but whatever. I mean, that's just splitting hairs. We did finally get it, which I'm glad. I remember Mega J and I definitely going off about that like early on with it. So glad we finally did get that. Toll Booth is a Village People completist figure. I don't think I've ever heard it referred to that way, but you know what?
Well, hey, you take Toll Booth, you throw in Spirit, you gotta.
I want Toll Booth now. So.
Right? Like,
yeah, but
I'm sorry that
you might get away with putting Crystal Ball as the guy with the chaps on.
No, excuse me.
Hey, easy on Crystal Ball,
there. There will be no Crystal Ball slander. He is one of my favorite.
I like Crystal Ball.
Figures.
CrystalAll
is awful. Allison, I'm just saying, if he fits into the Village People motif, he's probably the closest.
He was created. His backstory is Stephen King. He has that cool V-neck shirt.
No, not Stephen King.
He looks like Vincent Price.
He's Vincent Price.
No, Stephen
King
and his son Owen wrote the backstory.
Yeah, Stephen King and his son wrote the backstory for it.
Written by Stephen King.
Yeah.
Because he and his son Owen used to play with
but he was not
all that Cobra would hire.
Anyway, I'm just saying Crystal Ball and Raptor are two of my favorite Cobras from childhood.
Oh,
and I get why the
They're
dudes
great
don't
figures.
like them, but
fun.
they were sassy and fun. So
I like Psych Out. So let's go talk about weird
got
figures.
Owl Daddy and Crystal Ball with that V-neck, they were at the club having a good time.
Because at the time you wouldn't think that the guy that does psyops would be the one that would be important, but nowadays it is.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So
same thing with Mainframe.
What I want right here, right now, is because Matthew brings this up, I need to see, once all of these come out, a classified music video of YMCA. I want to see a stop motion classified YMCA.
Would you add Wild Bill to that too?
Much, yeah.
Why not? Right? Why not?
There you go.
He would fit.
I think it should be Macho Man.
Okay, you know what? Yes.
Oh yeah, Macho Man.
Let's do Macho Man, because actually that would fit better. I want to see this stop motion video now.
So I had to stop my work. There's a bit of motion in his arms.
I just.
Also, since we're all here, it's a good time. So there was an idea floated the other day on one of Larry's streams about in roughly March or April, we should all do Power of the Force 2 reviews.
That was
you know what?
You get full credit for it, and I love it.
I can go pick up
a bunch. Leia. That will be the one I'm going to review. But all of us need to do, everyone here who has a channel or even your Instagram, if you do figure stuff, let's all review before they stop making them buff. It has to be this first year and a half, 2 years where they were all too buff.
All right, so I call
first 2 reviews.
I call Boba Fetish I'll make sure I'll give
Lauren,
my power of
can
the
you
force
do-
to
I'll
Boba
call
Fett.
C-3PO there.
Ooh, that's a good one because it was really weird that they made a buff C-3PO.
I need Han
This oil
or
buff's gonna feel so good.
I need Han or
That
Luke.
is a dust
I
contamination.
guess I wouldn't mind it, to break down Darth Vader's workout because he was pretty large. But I don't know what's the best workout for a robot.
Well, he's not a full robot. Some of him is still there. He only burnt up partially in that volcano.
That's right. His whole torso was actually still human. So
and he had half a leg because I still have somewhere the
most
figure
of his
from
face
episode
was there.
3.
But I think Luke actually made show off the most chest, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he almost looks like the Hildebrand.
He
Luke was
flexed
probably the
hard with
buffest
the
of them all.
chest. No. Billy D. Williams was still buffer because
it's true.
He had that billowy shirt, and you could still see the chiseled
That
six
shirt was
pack.
not a billowy figure shirt.
You drinking off Colt 45, you're bound to have a six pack, right?
His shoulders were so big. His
It
shoulders
was
were so big that the cape didn't stay on him.
No, it didn't.
Not only that, the calves on that Billy D.
All right, we got to Google it and see.
So anyway, all right, cool.
We're gonna do a muscle comparison of all the figures from that line, which actually the Boba Fett was not that buff compared to the Stormtrooper and some of the other ones.
I don't think he came out in the first wave. I think he came out when they started to debuff them.
No, he was wave 2.5. The way this is how it broke down.
They did eventually move to a new likeness.
Yeah, they did
assortment of
eventually.
figures.
But the way it worked down was you got, and this was it. I can't remember shit from 2 weeks ago, but it was like Luke, Vader, Stormtrooper, and R2D2, Chewbacca, Han Solo, 3PO,
Obi-Wan.
Leia, and Ben Kenobi came out. That was sort of the progression. Then right after that, it was Boba Fett, Yoda, Luke and Dagobah, like his little wife beater. No, wait, we don't call it that anymore. His tank top, and Han Solo in his little Hoth outfit. And
But
then
didn't
X-Wing
Boba Fett get
pilot.
released with that expanded universe special backpack thing first? Before they
No.
showed
Yoda
it?
did.
The first release of Boba Fett was Return of the Jedi Boba Fett.
Yep.
The second release of Boba Fett was the IG-88 Boba Fett 2-pack from Shadows of the Empire. And then you got the deluxe figures because it was a whole deluxe wave. You had Han Solo, deluxe Boba Fett, and the deluxe Stormtrooper.
That was Kenner getting their
Luke
ultimate
Skywalker.
for,
Because the Luke Skywalker had the little skiff speeder thing.
Yeah,
and Bounty Hunter.
But it was
crowd control.
Crowd control. That was it. Which I was just like, they're just going to straight saying that this is police brutality Stormtrooper set right here, folks.
Pretty much.
They did come up with some rather interesting accessories there.
All Stormtroopers are bad.
Yeah,
They are.
Lando is absolutely gigantic. He's on
Like,
the most
he was
steroids.
jacked.
I bought. How 90s is this? I bought that Lando at a Walmart in Beaumont, Texas, on my way to Houston to go see Kiss, the reunion tour where they put all the makeup back on.
Hey, I bought them at a Kmart, so I'm just putting that out there.
I bought a lot of shit at Kmart.
That's where I was getting all of my Star Wars toys because my mom worked at Kmart and we just used to grab everything. And I convinced her to put it all on layaway so that I can get it for upcoming holidays. And then I would convince her before the holiday that I needed that figure.
I got a lot of
Yes,
Kmart.
yes, I used to have quite a bit of the Power of the Force 2 figures, but sadly I sold them. You should have bought the idea out there sooner, Allison.
But here's the thing, though. Like, I don't know about in Eternia, but here, like, I recently acquired a Minton card, Leia Bouche, in the Shadows of the Empire card for $5, which is the exact same amount I paid in 1997 or ish.
They're like the Playmate Star Trek figures. You can get them fairly cheap.
They're a dime a dozen.
Yep. And that's what I absolutely love about them too. Because, like, again, for me, that was my Star Wars because I was too old for the vintage. And Power of the Force 2 was the first time I could readily get Star Wars toys with all their accessories. Because all the ones that
was a cool set too, though. Those they had
Shadows of the Empire was amazing.
I had enough adult money at the time those came out that I got to pick out and get all the ships and the vehicles.
I got everything.
All of the stuff that I didn't get as a kid. So
the
first time that AT-AT came out, it was like it was an immediate.
That was the one I did not get. I did not get the AT-AT, but like everything else that came out, Millennium Falcon,
but they all got sold with the figures.
Yeah, I got the A-Wing. I had, of course, all the TIE Fighter, TIE Advance from Darth Vader. I got this. I'm saying it, I got the Slave one. I don't care, Boba Fett Starship, Slave one. I had that.
The Walker one there, the ATST.
Yep, got the ATST.
It's just like you don't get to get salty because a major toy corporation doesn't want to sell something in the toy aisle called Slave One at a time where it's kind of tacky to call it that.
Putting it out there so that I don't offend.
Call it whatever you want, but it's like stop getting salty because the toy because if you go back, Kenner did not sell Darth Vader's Executor Star Destroyer because Executor sounded too much like Execution. It was Darth Vader's Star Destroyer. This is just toy companies. We just as adult collectors get salty about shit like that.
But they changed.
Well, I wasn't salty about it. I was saying I didn't want to offend anybody in the chat.
But they dropped it in the movies and the TV shows.
They have now. It's yeah.
Can I say
it wouldn't be as bad if they just called it the actual ship that it was?
Yeah, the fire spray would be a better choice.
Yeah. So, what doesn't make any sense is everyone knows it as Slave One, but the fire spray is actually a pretty damn cool name.
It's much cooler. So
yeah, but the fire spray is actually the type of ship. It's not the name of the ship. That's the problem.
Right. Yeah. X-Wings, B-Wings, it's not like each one of them had like individual names. But when you get the bigger freighter ships, because of their designations and stuff like that, they did get named like, Houndstooth, Punishing One.
Yeah.
These are the other bounty hunters' names of their ships.
Now, Dashland does that right there.
I was going to say I had that one, which they kind of also converted to their version of the B-Wing for a while because it had that weird rotation. Like you separated it and then you spun it and then you pushed it back together. It was almost like the B-Wing, and we didn't get the B-Wing until much later in Power of the Force, too.
The snowspeeder for Power of the Force
also in the recent Legacy line there, that you got the B-Wing and that, and the X-Wing and the Millennium Falcon there, and the Y-Wing, I believe.
Delta 17, Steve's in the house. Happy New Year, brother. Hope you're enjoying the vacation.
Yes, sir.
Sorry if your email's been blowing up because we're talking up Delta 17 so much across ToyTube right now. That's right, guys. Show off that Shepherd. Got Shepherd and Jaguar. They're my desk buddies. I love them.
We got Shepherd and Thunder Trooper, Thunder Guy, and Leonidas and Death Sparrow.
Nice.
On my desk.
Well, when it comes down to things that I'm excited for 2024 is that, I'm excited for the return of the O-Ring with Delta 17 coming up. Huge. Anticipation is a lot right now for that. And we've got just a couple of weeks out from now, technically today, because we got 20 minutes until we hit 2024 in Central Time Zone. But that coming out this year, that is one of the big toy lines that I'm excited to finally see. And Super who? I'm not gonna crap on Super 7. I think it's great that they're getting into some O-rings. And honestly, maybe with them releasing out the O-rings, it's gonna get people to start Google searching O-ring figures. And
they released a thing today saying fatal fluffies. So
we're gonna get a lot of.
But you know what? That gives me hope that I'll get one, just for fun.
Right?
Just saying.
Why not?
This is why I no longer collect classified, because of Delta 17 and now these O-rings coming out, man. I'm in heaven.
Mm-hmm. And you know what's great too? Like if you stop by and you're just looking like for some new little vehicles that are on the cheap to put with your Delta 17, but you want to stay on the cheap and not try to go complete retro G.I. Joe, you can always pick up Final Faction, their little rumblers and stuff like that. They work perfectly with these guys.
Mm-hmm. I see Wilhelm and Largo. They pick up some of those vehicles in the cheap there in the store. Yeah.
I was telling Largo and a few others earlier that this tracksuit henchman call sign longbow. I think, Gaz, did I tell you this one as well?
Yeah, you showed me
this
that.
This tracksuit henchman that call sign longbow is working on. That would look great with Death Sparrow on Delta 17. He just looks like the kind of mercenary she would hire to like subcontract out.
Even these dudes right here will look great. Hold on,
right. So I don't know.
Even these guys right here look great with Death Sparrow's action. What? What?
Oh, you've got Gorky. Is that
Red Star
Big Bear?
Big Bear.
The version 2 Big Bear. Skeletron's O-ring figure and their 2 4-inch figures, including the Direwolf or Direwolf, I don't know how you say it, have now shipped. They've now left China.
Yeah,
cool.
So we're gonna see some more stuff. Ramen Toys asked me if there's any updates on the Cops and Crooks line. Didn't Fresh Monkey Fiction put up pre-orders for their Sundown figure?
Did they? Let me check it out.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I want to pull that up because I remember there was talk of, but I haven't heard anything.
Does Fresh Monkey Fiction only sell through BBTS?
Yep.
Yeah.
They've got like an exclusive deal, I think, but they also sell on their own too, don't they?
Oh, sorry. It
only sell on their own for their pre-orders.
I'm sorry. I totally gapped. It was Chicken Fried Toys.
Chicken Fried
Toys.
Toys.
That's doing Marshall.
I couldn't remember that name, and I couldn't. Thank you, Ken. Chicken Fried Toys. You got to write that down.
I always forget that one.
Remember Chicken Fried
Toys? Right?
Yeah.
I think some paper. What's some paper? I don't have any paper.
Well, guys, I'm going to jump out because I've got 3 dogs that are freaked out by the fireworks, and they're going to start here. They're already starting now, so I'm going to go check on the dogs.
All right.
Well, Jim, happy
New Year to everybody.
Take care, Jim.
You guys,
Jim,
I'll see you all in the very near future.
I'll hit you up in a week, Jim, for the live stream.
Okay.
Yeah,
that'll be groovy.
Awesome. Okay.
All right. See you guys later.
Bye,
See you, Jim.
Happy New Year, man.
Yeah, when I hear Chicken Fried Toys, I just think of Chicken Fried Noodle.
Well, their dime novel legend stuff is interesting stuff. If you like,
good looking stuff, but it's a little pricey for what you get.
It's pricey, but if you like westerns,
yep,
it's right up your alley. Not for me, but
Wait. You can be happy for other people getting toys that you might not like.
Yeah.
What?
I didn't think that was possible.
That's not possible.
We're learning all sorts of new stuff this weekend. We learned earlier this morning at like 2:00 that you can actually like more than one scale.
No, that is not possible.
Impossible.
Blasphemy.
I've been hiding my O-rings and 4-inch in the basement, so no one even knows that I like it.
Wait, you've been hiding in the basement? What?
He's been in the
hiding
closet.
himself the 4-inch
What is that? What is that? Oh, look at that.
Yeah, there you go. Marshall Sundown.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Is it not available for pre-order already?
Pre-order summer of 2023.
One of my local vintage shops has a vintage Lone Ranger. I was thinking about getting one. I think I'm
one of the Gabrielle versions.
Yeah, the smaller, like 3 3/4.
Yeah, those were my favorite as a kid, man. I love those.
I still have my original Lone Ranger and Tonto from when I was a kid.
Oh man, yeah, hold on to that, buddy.
Nice.
Treasure that.
They're not worth any money.
No, they're not.
Like,
Doesn't matter, man.
No, but I'm
It's
saying,
all
like,
right
I've
here,
seen them
buddy.
at the toy shop.
All right here, man.
I know, but I'm saying I've seen them at the toy shop, and I'm like, I wonder how much these are worth. And I think he was selling for like $10, and I was like,
Well, they have two of them. One has his pistols, and I think they're asking like $100 for it.
It
And the
depends
other
on
one doesn't have the pistol. It's like 60.
Yeah.
I'm looking at pistols that much.
The old
Yeah,
Western
nothing
figures that are
comes
worth a
up.
lot is the Butch Cassidy Sundance Kid figures.
Yeah,
those things go
yeah.
for big bucks.
Yeah, but the
Yeah,
Lone
my-
Ranger hits like right here, man.
Oh
my
yeah,
Tonto and the
Totally.
Lone Ranger, both their pistols. Tonto had a knife and a pistol. I used to have
was great.
silver. I used to have silver and the Tonto's horse. I don't remember his name.
Scout.
Yeah, but once G.I. Joe came, it didn't matter. None of those toys mattered.
So according to their IG, Ken, Marshall Sundown went up for pre-order. This
I pulled it up. I had it on screen.
Yeah, October 31st.
Yeah, so I think they probably got the bucks to be able to do long arm as well.
Yeah.
You know,
I
so
imagine at
Are
this
they
point.
supposed to be? Are they supposed to be Brave Star, like Brave Star-ish?
What do you mean?
No, it's from the cops, the old cartoon cops.
Oh, you're talking about that. All right. I thought you were talking about something else. Yeah, cops and crooks. Okay.
I think because it was called Marshall Sundown, so I think he probably got got a bit confused there. But yeah, I overheard because they asked Chicken Fried Toys at the Joe Fest booth whether he was going to do O-ring. He goes, "No, I can't stand O-ring. It's got to be modern construction for HDL." So it's been unfortunate. Like I literally overheard him at his booth while I was looking at his Marshall Sundown prototype.
Let me ask a question. Favorite cop character?
Ooh.
Favorite cop's character could be bad or good. I'm gonna go with Long Arm. Gotta go with the beat cop.
I gotta go Bulletproof.
Gotta go with the beat cop.
I'm with Ken. Ken.
Bulletproof is badass though.
They were all fun though, but that's the thing about cartoon.
You could.
They were,
man.
I didn't see it. Is what I mean. Like
the animation was really good for that series.
Yeah. I remember seeing commercials and stuff and wanting to watch it, but it was like past my
buttons make boom boom. Love that name.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm checking out the Weird Western Tales pre-order they had for 2022. They had the Cowboy Kringle lassos and a Krampus. So they made a Western Santa with a lasso and a Krampus.
You got an image? I want to see it.
Yeah. Oh man, this is great.
God, if I was going to start a toy line, what would I do? I think I'd do Chips.
Oh, there you go. Chips would be a fun one.
You have John with a lasso on the bike.
Right? So not Mega. I'm surprised you didn't say Mega Force.
I would do Mega Force. I would. Yes, Mega Force. Most definitely.
That's hilarious.
That is great.
Isn't that great? How did we miss this? In hand by December 2023. Okay, did anybody out there watching get this set? Because I really want to see it in hand.
Oh, yeah. I love the Santa stuff. It's really good. The Santa stuff.
Yeah, the Naughty or Nice line.
Has anybody seen Fat Man with Mel Gibson?
No.
Nope. No. Oh God, you gotta see that. It's great.
I'll definitely check that out. So
it keeps popping
what else
up.
are we excited?
I think it came out last year, a year or two ago.
Yeah, it keeps popping up on the streaming service, or it did right before Christmas.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And then there was that other Santa that came out last year. It's a pretty violent one.
Violent Night?
Yeah, that was great. Yeah,
that was awesome.
So
took Santa back to his Nordic roots and all that. It was awesome.
Yeah.
Travis mentions Toy Tubers toy line, and I'm just gonna put it out there. He let several of us know that he got a 3D scanner, and he can do some 3D scans of heads at Joe Fest.
Barry Bostwick, please.
We could definitely see a Toy Tube toy line.
Well, we are getting Flipor.
That's true,
right? I mean, that's already coming. That is coming. Flipor confirmed.
Oh, Flipper Frank there.
Yeah.
When was that confirmed?
You got to be in the know, Lawrence.
Yeah.
Like you got to be like in the inner circle to know this stuff.
Okay. Well, I'm not.
Oh, come on.
I mean, I remember asking him at PowerCon, and he didn't have an answer for me.
He texted me at PowerCon going, "That punk asked me, but I'm going to tell you instead, Ken, because I like you more."
Did I tell you I'm still bitter about those views on your product than you?
Yeah, I know. You have 2.5 times the number of views. I looked.
All right.
3,000 to 1,200. I looked.
I am rethinking the Toy Tuber toy line now that Thanos is saying sorry in advance.
Yeah. Nope.
I'm fine. They don't
with his Instagram?
You can get a generic bald guy with a beard and pretty much covers most of it.
It covers 90%.
I'm just saying.
Right? They would just need like a tan plastic, mayo colored plastic, cream plastic. It would be, it would just be the different colors of plastic.
Thanos, just use the biggest tool that you have when you do my picture, okay? You can do anything you want. Just give me a big tool.
Look, you got to put my head on the Fisto body. Just saying.
You know, just short pack me as the chase figure, so Thanos has less chance to get me.
If it's no scale, Lawrence would be Ram Man.
The issue is that there's only so many females.
Are you
so
sure
they
Lawrence
can
wouldn't be
act around.
Worko? I'm just saying.
Yeah, just do it a female-free line.
Happy New Year,
Like, you don't need
Steve.
to actually
Take
do
care.
anything.
So due to reasons of height, do I have to share the same buck as Lawrence? Like
only to save us on tooling
How
costs and deal with it.
tall are you?
Yes, it was a little bit
I'm
tough.
5'6".
At
Oh,
least
you're taller
you'll
than
be,
Lawrence.
The same buck,
at
but it'll
least
be
you'll be
different
buff.
head sculpts. So
Yeah. Make us a 2-pack. One of us dressed as Hitman, one of us dressed as a rocker.
Well, that's the only way we're going to be able to sell it for, $60, $75. And we got to pack in a bunch of random extra Super 7 hands.
You mean HBK, not the Rockers?
No, we got to put it in.
I don't want to talk Montreal Screwjob. That's why I went with the rockers.
Yeah.
Are we going to, why don't we just pack it in as the Heart Foundation?
So he has to be
Yeah.
Anvil?
We'll put them in black and pink tights.
Ken will get 3 different tag team belts.
That would be freaking awesome.
where is your belt, Ken? I haven't seen your belt in forever.
Yeah, it's upstairs. I guess I could go grab it when I go change out the laundry in a little bit here.
There we go.
No.
There we go.
He can't pull it out until his video surpasses mine in views on his own product. So
I'm not putting the belt on the line just because you got more views than me.
I've already won.
It's a non-title match.
It's like we
Non-title
watched
match.
you tap out.
No, I can tap on a non-title match. It doesn't matter, bro.
We can put that belt on Lawrence, and then you just come back in with the $1 billion belt.
Special lines are drawn there.
So somebody once did me. Oh, come on, focus, stupid thing. Did me and AJ as the Heart Foundation.
With that not focused, that looks way worse, and we can still tell
That
who
looks
that
like a
is.
Thanos picture, not focused.
Yeah, right.
There you go.
There we go. We can actually see the detail now.
Yeah.
Who did that?
Adam from Go Figure did that.
That's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
I did not quite that, but I did a similar bad face cropping job on God, I made it ages ago now. Let me see if I can scroll back and find it.
Well,
so there was
you did the one with you and Brick something for when you did your shows. There.
Oh, Brick did that one, and he did an amazing job.
Mm-hmm.
But there was this TKO that happened quite a while back that had J, and J.
Yes.
So I had to.
Yeah, that was the Mega J. Yeah, Mega J, Geeked Out Life J, and Jay Bartlett on the same stream. It was JJ and J.
There's a lot of J's.
Yeah,
and I made sure it was a lot of J. As soon as my computer wants to catch us up here.
I know which one you're talking about. That's how you introduced yourself to me.
Yeah, it was. And I made sure to use the hot toy body so it was more relevant to the stream. Somebody did the hot toys and the meme, so I was just like, you know what? Why not?
I love it.
Let's go ahead.
I freaking love it. That was literally the first time you messaged me was to send me this photo.
Yep. And then shortly after that, I did a Craig asked for somebody doing a meme of him as a flipper because he was selling his Black Series. Or was he selling Classified at the time? I can't remember. I think it was.
I don't know. Craig changes his mind on what he's going to collect every 6 months.
He was going on about the Black Series for a time. This might have been.
Yeah. And the next thing you know, everything's sold.
Yeah.
And I think they made a joke about it that he went and bought a Black Series figure despite wanting to get rid of them.
He's bought and rebought the Motu Origins line 3 times.
We got 2 minutes till the new year for the Central folks like me.
Awesome.
Oh, we're already here, so.
Well, then I will show this meme.
Is it central?
Is
I made this one for him. Oh, yeah, it's central. Yeah. There we go.
Do you realize
and I did make sure that
Craig sold his flag right before the Sky Striker came, the HasLab Sky Striker came.
I know.
Why wouldn't you at least wait so you can see how it looks on it?
Yep.
I think he was talking about that when I made this for him. This was August of last year. But during that stream where he was talking about getting rid of all that stuff, I made that and sent it to him immediately. Eileen Dread here. Happy New Year's, brother. Good to have you in the chat.
New Year, sir.
Always great to have you.
Hello.
Oh, Andrew Davis says he thought he should get the title shot first. Now we're just going to have to turn it into a triple threat.
Here's the thing. A heel champion flees the territory, goes somewhere else, starts a feud with Punk, loses in views, flees that territory because, it's a tap on a non-title, doesn't count, runs to another territory, feuds with somebody else, and tells everybody that he beat Punk and he beat Andrew Davis.
Okay,
That's how it is. Whether it happened or not, it's kayfabe.
Okay, here's the deal, though. What's more important than how many views it has? What's the actual watch time on your videos? Because you both did like 44-minute videos. Like, what's the actual watch time? Like, I care.
Average watch time.
And this is as a YouTube creator, because it's not a short. Who gives a fuck about the views? What are your actual watch times?
I'm just gonna have Ken's video play in a continuous loop so he gets more views.
There we go.
I would
there
never
we go.
do
Gaz has my
something
back.
Like oh wow, look,
kidding,
Ken's on
I'm
my
kidding.
screen. Anyway,
That does help the watch hours, but it doesn't actually help the views because it's only the one unique view.
Yeah,
but it'll still help the watch hours.
Yeah, but watch hours.
The only one that I've watched.
But it'll send YouTube as algorithm a signal people like the video and broadcast it to a wider audience. Is what they'll do.
It's true.
Right.
It's true because they will monitor. All right, guys. Happy New Year's and
Happy
Central
New Year.
Time as we are
Central
crossing
2024, Aaron.
Happy New Year.
Well, in Kent's defense as well, it's not actually a review of the line.
That's what
Like
I
an
kept saying. The
unboxing
title
thing,
literally says not a review because I couldn't. It's conflict of interest, right? Even though everyone messaged me, I liked your review. I liked your review. It's not a review.
Look, Friday just became Delta 17 day, though. I'm going to remember.
Yeah, it was
December 29th is now Delta 17 day because like all I had on most of the day was Delta 17 videos.
Exactly. I was like, woo. I was like, how many
you know
people
what?
do I know
That's
that we're
not
doing
bad.
this? A lot.
There you go. There's Shepard right there, right?
Shepard.
Yeah, that'll be I'll be getting
right.
Shepard and the Shadow Dragon guy.
Awesome.
Shadow Dragon's cool.
Yeah.
Shadow Dragon is really
cool. Is it which one is the good lady?
Kestrel.
Kestrel. I still need to get a Kestrel.
I love the mask, guys. I love the mask.
I love the red one. That's great.
And Oz has Jaguar on. As soon as Steve left,
Dude is
no, I held it up when he came in.
Works.
Oh, you did? Okay. Yeah. Because coordinating that launch day was actually kind of tough because Lawrence was asking me, when should I launch? I'm like, well, anytime after mine airs at 4 Pacific. And of course, Dom and HCC thought, because I said 4 p.m. my time.
There was a video I came up on my stream about it that was like, I think on Thursday.
That's because that person went and bought it from the shop near Steve.
That is not what you said, Ken. I kept asking you, when should you launch it? And you're like, I don't know, anytime during it. And I was like, when should I launch it? And you're like, you can launch it before mine.
But
and
Lawrence,
I was like, no, Ken, when should I launch it? And you're like, after mine. I'm like, exactly.
After you, but you were the first one to ask, Lawrence. After that, everyone else asked me. Then I said after 4 p.m. my time. And then everyone didn't realize I was on the West Coast. So then HCC launched his like an hour before mine.
I had complete permission from Ken. And as a matter of fact, Ken and Steve joined. But we did the first unboxing live on the Clubhouse on the other week when Aaron was streaming. And gotta say, that was great to actually finally, because I've been sitting on these and edging, just wanting to open them up, and I couldn't. And finally being able to just be like, we got them. Let's do this. Let's show them off. Let's get people talking. And I'm glad to see all the other videos have launched. And
Leo.
Now everybody, God, Leo's such a good one. He was so close to being the next one that I picked. He's definitely next up in the line in that order.
Oh yes.
Look at the tampos.
I was going to say
he's got the muscles. He's got the muscles going on there. I see.
Oh yeah, right.
He's definitely thick like Boa.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that was a really important day, and like even going to Joe Fest and like telling Hooded Cobra Commander, because he's like the main like O-ring GI Joe reviewer, and being like, "Can you stop by the booth? We have to talk business with you." He's like, "Yeah, sure." Like, "Do you like these figures?" "Yes, I do." "Would you like to review them?" "Okay, we'll talk to you in 6 months." And the fact it worked out was really, really great, right? And then you'll have some surprise, like pleasant surprise, well-received ones like Lawrence's, right? And then partnering up with like Toy Habits, because they have both the website and the site, and of course Mega J, because he's Mega J. So yeah,
Definitely.
It all worked out really well 2 days ago. Like my phone did not stop. Steve's emails did not stop. It was
But that's
amazing.
That's a good thing. That means the buzz is going. We're getting people excited. People are wanting to get these figures in hand, and in just another couple of weeks, mid to end January, we're gonna be able to start ordering everything. So
I think you guys did a really good job of setting a specific date where people could start showing it. And for the most part, because it's like obviously we got it early, so it's not like we ordered it and picked it up from somewhere, but everyone is, cordial that they're like, all right, no problem. That's why I was telling you, like, you should be the first one to drop your video. Like, you should just let everyone know, like, you can do it anytime after this. Mine will be done at 8:15 Eastern Standard Time. You can drop it then. Just because I felt you're part of that company. You even told me one of the reasons why you're there is because you have a social media presence. And to me it's like you should have been the first one in general to drop it. And then let everyone else do it.
I really appreciated that. Yeah.
I think you guys did a really good job of just, it got blasted out there. So people in the toy community, I didn't really expect that many people to jump on mine and watch it. I mean, I've gotten some pretty good views with some of the smaller figures, but for the most part, if it's not classified, if it's not Valaverse, and now Gargoyles, it doesn't do that well. But this, this did better than almost every video that I've done. And it's still doing very well.
We were so happy for you when that happened, because I was talking to Steve. I'm like, there'll be one surprise video, like there'll be one that just kind of overperforms. Just watch, ended up being yours, and that's freaking amazing. So I hope every Delta 17 video you do becomes like that, and that becomes the new norm. And we just hold it to that standard. So
I don't think I didn't need to do the whole line because people wanted to see what they were about. Mm-hmm. And I know a lot of people don't like watching my reviews because I go on forever. I get really in depth into stuff. And sometimes I miss things because I'm doing it sight unseen. Like this is how, I don't know what, how it's going to be. And I wanted to be in my room, in the Joe room, so I could grab everything and show you, if I grabbed, I had, the new Joe O-ring, I had the old, the old one. So you could see the difference and film in a vehicle and different things like that. So I don't know. Yep. I'm not going to lie. I haven't watched anyone else's. It's when you start making so much content, you want to get away from other people doing content. I swear.
It's just the way it is sometimes, though, right? Yeah, you get like a little burnt out.
It's been very positive, I would say. And again, I stopped answering it, and I told you, Ken, you need to ignore certain things where the people say, this should be a $10 figure. $25 I can buy classified. Once again, do you not understand how an independent company, and I'm not just talking toy company.
And I appreciated that you were going to bat for us, Lawrence.
Right? And that is something that I will address tomorrow on the live stream. And I think I'm going to do a video about it once I speak to a few more people about what does keep up the cost in a smaller company. And again, it's not just toys; it's anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you're not mass marketed at retail either, which means it's harder to push units.
Well,
there's so much involved.
Here's the thing people miss out on, right? Like they're like, oh, it should be a $12 to $15 figure. I'm like, well, okay, let's just dial it back a little bit here. Black Major, I have a lot of his figures, right? He admittedly, very publicly says he doesn't go for the best plastics. Then he also doesn't add packaging. and he's at $18 already, and people are paying it. I've paid it. So are we that bad at 25? I mean, people will say they don't have to justify it, but I'm saying let me just put it out there. If you bought a Black Ranger figure at $18 and he's admittedly not used, the highest end plastic, not that we're using the highest, but we're using a little bit better, right? And he's not adding packaging, there's your scale and your reasoning right there. But again, people say don't have to justify it. But just thought I'd do that here with my friends.
It wouldn't matter what price you set it at. It would still not be, this should be an $8 figure. It should be a $5 figure.
Yeah. And it's okay.
Our society, right? It's
like I didn't respond to anybody who said it, even people who messaged me directly to say it's too high. I was like, it's okay. It's all good, right? Don't you have that opinion? Just leave it out there.
I mean,
some of these people will cave and go buy a $25 figure anyway and be like, okay,
exactly,
great.
If people are willing to spend $20 for a 5 POA reaction figure, I'd rather shell out a couple bucks more and get a fully articulated O-ring figure.
Yeah, but and even Hasbro's O-rings were $40 for a 2-pack, which is $20 a figure,
and they went up.
They make much higher. They make much higher quantities than the small boutique companies. So but again, just putting it out there, right? And people can draw their own conclusions and say, "Well, you're all too high."
Hairs on that.
Then I guess
the problem is they probably have all your figures bought already, but they're still going to bitch about the price.
But I mean,
and you know what? As long as they're buying it,
that's right. That's the nature of it, though, right?
People aren't happy unless they're mission, folks.
If you would have charged,
so true.
If you would have charged what they charged for these in the 80s, you wouldn't be making any money, and you would be.
Well, that's what they're charging in the 80s is actually like
making them.
It's actually well below cost now too. Those figures don't cost $4 to make. You know what I mean?
And that's a
what
whole
I'm saying.
That's a whole other thing. There was some guy that said, I can go buy the Final Faction figures for $1 and they have decent paint apps. Like, listen, the Final Faction, they're super cool for a grandmother that's buying something for the grandkid to play at home, all right? And they're decently detailed, but let's be honest, they're $1.
Durability
$1
and quite frankly, 2 POA or 3 POA is not the same.
Right.
Yeah. And when I hear people, and I swear this makes me want to scream, and anyone that listens to my live stream know that I go off on this all the time, but do not give me this bullshit about, well, you know what? I used to pay $269 for these figures back in the 80s. Yeah, well, great. I used to be able to buy a car for fucking $8,000. Go try that now.
You know how much an hourly wage was back in the 80s too?
Exactly.
$267.
Yeah, we discussed all that. It's like it's not the same.
It doesn't matter because those same guys that are bitching are the same guys that are going out and spending $100 on a Mafex or Nesco. It doesn't matter.
They also flooded the market with this stuff. You walk to Toys R Us or Child World in my area. You walk down the aisle, it was what? It was like an 8-foot section of just G.I. Joe carded figures.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They're like $1.99. There was so many of them. They were sitting in Toys R Us warehouses because they had a deal with Hasbro. They're just consignment orders. Send it there. When they grabbed it, they paid for it. So it's like they flooded the market with it. That's why they were so cheap. There's so much out there, and these like Ken and Steve can't flood the market with this stuff.
Like just look at a G.I. Joe flag. How much was the flag? Hasbro?
It's like $109.
It was $109.99 back in the day.
Yeah. And the Terror Drone was like $50, $60.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
and it's a different time, a different era.
James Lucas says it right there. The Strike Force Alpha figures are $25. They're the same price.
It's
right. Call sign Longbow. The Kickstarter.
It all comes down to being competitive price, not actually pricing for what your customers want to pay, because otherwise you're not going to make money.
And that's what bothers me is that people, whether they refuse to listen or they're just too dumb to figure it out, that a small company that's buying way less quantity isn't going to get the same breaks. Bobby Valla, whether you like him or not, when he actually talks about the business, he makes a lot of sense, and he breaks a lot of things down that helps people. And when he explains, like, listen, what I'm doing, my quantity, at least early on, it's not the same as what Hasbro's doing. I have to say my figures are going to cost more because I'm not pushing out nearly as many.
Mhm.
So if you think that,
and he was lambasted for being at $32 a figure back in 2021,
yes.
and it's like, well, hold on a second here. If comparable figure sizes from a large company is 25 and you're at 32, you're not doing badly at all. And then he ended up dropping the price by a couple dollars because
and Fresh Monkey Fiction is going out
orders
at 38 for theirs.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
you know,
30,
you don't see
36,
people
38,
complaining when they buy it. What is it? What's that line? Not Haya, the other one.
Joy Toy.
That's from overseas. Joy Toy. Those figures
Yeah,
you get a single figure for like $30, like this, but it has a ton of stuff, right?
Yeah.
But nonetheless, I mean, you don't hear anybody complaining about that because it's it's from overseas, it's a special figure. But
yeah. People are willing to pay more for import, right?
I think you don't hear stuff from that because it's not something new and there's not a bunch of reviewers pushing it out right away. You know what I mean? I'm sure if Call Sign Longbow and Operation Recall ever send out their fucking figures, people will start bitching about it too. Sorry, that's my prediction. I've been waiting forever.
Or they'll realize that that's the price that the market is set at and just leave it alone.
I tried talking to John Kukovic today, and he is hoping to have the figures by Joe Fest. Right.
Good.
Yeah,
not 100% sure. They may ship in more than one batch, depending on what's tooled up and ready and the production run.
Listen, I understand this, but I'm getting a little. I understand there is a lot of things going on when you back a Kickstarter, but so help me God, if I get my fucking Dragonfly before these other ones that I purchased before the Sky Striker, I'm gonna go nuts. Like honestly, like.
And that's different from your current status in what way?
How long did you wait for Roadblock and Destro from Mezco?
Let's not talk about that. 2 years. But here's the whole thing. If I was to back Eternia, which I did not, but I did back the Dragonfly, the Hiss, and the Sky Striker, I know that it's coming. Now I have no reason not to believe that I'm not getting the Call Sign Longbow and Operation Recall and the Robo Skull and the Savage Crucibles. Look, there's four Kickstarters that I backed, and you're just kind of sitting there going, all right, this is money that I've just kind of thrown out there, and that is my daughter's fiance. So hey, Dustin.
Oh, wow,
that is
Dustin,
my oldest
welcome
daughter
to the stream.
I didn't even know they knew about it.
So when it comes to these Kickstarters, one of the things, depending on where they are in the development process, right? Like Skeletron obviously had done some prototypes and everything, but if you're not too far down that stage yet, things happen, right? Like you design your figures, you get them 3D sculpted, then you talk to the factory. The factory then says, by the way, that can't, like the way the molds come apart, you can't get it that way if you don't have either more parts or less parts. So you end up doing some resculpting and redesigning over on your 3D sculpting, and then that backs up the process. So if that backs you up, then all of a sudden you get put in the queue behind somebody else, so you lose your initial spot. These are the kinds of things that happen. I'm not saying that it justifies the wait. I'm saying it's how the cookie crumbles. Another thing
that's what Artemis was talking about. Why he launched his Kickstarter or whatever when he did. Because remember, Lawrence, you asked him about why he launched it before Christmas, and that's what he said. Because he had planned it so he knew when he got the Kickstarter funded, he could actually get in line where he's in line at the factory at the right time. So,
because you're hitting these guys when they're just starting, haven't done any work on it, just got designs for it. So you got to wait that period to make that.
That's right. That's right. And that's assuming there's no redesign of the sculpt to make it fit in the, to make optimize it in the mold. The other thing is, if you do a Kickstarter with we had at least one factory project manager tell us, if you put a lot of unlocks, if you hold your place at the factory and you tell us it's 11 figures and you have freaking 9 unlocks and they all unlock, and we blocked out this time for you, we either have to bump the other guy back or bump you back. So there's always issues with holding the timelines based on that. Now, these are all multiple things that we've heard. I don't know each individual company's logistical problem, though.
I mean, like how long did Steven take just to design his figures for Delta 17?
That's why we were so quiet, because by the time we told everybody about it, it was like, okay, so tooling's happening now. So
yes, but the difference is that you're not doing a Kickstarter. You're it's all paid for, right? So when you're in a Kickstarter, you need to show everybody.
You just held up
doing.
Leonidas. Yeah. I first saw the initial sketch for Leonidas in the summer of 2020.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a long process,
right?
Especially
Shepard was a much lighter color back then.
Yeah.
I first saw his sketch in 2020. I wrote Rooster's bio in 2021, right? And so we were very quiet until the start of 2023. So
and I fully understand, like, it's a Kickstarter and they are trying to get off the ground, so you're gonna wait. I understand that, and I give RoboSkull or Skeletron a lot of credit because they have been releasing product.
Yes.
I don't think that some of them give you enough updates. And if Matthew is still in here, he can go off on the foosh. Every time that Robo and Veeves did a live stream, he was hammering him about where the fuck are my skeletons? You're not even giving us updates. Now, they've left the foosh. Little did I know. I thought they were the foosh. But it's like, if you're not giving updates, and an update here where you send me an email and I'm reading it, and I'm like, I don't understand what this means. See, man, Matthew's here.
Well, I mean,
I'll tell Matthew's here. Mention the
and, and the other thing too is, like, there wasn't there a 6-inch military line from 2019 or so.
People got burned.
Yeah, they once got burned on that. Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if the factory just ran away with their money because they didn't go to a reputable person. Because there's only a handful of people in the industry that are like super duper trustworthy and can produce at that quality. Right. Some of the other ones you go to, they'll run away with your money. I've seen that happen with some bootleg lines before, where the larger factories won't touch them because they're bootlegging stuff. I mean, I'm not saying that these guys were bootlegged, but then you don't get a reputable person. They take your money, and all of a sudden you can't get a hold of the project manager. I don't know where.
Of course, then there's probably another whole facet to your frustration about the Kickstarters, that you're also dealing with all these other pre-sales that you're buying into. From, it's, instead of it just coming out, now it's pre-selling. That's the new thing, right? So you're also dealing with that frustration on top of your Kickstarter, which is going to take a few years just to make sure they get
the
right.
pre-sales are all not reliable for their dates. They're either getting pushed out. Or
exactly. Like, I've been waiting for the Maverick figure from Eagle Force like 2 summers ago. It was supposed to come out this past summer, right?
Yeah.
And now it's supposed to come out in January, and I just want my figure. But I'm patient. I'm not sweating. It'll come when it comes. But other people might get angry, cancel their pre-sale, and walk away from it, right?
But Ken, you did a video about that, canceling a 7-year pre-order
for Fans Toys. I pre-ordered that in 2016 and canceled it in 2023. Right.
I don't know if I'm that patient,
but not once did anyone hear me say about it until that day. And the only reason I talked about canceling it was because I got an equivalent one, and then said, "But Fans Toys will probably get out in 2024," and lo and behold, they probably will. Right. I just don't think they were going to hold their original pre-order price. And back then, $150 figure. Now because Fans Toys have been going up in price, right? What was a $150 figure is now the $250 figure. I'm not sure why. I don't know if that's just Fans Toys
I think
premium.
I paid around $250 for that Fan Toys Thomas figure there.
The Astro Train, right? So So that's what I was worried about.
Ladies and gents, I am going to go to bed.
Okay, Aaron.
Happy New Year's, brother.
Good journey.
Thank you.
Later.
Good journey. And as I learn more about toy manufacturing through Steve and our factory and all that, I'm going to unload all this information. I'd love to do a video on like how it is made. What is a paint master? What is the initial test shot? What are the final engineering samples?
That's what I like.
Love to just put it in video form, the Ken style of video, and just walk us through.
Perfect title, Ken Toy Connections, how it's made.
Yes, I think Ace did a video there at the factory of all the was it the Gullwing?
And he would be a great collaborator for something like that, because he actually,
I can't remember which car it was.
Not every factory will allow the client to walk in and do that. They'll usually just send you updates because they don't want you walking through and looking at their assembly lines, right?
Nope.
I mean, I've never tried asking our production manager that, but when I talk to some people in the third-party Transformers game, they're like, yeah, no, you don't go near the factory. Like, the client does not go near the factory. Again, it depends on the situation. You know, if the client themselves, for whatever reason, owns some factory equipment at that factory, and I've heard of that happening in the Transformer world before, then maybe they're allowed to go in. But even then, they have to keep at arm's length, right? So anyway.
No, and I reached out to Lenny, and I haven't heard back. Well, I gotta get a new Instagram. Well, I got the new Instagram. Gotta figure out a way to get a hold of him again.
What happened to your old Instagram?
Oh, you know, some island asshole.
That guy again. Anyway, I gotta change out some laundry, so I'll be back in 2 minutes. So.
But you know, I reached out to him. I'm like, I would love to sit down with you and do another interview and talk about how the toys are made, like from the beginning of your concept to when it gets shipped out. How long does it take on a figure? And we're talking Hasbro, not even like an independent that is doing it on the side and it's a labor of love. Like, how long does it take? To me, I think that like a video like that from, you know, someone at Hasbro or Mattel or wherever, I think that would really. What the hell is that?
Roman.
He's in the other room, but he's all military. He's all armored up.
Say, Roman's in cosplay now. He's on a pad. He's on a launch pad. Like,
well, it's good to see that with the toy lines there. Up with current.
That's why I got one. But I think if people actually heard it from him or from any designer that understands, like, hey, this is how we start off. This is how we do it. Like he said, the Paint Masters. It goes out, and then by the time it ships out, I think it would help calm a lot of people down. Other people,
I think Carson's doing that with Recall. He does a lot of that. He has a lot of those images and the little video. I remember seeing showing. No, it was actually not a video. It was in a live stream where he's showing the masters of like some of the figures or his figure.
That is what a lot of people are talking about, is like the transparency of certain companies, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, again, going back to a conversation we had earlier about, you know, Eldor's issue with ordering from Mattel Creations, like just a little bit of extra transparency. Okay, well, like I can't order from Mattel Creations.
Well, you see that they didn't tell us that they stopped shipping to Eternia. There, I was up there about 4 a.m. in the morning, ready to buy the Lycron figures for 3 other fellows because I wasn't going in for that one. You see, so yes, I went to the countdown, went there, did the refresh, but well, yes, I was sitting there for about 10 minutes hitting the refresh button.
Right, and trying to get this because there was no transparency whatsoever.
A few hours later,
they let you purchase it, but they wouldn't send it to you to New Zealand.
No, we couldn't purchase anything. It
was, no, because
everything was saying sold out. Of course, they stopped shipping to.
See, I don't understand that by like the big companies like Mattel and Hasbro. You know, they're so huge, like pretty much sending stuff worldwide. I don't see why they wouldn't be able to send something like that to.
And that's the thing. Like I'm trying to say,
I mentioned earlier, a fellow here mentioned in passing that he I think he talked to the New Zealand Post, and they're having a bit of a disagreement or something with Mattel. I don't know, but there were several months at it where you couldn't buy anything.
Right, so the more you deal with the Post than it is them.
Well, of course, after I contacted Mattel about the issue I was having. The lady said, apologies, and please select from a list of our items here as an apology, and we'll ship that out to you. But that's the gag, you see, because they said they can't ship to us anymore, and yet they could ship me out an apology item.
Yeah, exactly. Like just a little bit of transparency from the company will go a long way to kind of quell. Because, you know, if I'm a fan and I want to order this, and you're like, well, sorry, you just can't order it. Okay, well then fine. I'm just done doing business with you.
Right.
But if you explain to me why you can't do it, and if it's something you plan on resolving, then okay, well, look, yeah, this kind of sucks for right now, but we can do business in the future again, right? But by not being transparent and open about that, it just kind of pushes people away. Whereas when we get down with a lot of these smaller independent companies, you can ask those kinds of questions, and most of the time you get a reasonable answer. You don't always get a great answer, or maybe the answer that you want to hear, but they're a lot more open to explaining what's going on, keeping you updated on what's happening and why you're not getting it. Like, you know, with Ace, if we ask Ace a question, he's not going to BS us. He's going to be like, well, this is kind of what's going on. And that's just the reality of the situation. Matt Rodriguez with Armies of Ashmore, if you ask him questions, he's going to be very blatant up front about what's going on, and he's willing to answer that. But for some reason, the big companies just aren't willing to do that. And I know a big part of it is, well, you got to watch your mouth because whatever you say, we can get sued for later if it's not correct, because they got to check with their higher ups.
Getting anything out of the big companies is tough. I mean, like the guys from Helidope will tell you that Hasbro wouldn't even talk to them, so they have to go through a third party just to get their Hasbro product for their store.
Well, you see, I pre-ordered the Wave 10 King Randall from a fellow over in Australia there, and that was around June, July of last year, and it was slated to come out either around November, December, barring no delays. Well, I'm still waiting. And he messaged me back because he's a bit not too good at answering the old communications, but he got back to me and said there's no update. And then one other fellow asked in his Facebook page where the King Randall was at, and he said he's having trouble contacting Mattel or something.
So what other toy lines are we excited about coming out in 2024? Since I did just mention Armies of Ashmore.
Well,
Monster Force.
No one cares about anything else. Force. No offense, Ken. Monster Force. I don't care. Like, just give it to me.
Force looks really cool. I wish they would do a smaller line instead of just a.
They are doing it. They're doing a lot of Monster Force 4-inch and 6-inch.
The Monster
4-inch
Force stuff.
Come join us.
They're doing the Monster Force and the 4 inches under their World of Eagle Force.
Does somebody want to send Mace the link? Is that what you said? Is that what you said?
Yeah,
send
it to him.
Can I show something that I'm excited for?
Yeah.
I just signed up for this today. And see if I can pull the image up here. I'm waiting for this. And I'm super excited for this. Come on, turn. Ready?
Oh, bring it up.
Yes.
Look at that.
You showed me that earlier.
The new -1.
Yes.
Sexy.
And I was on the fence. I wasn't sure if I was going to do it, and then I just decided to. Now I got to wait.
I think we need to do a Godzilla stream. Just saying.
Oh wait.
Do a whole kaiju stream. That'll be good.
I am just so. I was massively. I love the legend. The legend. Is it Legendary Monsterverse? It's great.
Mm-hmm.
But after that came out, Toho, they're just the kings. They're the kings. They've always been and always will be. Right?
I mean,
you guys can see that, right?
I'll gladly say that with Legendary doing it does help keep it relevant.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Right there.
You know, but -1 has been like everybody's been.
It's epic.
I haven't heard a single person say it was not a good movie. Everybody's been saying that's great.
So what were they missing? One of the monsters there, -1 or something?
No. It's got to do with the fact that it's right after World War II when Japan was taken down to 0. And now they're hit with this force of nature, this natural disaster Godzilla, or unnatural disaster if you really want to think about it. But and that's taken them to now -1.
What happened in World War II that they were down to 0?
Oh, a couple of big atomic bombs went off and leveled a couple cities. And they were like,
okay, just a setback.
Got beat up by the French. What?
Well,
the French never beat anybody but their own royalty.
With that said, they did kind of start it.
They poked a bear. See, right there.
Yeah, I think so too, man. I can't wait for that to come out.
Huge financial success too, because it had such. And again, like the amount of money that Legendary spends on making their Godzilla movies, they use like quadruple the budget that Toho did for -1. And like we're hitting even better numbers on Godzilla -1 than we did on the last 2 Legendaries.
And it was a subtitled movie. I wanted to go see it again the minute I was done watching. I wanted to go back in. I'm sorry?
If you love cooking GI.
Has there ever been a good American Godzilla movie?
Yeah,
like
Godzilla.
The legendary ones are
2014
really
was great. Yeah,
were
got
those
King of the
American?
Monsters
I
is
thought
great.
that they were repurposed or something.
No, it's just like a retelling of like the Showa era Godzilla, really, because they're doing a lot of kaiju battles in that, right? So it's like it's just their version of that, or you can even say
Are they still doing the old fellow wearing the suit there, or?
No, it's all animated, man.
Can I show you guys something?
No.
Yes, you can.
Here. I'm just playing around with Junkyard. Let's see if I can get my camera over. Look, I got him posed on front legs.
Doing headstands.
Look, his mouth is not hitting.
Have you taught Roman how to do that yet, Lawrence?
Hell no.
All right. So which one of Mutt's hand signals makes him do that?
Hell if I know. I don't even understand why there's so many damn hand signals, because maybe if they had a file card, they could explain what one does. Maybe a website. It's crazy. You think you could get one for like go to GoDaddy and get one for like $110 a year or something?
Here's the real test there, Lawrence. You got a little mini skateboard or something you can do the handstand on.
Roman is scared shitless of a movie.
Appreciate that, Adam. Thank you.
Oh.
I need to have Adam just start writing my commercials for me.
Oh my god! Yeah,
he sounds like a wise dog there, sir.
I took him to the skate park and he's fine. He just doesn't like if I point a board at him or there's one on the ground next to him. He doesn't like it. But I've gone to the skate park with him and he doesn't give a shit.
You used to see the old dog or two, on the skateboard there and the old YouTube.
But I see all these dogs skateboarding. I'm like, what the fuck's wrong with mine?
He's not a bulldog.
Well, he probably does it just he doesn't want you to know he does it, so then you will expect too much of him. So like when you leave, it's totally like Andy's toys in Toy Story, where it's like Roman's suddenly like walking around on 2 feet. He's like on the phone. Like
I have, when Lawrence goes to bed, Roman's out doing kick flips on his skateboard.
Listen, I have cameras. I've
He's
seen what he does when I'm
on
not
the
home.
internet chatting. Like,
yeah, I have cameras. I've seen what he does. I want to do what he does. Nothing. Just lay there.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say lick his balls, and I'm like, yeah, I bet you do.
He doesn't have balls.
He doesn't have any. Like, that's not how that works. Don't they just like snip it? Like it doesn't. They don't.
No, they remove the balls.
They take.
For dogs, animals.
Look,
take
Kayla gave us a full breakdown last night.
I don't.
This is
I don't.
true.
I don't have
She
dogs.
definitely
I
did.
got cats. They just snip it and the balls shrivel up like raisins.
What is going on here?
They had actual photographs of the junk.
Yes, welcome to the clubhouse, brother. I know it's like you haven't come hung out with us that often, but
Yeah, it's only your second clubhouse, guys. We're breaking you in now.
Yeah, no, like
easily.
First,
No, I thought you've been on the clubhouse once before.
You were on one. You were on one.
I was? No, I don't think so. Only every time
I don't think you had the camera
Anyway,
on. I don't think you had your
I'll
camera.
my top toys for the year.
Oh,
I've got all
yes,
my shit.
please.
yeah.
If you got them, come on
No, I
now.
pulled it up. So I'm gonna cheat a little bit because I picked like a top 10 and then some honorable mentions, and because that's what you do.
Hey, Travis.
All right. No, that's not what. Yep, there we go. Better. Oh no, that's terrible. It's terrible. All right, there we go. All right, and then is there a way to do like a share screen or something?
Yeah,
go to
it's down
present.
at the bottom.
Present.
Down there and share screen.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And then you just select whatever tab
Accurate.
you have open.
Yeah.
You would think I know this. I have this whole like StreamYard thingy, whatever.
Oh, no,
All
I'm
right.
still learning things there. You're all right.
Share screen. Yeah, I'm aware. Thanks for telling me 2 monitors. I got it. Thanks. All right, now it's going to let me. Yep, here we go. Excellent. All right, there we go. Got it pulled out.
Okay, here we go.
All right, so first we have an honorable mention because this did not come out in 2023, but this is something I thought I would never have. Thanks to Cobweb, I was able to get this set.
Well, that's good. Yes, I don't think they lasted
without
very
having
long
to
when they
pay
came out.
eBay prices. So thank you, Mattel Store, and thank you, Cobweb, for finding these at the Mattel Store and thinking of me. Muchly appreciated. because Mattel distribution is horrific. Who would have thunk? So anyway, this is an amazing set. I loved it. Honorable mention, not 2023.
Wait. Who is that? I know the.
It's Shadow Weaver and She-Ra.
Shadow Weaver. That's right.
Yeah, this from the DreamWorks version.
Okay.
like
the
how
other
the-
Netflix
like the-
children's cartoon there.
The effects on the Shadow Weaver on the ground there, that was pretty
Yeah,
cool.
that's awesome.
Right?
Yeah.
This is a really cool set that not a lot of people even knew happened.
Almost like a Morticia
Yeah.
trails coming off there.
Mhm.
Okay, thanks, Allison.
Is Allison frozen?
I think she might be.
Oh no.
Oh.
All right, we'll give it a bit here.
Yeah.
If she's not frozen, she's doing an amazing job of not breathing and not moving right now.
Yeah.
Maybe her computer's having trouble coping with all those tabs open. Maybe
When
That
someone
does
freezes,
happen.
when someone freezes, you need to get
And we
Ted
lost
to
her.
do a Moss Man to come in and go,
Oh.
"Oh no!"
I want to get, that's going to be one of my goals this year is to get a soundboard too, so I can do
Yeah.
that. And I will have him recorded saying that.
Oh no, I'm frozen.
Oh no, I'm frozen.
well, the old Arnold Schwarzenegger there, Mr. Freeze.
Stick it on, chill out. Put the cookie down. Just
It's
a
not-
dramatic pause.
I think soundboard will be coming early 2024.
Yeah, I definitely
Well, it's
need
about
to get a
damn
soundboard.
time, Lawrence.
Well, you guys want me to go to Joe Fest? What am I
Yes,
supposed
We
to do?
do. It's already being planned out
Go
now.
Joe Fest.
What?
Who said
Yes.
they wanted you to go to Joe Fest?
All kinds of people.
I said it. How about that?
Travis
you
Moody
bet.
mostly.
Oh,
Like, he
good.
won't-
All right,
I'm
we're
gonna
back.
need an armrest while
I
I'm
heard
there.
Viper Island's going to be at Joe Fest. I can't wait to meet him.
Yeah,
Oh,
right. That guy
let's
can
do
never
this.
go.
Let's do this.
All right,
let's
I'm
get
gonna
back to
go
that.
borrow
Sorry,
a
my
wrestling
internet
ring.
was like, girl, no.
Yes. Yeah.
So
We assumed as much.
We were waiting and like for a moment there we weren't sure if you were froze or not, but we were all commenting on how good that set was. And then it was like,
Yeah,
Allison, are you still here?
yeah, no, the internet was just like, hey.
I thought I
This is
froze
too
really
much.
good when I hit the table over here, but yours was like way better.
Yes, I had the
God.
same trouble there last night, Allison.
Yeah, no, my internet, everyone's on the internet because nobody has lives.
Ted has the Rona, so that's where Ted is.
All right, so
Well,
honorable
I
mention number
connected all the
2
way out from Eternia here, so.
is Glinda because I don't have her yet, but she's amazing.
Oh, yes.
I will have her one day soon. But technically, since it happened this year, Glinda, epic. All right, number 10, Shadow Weaver.
Oh, she was a good one.
You know,
Really
like
good
she's on
one.
here twice, but this is Masterverse. It's good. Also has a benefit of not being a Mattel a Maddie Collector exclusive. So this one is 100% free of the nutlick tarnishedness. So love her. Also, I
And
don't have a
slightly better
Mattel Maddie
articulation,
Collector
too.
on because I'm not going to spend $500 to $600 on an action figure that's less than 20 years old and not Star Wars. Number 9, Fangor. Enough said. Although he lost points because standing him up next to impossible.
Or at least he's not Origins Leech there.
Wait.
Standing there was a
Why'd you say
Is
his
that like
why?
the feet on mine are weird? I have to he has to go
Oh.
real spread eagle and it's like he's about to do some sort of snake sex tantra trick and it's weird. So anyway,
Allison, you may need to reach out to Adam. He is asking if you have a Glinda locked in.
I do because of you. Remember we chatted, Adam?
There we go.
Yeah. So unless you forgot, but I thought we were locked in. Anyway, number 7. I think we're on 7. Yeah. Zorana. I haven't opened her yet, but she's magnificent. I finally found
That's
her.
my girl right there, Zorana. I got an autograph from the voice actress.
Nice.
Joe Fest.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
That's right.
Ooh.
Zorana is
You
really
were pretty
when I
stoked
got-
that day, man.
Oh yeah.
She's
Me
how
and
I
Han
got
been
all
talking
in
for a while.
as a kid.
I think that was on the Saturday, right, Cass? Anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
She had the benefit of substituting for whenever I would play Return of the Living Dead with my G.I. Joes. She also was trash. so it helped. And then of course next Frogmonger, because Frogmonger is epic. He didn't rate as high as I thought, because once I had him in hand, I got he moved out of the display a little bit quicker than expected. Next up, Motherboard, because she is also epic. This is also the one character in Masters of the Universe Revolutions where I need that as an action figure pronto. And I didn't I'm making an Origins version of Motherboard, but I had no concept of how I would manifest her and as for Masterverse scale. And they did so good that I've pretty much abandoned the idea of doing an Origins Motherboard, and I'm just going to use her for everything because she's pretty cool. People have complained that the body is whatever, or the wings are whatever. Those people can eat a bag of dog shit. So anyway, if you don't like her, that's fine. But when you're whining about nitpicky things on a cool figure, I'd have no respect for you as a person.
Fair enough.
As someone who eats dog shit, yeah, I might have some, respect for you doing that. Next up, Shooter, because she was my first classified pre-order. And that was when I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I think I'm a classified collector rather than a classified cherry picker. So anyway, my computer found some junk files. Anyway, I like this figure a lot. People complained about the shoes, but I like the shoes. It's different. It doesn't look like every other G.I. Joe. I know this will get recycled through other figures, but I don't have any of these figures.
Footwear.
Yeah, they're cool. And if you don't like them, just pop the feet off and put different ones on there.
The feet remind me of Namor's little wings on him.
They look kind of like. Go ahead, Alex.
You need good traction if you're going to shoot people and then run. So I'm just saying, you're going to get farther with that than you would in some boots with some
That's probably
heels.
why she died.
I'm looking at you, Akiko.
Snipers
They
don't
look
run.
kind of like Zoomies, which was like that. Lawrence probably knows those popular skate shoes in the mid 2000s.
It's like the Joe Tracker.
Mm-hmm. I can appreciate people not liking them, but it seems like a really weird thing for people.
I like the old selfie do-up shoes that old Martin McFly had in Back to the Future there.
Now that would be cool if they had an action feature like that. But you know what? Yeah, have some comfortable footwear. You're going to be doing a lot of walking.
I also like the exchangeable hair on her that comes with the gas mask. And the gas mask. It was just overall really cool. Really happy with it. It was nice to get a woman of color in G.I. Joe on my shelf that wasn't Akiko, because Akiko is from that movie that I didn't like. And we need more. I need more Black women action figures on my shelf because it's a little too much whiteness over there. It's like the Mayo Sapiens are taking over. All right. Again, this is a figure I've wanted since 1980 whatever. Diana, I had to heat mine up, which I'm gonna disagree with anyone who says it's normal to heat up an action figure when it's mass produced. If this is on a toy shelf at Target, I should not have to heat it up. Collector's toy, completely different. Diana, Hasbro, store shelves, I should be able to move her arm because kids do not know. And while we all want to argue kids aren't the people this is for, if you're putting in the toy aisle where kids are supposed to buy shit, it needs to be kid friendly.
Well said, Allison.
If you stick it in the collector's toy aisle at Target that is scary and weird, that I hate going to because it's always some dude breathing through his mouth and sweating weird, then yes, we can heat her up, but that's not where Diana was.
Mine was you have no problems hanging out with me on Saturday nights here. You can deal with me in the NECA aisle, okay?
You have your mama looking for a hairdryer, and she's like,
"Yeah,
where's my hairdryer gone?"
I don't mean to offend mouth breathers, but I'm sorry if you were offended. Whatever.
I wasn't really. I was just playing.
Yeah, no, I know.
I'm gonna blow dry my hair now.
There's nobody on this stream or on any stream I've been on that I would consider a weird mouth breather. So even if you breathe,
except for Lawrence, Lawrence is a little weird.
Lawrence has his moments, but
Well, but he's closer to the ground and he can smell stuff before the rest of us do. So
yes, that's true. That's true.
Right. When he's mouth breathing, it's like at chest level, so you can't really hear.
It's like when you send the canary into the coal mine, or you.
And it's usually kayfabe
to find truffles. All right, so Diana, she's super cool. I've wanted her since like the 80s. Like, glad to have her. Next up, Ewok Village Princess Leia, or as we called her in the 90s, Ewok Celebration Leia.
That's right.
This is one of the best face sculpts of Carrie Fisher we have ever gotten. There's a little bit of her daughter in there, so I think they used the stuff they did for Rise of the Skywalker to do the flashback scene. I don't care. It's amazing. I love it. The reason this is not number one is that fucking plastic bullshit nonsense. Soft goods, Hasbro. Skirts should be soft goods. Capes should be soft goods. At this scale, if you can't do soft goods, it's a problem. 3 3/4.
This price.
The price as well. 3 3/4 I get, because sometimes the soft goods look stupid, even if they're good soft goods. So I'm willing to accept plastic skirts and capes and whatnot on 3 3/4 so it looks better, but there's no reason you can't make a soft good skirt look good at this scale. Give her a whole ass dress, people, and put a bra on under there. So that's why she's not number one. And then my number one figure.
I just like the fact that she got that dress because the Ewoks obviously ate some other woman that wore the same size.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, and it's stitched up. It's a little cinched and stuff.
That's my common belief is that's definitely how that went down.
Well, you know, she's cool because they didn't try to eat her, and then they tried to cook her friends to like as part of the feast to celebrate her and 3PO. So, I mean,
now
Ewoks kind of, whatever. For number one,
the Ewoks probably wicked there probably stopped by the old indoor tailors there before they made their way to the village.
Oh yeah, like
they got
they just took all their little hoods and stitched it together to make a dress. Whatever. They were crafty, those Ewoks. Oh, yeah. Number one figure is Lady Slither. People have had complaints. I accept the complaints. You're valid. It doesn't matter. She's super cool. Like this is my favorite figure of the year. There's a caveat. We're about to get to it, but this was really cool. Like more Lady Slither. I mean, like the buck for it, like those fur underwear that she has for the other part. That's the first time we've ever gotten a lady fur bottom for to Origin
proper
scale.
Fur bottom. Yep.
Yeah, I need to see more lady fur bottoms. I need a Battleground Tila. So anyway, and actually because I have an extra Lady Slither, I could probably use those fur trunks with the new Origin, the cartoon Tila, and make a Battleground Tila. So
I got for sure figures myself.
So all of these were like single figures, but my number one all-time toy line of the year, Legends of Dragonmore. I couldn't pick a single figure because this fucking toy line is magnificent. Like, this is what toy line should be. It's fun. It's both nostalgic, but it's also new. Like, it's new stuff we haven't had based on shit from the 80s without being a complete ripoff of Motu. And as some people are like, this is a ripoff. They're wrong. Some of this does come from Art Taylor's sketches, which is fine because the sketches of toys they didn't make in the 80s. So it has to feel without being a complete ripoff. 2 or 3 of the characters they did have to change after a cease and desist from Mattel. And in my opinion, the figures that they changed are stronger for it. Yondara, however you say it, is actually cooler in this form than she was as Shirella. So same with Barbaro, not Keldor, and the only one who suffers, in my opinion, is Onator, and that's just because I really wanted that green alien Webster figure, but Onator is still pretty cool. So
yeah, I like it. No, go ahead, Allison.
This is the one toy line I feel like a lot of people slept on, and you shouldn't. Go order these from Big Bad Toy Store. Pre-order the next few waves. We need more of these, and that's that. We're good.
I think the dragons are coming out too. They said soon, right?
Yes, the dragons.
Yes, dragons are on the way.
So,
I'm actually.
So did you get all these ones there, Ellison, or just
I got the early bird, so I even have the cardboard stuff, and cardboard castle, the cardboard figures. It's epic.
I gotta say, I do like the the revisions they did to Obscuro, because when he was just Durlock, it was like, I just got a Keldor figure, like 2 weeks ago with the Rise of Evil 2-pack. So getting an actual completely different villain by the time that these launched is just so much better.
Durlock was boring to me. I like a Socorro, however it's pronounced. Like he's more interesting to me in that form. Like I like him. He again still has sort of a homage feel to him, but he's still super cool. He's much cooler this way. Like, and the divine armor is just, what's the word? Fucking magnificent. That's it.
Right?
It's
what a great
curvy,
build of figure.
It's just,
and I love. Yeah. I was just gonna say, I love the fact that their Build-A-Figure is purposefully made so that you could swap out the body pieces with the other parts of the figure, because like the idea is that you want to get all the parts of the sacred armor. So like, Barbaro could have the helmet and like one of the arms, because he's only got those two pieces of the armor, whereas one of the villains may have the other ones. Now, I don't know, Thanos, you're going to have to help us maybe next weekend. Tell us how that works for the female figures as much. Like, because I could see where maybe that doesn't look as good as just putting an arm, on them. But they are a cool line. It's great, and I'm glad that they actually made it.
And Kareem is translucent. So.
Right? And we all know that's a big thing for a lot of us here. Wraith Mace, thank you for joining in on the Clubhouse,
up,
by the way,
guys?
brother.
Hey.
Happy New Year, guys.
Hello.
How you doing, man?
What's going on?
Welcome.
What's up, Ken?
Does everybody know Wraith Mace? Or
I know him by the name.
He does some
Yeah.
gaming.
I don't believe we're cross paths here.
Yeah.
Elder is awesome, dude. That's so cool.
Oh, thank you there.
I think my favorite favorite character out of that Legends of Dragonor is the Pantera, the female
She's
cat.
super cool.
Heard she was pretty metal.
I like those dio stands, the rock formations they were standing on there. It reminded me of those ones you can get off also the Amazon. You get them in different colors there. Little rock stands, put your fingers on.
Yep, I have that. I need to.
Oh, you got one of those? Oh,
yep, I'm going to spray paint it pink and gold to make it part of my crystal castle. So.
Oh.
But
that'd be magnificent.
At some point, that will all be behind me instead of a printer and boxes and shit. So.
Right.
You gonna get your room fixed up for the New Year, Oz?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, because I only work. See, I'm off tomorrow, so tomorrow's going to be like an all day, just kind of working in here day, and then I only work 2 days this week. I'll be off Thursday and Friday because it's my birthday.
Nice.
Birthday.
So you are working tomorrow or no?
No, I'm off tomorrow.
Okay.
I'll be working Tuesday, and I'll be working on Wednesday, and then I'll be off for the week.
When's your birthday?
Thursday.
Okay, I'll be sure not to check Facebook to know when your birthday is, and I'll let you know like 2 days later. Happy birthday!
You're welcome, brother.
Well, you're a petty motherfucker.
What?
You heard me.
No, I deserve that. I don't check my Facebook every day. Completely missed everybody.
Yes,
else
I had to
posting
remember
about
that
his
with
birthday.
the old Facebook and the happy birthday, especially for
That's
those
all right,
friends
though.
that are in other parts of the world there. I have to remember it's the day after.
Okay,
So-
but Facebook also doesn't show that shit anymore consistently, which is why I missed people's birthday.
You're absolutely correct. Like
You have to search birthdays to find them.
It'll tell you after the fact. So and so's like if you go to your homepage, it'll then not your person, but like your feed homepage. It'll then oh yeah, so and so's birthday was like 3 days ago, asshole. It's like thanks, Facebook.
Now you tell me.
You're gonna show me ads for shit I mentioned in passing while I was in the bathroom, like after El Conceived stop at Taco Bell, where my phone was like 3 rooms away when I was screaming for the love of God to save me. You're gonna show me churches in my area, but you can't remind me that it was somebody's birthday. Thanks, Facebook. Thanks.
Right.
Anyway,
Well, fortunately for me, part of tomorrow's job is I did find where I could look on Facebook, so I'll film your friend on Facebook. I will be putting all of the birth dates in my calendar, my paper calendar. I'm going to be writing them down so that way I can actually remember as I look at each fucking day. And if you're in the Frenzied patron, I'm going to blow your shit up on your birthday. Actually, I should watch about that phrasing. I don't know if YouTube likes me saying that kind of stuff.
I just got dinged for the bill for your Patreon.
Well, we're not kicked off yet, so I'm good.
Yeah, which reminded me to quit some other Patreons before the year ended. Get it right before the billing cycle.
Oh, you see, it all mounts up there, sir.
What Patreons?
I gotta say, that was a very satisfying message there, Ken. You're in a safe space, but if you don't want to put it publicly,
no, it's the year end, so I reset a few, right? So I know people are just joking around, but it's one of those things. Like I reevaluate at the end of the year, then sometimes I even rejoin the same one a year later. So
right.
Hey, does anybody have?
Besides Lawrence's, which ones did you quit, Ken?
I don't have a Patreon.
There you go. So I didn't quit Lawrence's, right? But even then, like if I'm just resetting for the year, I might rejoin in 12 months.
Sure.
I will say it's really weird with like channel members. Like there are channel memberships that like almost every single month they drop off being a channel member and then become a channel member again like a day or two later.
They might just not have it on auto renew.
That happened to me once there on your channel there, sir. I didn't have quite enough gold there for the payment to go up, but I sorted that up.
No, I haven't. There's a few people that like it just like it shows like they're no longer a member, and then they're a member like right away again, like a day or two later.
Yeah.
So I think that's a YouTube issue, but it's not.
I don't know what it is. Like Palpatine has been a channel member of mine since almost day one, and then all of a sudden it said he rejoined like a week ago. I'm like, oh, okay.
Okay, so he's the one I was talking about. He was the first channel member. He's still a channel member. But I swear at least 6 times it said that he's no longer a channel member, or it shows that he rejoined.
Yes.
Like at least 6 times.
Sometimes what may happen too is like with me, right? Like it hasn't happened in a while, but before, like when money was really, really tight, like say the bill hits today for the channel membership, right? Because it's to the day, and I don't get paid until like Friday or whatever, right? So it'll try to charge and it won't go through, but then it will charge again. Now, mind you, the off chance that I don't have the buck or two or whatever the channel membership is on that day, but I mean, that's just kind of what happens. But then it re-ups and charges it a day or two later. Not trying to put anybody financial business,
but that happens.
Anybody, but it
like,
does happen.
I got a random message like 3 months ago that like Allison Troy has joined your Patreon. I'm like, what? But she was already a member.
Yeah,
and then
Patreon keeps trying to charge an old credit card I haven't had forever.
Yeah, it was weird.
I go in
right?
and change it all over, and every month or so it'll default to the old one, and then I have to go in, and then it's like, oh, log into Patreon. I'm like, I haven't seen anything. It won't send me a note saying your payments failed. So I can fix it, and then I'll log in and it'll be like, because I'm like, I haven't gotten anything from Patreon. And then I'll log in and it'll be like, your payment to 17 people have failed. And I'm like, but why? And I'm like, I have removed that credit card 3 times.
My Netflix.
But you know what? The fact you support 17 people, that speaks highly of you as far as supporting your content creator.
I did go about a month ago. There are a couple Patreons I was on for like more than $5. Well, let's rephrase that. More than $10. Or I was paying like 15, 20, whatever. And I'm like, and several of those creators have really big Patreons, really big, like lots of
they won't miss one person, right? So
well, I dropped down to the lowest tier, like the $5 tier or whatever. And then I go in and I'll take like that 10, 50, however much it was, and I will divide that up between smaller creators.
I gotcha.
Where I feel like my money is like for you, like I'm still on a lower tier. And it's not because I don't think you deserve more, but it's because at this right now where I'm at, I'm like, I would rather spend that money on like 5 really tiny creators who only have like 10 or 15 Patreon people, because my money is going to help that person get a little bit further. So that's, I try to help the little guys right now. And there are only 2 or 3 people who are. There's nobody I support for more than $10 right now at this point, because it sort of shifted when I started making YouTube, where I was, now that I can sort of see the back end of it and sort of realize how it all works. I'm like, I would rather spread that out, because it may be like, say, $5 less for this big creator, but that $5 goes a lot farther for a different creator. And that was when I went and supported you on Patreon. It was literally because I went and cut somebody down to $5, and I'm like, I got an extra $5 to pay somebody for.
Yeah.
That's what cool. YouTube channels am I getting the most value from? Who do I want to see make more content? Whose content actually makes my day happier? And that was how you got some money from me.
Appreciate that wholeheartedly.
You're on my list of people to up my pledge. Woo-hoo. Once it's time to do the next round, because I feel like you get a lot. Once Lawrence has tiers or a Patreon, Lawrence will get a little bit more money, because I feel like right now Lawrence is creating a community and content that resonates. So that's what it sort of is. Like, I try to help as many of the little guys as I can.
Well, that's kind of you. Very kind of you, Allison.
And we appreciate that. We really do.
You know, like, I think half of you on here I'm probably supporting on Patreon. So
you are one of my.
And if I'm not, it's not because I don't appreciate your content. It's just like I haven't redistributed funds, and I haven't gotten. I have not gotten an. I shouldn't say that, but nobody from my work. I haven't gotten an actual bonus in like 2 years, because we took a hit during the pandemic, and it was like, either we fire some people or I don't get a bonus. So I don't get a bonus, because I would rather not fire people and not. It sucks, but it's better to employ people than.
I'm honest myself, but I'll do it on a bit of a rotation there. So 1 month might be one channel and so on.
What were you gonna say, Lawrence?
So Pop Blender was gifted a membership. Now, I don't know if he's doing this, and a lot of people don't realize this. You cannot join a channel unless you're on a computer. You can't do it from a mobile device. YouTube hasn't figured out a way for them to make more money by just putting it on the mobile device.
Really?
On a mobile device.
But I think
maybe not on Apple. Really?
Huh. I think it's partly the.
I can do it.
Settings.
I was gonna say maybe not on iPhone, but I Pump with Toys. There should be a join button. There's a join button on yours, Lawrence.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I joined yours on my phone because I was.
That's new, because they must have recently put that in there.
Yeah,
I will say it was a more recent thing. Well, I don't know when. I can't remember when I became your channel member, but I know it was within the last like couple months that I joined yours. And it was one of those newer updates, like the one that drove me crazy, where they moved the live chat. Like I keep going back to look for it, and I can't find it still.
And then,
so real quick, I just did want to do the shout out to Happy New Year's to the Mountain Time Zone. 6 minutes in, but happy 2024 to our mountain friends. Kenny, if you're still watching.
Yay, happy New Year.
Fancy shit.
Happy New Year to all the Donner Party survivors.
So then on my channel, Big M says, "Hey everyone, I've never seen Big M before. I'm putting 2 and 2 together and assuming that is my daughter, since obviously her fiance has found the channel." So I might be completely wrong, but
if Big M is your daughter, she does have a very kick-ass avatar.
And I looked at that and I thought that was kind of unique, but since her name does start M, and that Destin was just on, and I've never seen that person before, so
yeah, it's definitely not a name I've seen on your streams.
Yeah, but it's just kind of coincidental, and I don't know why she would go by that, but obviously they found it. She'll send me stuff when I'm on here. She'll be at the bar and she's like, "Look, they're watching G.I. Joe," and they have the G.I. Joe just streaming. She's like, "Oh, now they're watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Now Power Rangers is on." I'm like, "What bar do you go to?" Like, if anyone's wondering, it's my oldest.
I was about to
Obviously,
say, I
not,
didn't
not
realize
the
your
ones
daughter
you
was-
see strolling through here.
Lawrence, did you see the classified Rolling Thunder that guy made?
I saw. Yeah, I've seen him drop it in some of the channels, or some of the Facebook pages, where
By Pixis Designs. Oh my god, dude, that thing looks nuts.
it's. I don't
It's
need
like
anything.
50 pounds, dude. That thing is huge.
I haven't looked anything into it, but I saw he had it like facing the his tank.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I'm not strong enough to lift it. And he's like, it's like 50 pounds. I'm like, what the hell? So, I mean, obviously, it's all 3D printed. And, but I reached out to him. I was like, hey, I'm like, how much is it? And he's like, oh, it's probably about $1,300. So just to get like, you know what I mean? Like that's just to give you an idea of like when you're comparing it to like a HasLab. Not that I'm saying that they're ever going to do a HasLab Rolling Thunder, but that'd be cool. But, it does look pretty impressive though what he put together.
And that is why when before the his tank went up, and then when it leaked, and there was the one guy going around on all the Facebook groups saying, I 3D print these for $250, and I guarantee you theirs won't have working treads, this and that. But when it came out that it was $300, and I remember like looking at it, and I've done some 3D printing, but my buddy does a whole bunch of it. I'm like, $250 is not a bad price, especially at the time. Now, in that past 2 years, things have really changed. But people don't realize, like, when someone 3D prints something, there's a lot of failures.
Oh yeah.
People aren't doing it to not make some money. They're doing it to, they want to make some money off it. I mean, it is their time, their electricity that they're using, all the plastic. I hate when people just assume like, oh, it should be like $20. Like, and you people live in a different world than the rest of us.
Yeah, dude, that it's like I said, I was just looking at it, and obviously, if you get in close, you'll see like the striations from the 3D printing. But
yeah,
I was impressed with it. It looks really cool.
Oh yeah, you're hoping on a bit of a wing and a prayer with the old 3D printing at times. The power goes out and it stops midway, or it runs off the sides or whatever. Well, the plate is not heated right.
I can imagine that was so. So does anybody have any one thing that they're looking forward to for 2024 that's being released? Something that hasn't been released yet, but something that's going to be released in 2024, or something that you think might be released.
Monster Force.
Yeah,
Monster
Force is the big one, but that's a whole line.
We were talking about that.
And the Cyclone and the Cinder from Origin. But
I'm just going to throw in there too, Cyberzoic.
Oh, yeah.
Friggin', Creative Beast Studios with Cyberzoic right now, finally getting something Dino Rider-esque.
Oh, that's right.
That's coming 2024.
Don't tease me, Ken, until I see
it.
Oh
yeah, Robo Skull. Yeah. How long is that? That's been what, 3 years?
Hey,
I think
as long as it comes out right.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it launched before the Sky Striker.
Yeah, I think you're right. Because you're right. Because I was contemplating both the Sky Striker or Robo Skull. I should have gotten.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah,
you're right. And didn't Robo Skull also have the option to get a classified set, like a 6-inch figure with it?
No. So it automatically comes with an O-ring figure, but they also make a 6-inch figure for it. So
okay.
So you can pull the seats out. It'll have interchangeable seats, but they are making a 6-inch figure, a 6-inch scale figure. Now, I finally was sold on that when I saw Destro with it, and I went okay. But I will say this: if it was happening today, I would not back it just because of all the classified stuff that I see coming out. I have no reason to wonder. Now, I can take it back and forth because I collect both lines. Once again, crazy concept there. But it's just, like, they just posted pictures of it next to the Hiss tank, and it is it's big.
Wow.
Sorry.
Huge.
I was listening.
Ring that drum for Robo Skull, Ken.
I was listening while I was emptying the dryer upstairs, but yeah, I think what it is, it's gonna give us the old Palatoy Red Shadows feel to it, because you're gonna get the Skeletron character, you're gonna get the Wolf character. You know, you never know, you might get Baron Ironblood in some capacity, right? So,
any ideas for what the Joe HasLab will be this year? Do you think it'll be? I don't think it'll be 3.75 because I think now that Super 7's got it, they're probably just going to be running with everything for that. So for classified, Lawrence, what do you think? What do you think is going to be the announcement?
Well, I mean, I really thought that it was going to be the Thunder Machine. People are saying, no, that's not going to be the Thunder Machine, that's going to be released. I think the Thunder Machine would be great because it really is modular. I mean, you can have a classic one and then have, you know, a new Challenger front end to go on it, different rocket.
Right.
But everyone, I mean, it really does sound like that's probably going to come out, which shocks me that they wouldn't do it in classified.
You know what's interesting is they came out with so if they kind of go by their Transformers lines, right? They came out with the Megatron Hiss Tank, and then they came out with the Bumblebee Ostriker, right? And then
also to empower the Primes, they came out with the Legends class Viper, which was the purpley looking figure.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Mold. The same mold as Power Glide there.
So personally, so they did Cobra.
Didn't they do the Triple T as well with Sergeant Slaughter?
Yeah, but that would never be that would never be.
I could not see them. I think it's going to be a
Moray. That'll be a bit of a big one.
So here's what I'm thinking now. They did Cobra, then the Joe. My thinking was, well, you have the Thunder Machine, that's the Dreadnoughts, but they're going hard with the Iron Grenadiers right now.
Okay.
So I'm starting to think that they're going to do not Destro's little flying thing, but what was
the Despoiler?
Yes.
Or the Demon.
The Demon is the big one.
Yeah, the Despoiler.
Or the AGP.
So now I don't see those were after my time, so I can't tell you which one is which.
No, they're gonna go classic, Joe. If you look at what they released, you're gonna go classic.
I agree with Gaz.
I'm thinking the Moray. I'm thinking land. They've done the air. Now it's time for the sea.
I'm thinking Moray, maybe Rattler.
No, you gotta think iconic vehicles. Look at what they came out with: the Hiss and the Dragonfly, right? So the next one's going to be Cobra if they stick to that, right? So Rattler. What's more iconic? Exactly, what's more iconic than the Hiss? It's the Rattler. They'll come out with a Rattler.
Wow, can you imagine that as classified?
I just think it's too big.
No, because you think about it, right? They're not going to do the Thunder Machine because they just did it as a Transformer. They announced the Triple T as a Transformer, so that's not going to be it, right? So you gotta look at it. What are they going to do? And they're doing iconic vehicles. They know that are going to sell.
Yeah.
And what's going to sell more than a Rattler?
If you take the fact that they said they're already going to do a Snowcat and release it on Hasbro Pulse, then you got to go bigger than that, right? So Rattler.
So the only other thing that's more iconic or equally as iconic would be a Joe vehicle,
and you're not looking at anything smaller or vamp size now because Vamp's coming out at $100.
Right. Yeah.
So the Thunder Machine can possibly, if they're going to do it, they're just going to sell it. They're not going to do a HasLab for
it. They're going to do it the way they're doing the Vamp. Right.
So the other one that I could possibly see is the Havoc. It's large. It's
maybe
iconic.
What about the
closer
Night
to
Raven?
86.
Night Raven.
I think the Night Raven will be too big.
Black jet plane there.
That thing's already huge at a 3 3/4.
I know it did get released in the Rise of Cobra line. I had that.
You got to look at the feasibility. Like you were just talking about the Rolling Thunder, right? 50 pounds. How big is that thing? Are you going to buy that? Really? Do you really want that? Where are you going to put it? You know,
I still think they're going to go with a watercraft.
I'm going to put my desk
on the wall or something.
So I believe I heard this. I believe that the Joe O-ring stuff, Hasbro is still going to make the vehicles for it. So they're going to come out. I believe the whale's coming out. I forget. I think the Mobat and one other one. And Prime has been Mobat Prime.
Guys, do you think it's going to be direct store release or will it be HasLab like the
Probably
Skytracker?
HasLab because I can't see like the problem with like direct store release, right? I know everybody wants it in the stores, but this isn't like unless you're in out of the U.S. I'm just talking about the U.S. because that's where I am. We don't have Toys R Us, not yet anyway. Supposedly coming back certain places, right? We have Target and Walmart, your biggest toy sellers, right? You walk in there, you got 2 aisles of boys' toys, 2 aisles of girls' toys, and a couple aisles of like little kid toys. They're not going to store that stuff on those shelves. They got like 2 foot.
No, but they
right?
They do put bigger stuff in. There's an aisle for bigger toys, and I have seen them there. They put like that's where they found Castle Grayskull. That's where you found Snake Mountain at retail.
How many of those are you going to see on the shelf? How many are they going to bring in?
I can tell you, Walmart Market will not take a risk on that big of stuff when they're selling all these goats at clearance prices.
Where's the most logical place for them to sell that? Their own storefront, which is Hasbro Pulse.
Yep.
But they're not going to touch an O-ring HasLab. They're not doing O-rings anymore. So they're not going to do an O-ring.
No, I know that. They're not doing O-rings. They're going to do the vehicles for O-ring.
Okay,
they're not going to do the O-rings because they just farm that out.
Rumor. So I'll be interested to see if they actually do. That's one rumor that someone has said. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's a rumor, but it's probably more logical because if you look at they're making the Transformer stuff O-ring, so you're going to have a mold for an Off Striker. You can make the Off Striker.
Yeah, but Hasbro could actually take those molds, license it out to Super 7,
and
release it under Super 7.
Isn't it just like making an action figure where your actual mold for your action figure is like 6-inch? Yeah, and then you got to downsize it to make the O-ring figure. If they're going to do that for a vehicle, it's the same thing.
Right? And one of our stores here, they've got the main separate aisles near the Legos, the girls, and the boys.
Yeah.
And then
you actually have
those.
Yeah.
They got the bigger shelves for the more larger sets. And I remember going there at one point, and I saw this fairly massive jet plane there. That looks like you could fit a couple of the classified figures in.
Right.
The only problem with it is truly at a retail space, though.
Yeah, so it's the retail space here because we don't have a Toys R Us anymore or any of these big toy stores that would have that space. That's
the warehouses are quite large.
Yeah, exactly. And then you have your buyers from Walmart and Target. They're not going to buy these things because they're thinking about moving this stuff. And that's why you see a lot of things going clearance in there because they need to move it out so they can bring new stuff in. Right?
That's why the Vamp is being sold directly through Hasbro Pulse.
Exactly. So that's where you're going to get these vehicles. They're going to be through Pulse, or they might sell them like you might find them on Big Bad Toy Store and other stores, other things like that. But you're not going to see them at retail. Maybe you'll see a couple of them at retail, but the bulk of it's going to be sold online, and that's where you're going to get it.
Plus, my Walmart sat on the Hiss 3.7 for a long time. I mean, there was and this is New York, and they sat on those things for a long time.
Right.
I can tell you,
same down here in Maryland.
As someone that was in retail management for a long time, no buyer is gonna waste the retail space on something that big with that big of a risk. They can't even move the figures now. They're not going to do it on a vehicle.
Yeah, because you're gonna fit like maybe 2 of them on the shelf at a time.
Yeah, and each company they rent those spaces, right?
Yeah.
Hasbro rents the 4-foot section or 8-foot section, whatever.
Like I said it earlier, like I don't know how many of you guys, how some of you guys are aged during the 80s when you could actually walk into Toys R Us or Child Ward here and literally an aisle for G.I. Joes, like literally.
Oh, yeah.
That's all you had is like an ocean of G.I. Joe.
Yeah, there was and Toys R Us Kids World, man. You just walk down an entire aisle of Joe stuff.
Yeah, an 8-foot section of just pegged figures with like smaller boxed items below it, like 2 shelves. So you had like a couple of, and you're always thumbing through them to look for Snake Eyes. Hope you can find them, right? You never found them, though, right? But
until '89.
Yeah, those days are gone. Now it's online. You see all the figures they have, and you choose which ones you want. Bang.
So here's the question: do you guys think the market after the last 2 G.I. Joe classified HasLabs blew up? Do you think the market would support 2 classified HasLabs in 1 year?
I wouldn't take that.
No.
I wouldn't take that chance. No. I wouldn't do that.
And the reason I say that is just
because
because
they no longer sell the the classified figures. The last one I bought was the Lady J, but she'd been a shelf surfing there for quite a while, and she was the only one. So sometimes she'll be in the Star Wars section in there. So I decided to pick her up there one day, but no, I've never seen another classified there since. I think they're rather expensive out here. Also, about $50 a figure. One.
So here's the thing about the crowd funds, like HasLabs and everything else, right? You're pulling from the same group of people. Now, mind you, G.I. Joe collectors are a little bit more specific for the most part, but you're still pulling from that. In order for a HasLab to truly make it, and make it as quickly as they do, they also have to pull in the casual markets as well, like people who collect more than just G.I. Joe. Okay, because there are people who don't collect only G.I. Joe that were like, I need to have that HasLab hiss. You know, to really make it successful, it's got to appeal to a casual person as well. And when you're pulling this many, like, let's look at how things went last year, right? Started off with a bang with crowd funds and HasLabs, and everybody was getting them almost back to back to back. But by the end of the year, when we were all cramming them in at the end, people really had to start picking and choosing which ones they backed. You were seeing them back full tiers all the way towards the beginning of the year, but towards the end of the year, you started to see a lot more drop off. Where they weren't hitting those full tiers. Now, again, G.I. Joe managed to pull it off, you know, getting everything for theirs because they got it very dedicated, but you still got to pull from the casuals as well to hit it as quickly as you do.
And like I said, the majority of G.I. Joe collectors are just that, G.I. Joe collectors. They're not toy collectors. They don't understand what's going on in the industry, so they don't care about anything else. So
you got to remember
going directly to G.I. Joe.
But these HasLabs also don't go directly just to the toy collectors because you have toy shops that buy more than one.
That's true. I have my local shop bought like my local vintage shop bought 3 hisses.
Yep.
I think 3 or 4 hisses.
I was gonna say, I was just at Uncle Bob's Vintage Toys. He bought several of them and had one sitting on his shelf right in there, and he had another one that he was selling as well. The toy shops are buying them because there is actually a whole market of collectors that don't know about this awesome thing we call the internet or use it as fluently as we do, that are slightly older that are still into this stuff. And for those collectors, they go to these toy shops. Like, you know, you go to Sarge and Red's all the time because they're a fantastic toy shop. How many did they buy? You know, you've been able to get several of these HasLabs with all of their tiers from Big Bad Toy Store because Big Bad Toy Store's ordering them, which is great because for some people the complaint is that they don't have the money at the time.
Yeah,
you know, it hits during this or it hits during that and they don't have it. Well, now you have another option because you can get it from these retailers that are buying several because they know that some people aren't going to get it at the time, and it works, and they are selling and they are moving. But those people are the ones that are buying more. As a matter of fact, Alan from Eternia Toys, he bought several of the Eternia playsets. That crowdfund from Mattel, he bought a bunch of them. And he's got to pay shipping on each individual one, too. He doesn't get a break on shipping for that, by the way. So
see the fellow in Australia, I got the Serpentor off. He was also ordering in the the Hiss tanks and what have you.
Hey, well, I want to give everybody a heads up. Anybody I know for people who don't have like Ollie's or like our Canadian brethren, if you ever want, there's a website that I've ordered from. It's called Kids Warehouse. Literally just search Kids Warehouse, and they still have like the classified figures for like
get them like
$8.99.
$8.99.
Yeah, dude, $9.99, and I've ordered from them. And what it is it's Hasidic Jews own this. They get overstock from like Walmarts and stuff like that in the New York City, Brooklyn, and tri-state area, and so they just throw this stuff up on their site. So if anybody ever wants something cheap, they have everything that Ollie's has and everything, and they're actually cheaper too. So it's Kids Warehouse.
I'm not
you still
heard of
pay a
that
little
shop,
bit
but
more with the shipping.
I've heard of the Kid In. the Kid In website.
Yeah.
I've not seen if they've sold any GI Joe, but I've looked
Yeah.
at the Master of the Universe line.
Yeah, I'm looking
Kids
right now. At
Warehouse,
the
I've grabbed a
Outback.
couple.
Yeah.
Wow, the Megatron Transformer, $45.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You get it dirt cheap.
See what happens? See what happens when you
I hit
wait
that.
and not get it at
It's
get it
just
Warehouse.
yeah,
Release
just search
date.
kids. Just Google Kids Warehouse, and then just go to
Everybody
Boys
get in.
Toys. Yeah, like I'm looking right now at the
I bring them up every once in a while.
Yeah, the Tiger Force Outback.
Holy moly!
Superior one, $6.90.
I bet the shipping to Eternia will be horrendous, though.
And everybody was clamoring for that guy and paying like above retail for it. Now he's like $6.
Yep.
Yep.
That's what happens when you don't have to get it at release. You just wait and then you get it.
That's where I bought a bunch of those Falcon Secret War style figures, not because I wanted the Falcon figure, but because, and I'm not talking Falcon Classified, I'm talking Falcon from Marvel Secret Wars. I bought a bunch of him just because I wanted the damn birds. I was going to paint up all the Red Wings.
Speaking of Falcon, there is another thing that I'm actually anticipating. It's another pre-sale I did, and hold on.
Oh, same thing. If you look at Transformers, same thing. They have so much stuff. It's
They do.
hysterical. Yeah.
Yep, I picked up
Marvel,
quite a few things from them.
Yep.
They had some good Masters of the Universe like a year ago, but that's dwindled down to just barely anything left. Now, one thing they did that I hated was they had the first release Rey Mysterio from the WWE Masters of the Universe. They had that one pictured, and then when I ordered it, I got the second release.
Oh, that's
and for people who are Masters of the Universe fans, know that first release Rey Mysterio had the reverse of the wings and the backpack, so you could create that look for Stratos. So I was really excited that they had it dirt cheap.
Battle ran there for $7.99.
Yeah, if you look too, they also have if you want to make some good Crimson Twins with suits, you can get the Crimson Twins for $6.99 a piece, and then you buy the Marvel Legends. They actually have the Hammerhead. Yeah, that's $8.99 on the site. So you just buy. I bought two of those, two of the extra Crimson Twins for heads, and bing bang boom. Then I have my my suited up Crimson Twins. It was like 20.
It's not much. It equals out to be about the same price of a regular figure, and it's not bad.
Here's another figure that I'm actually looking forward to. That's coming out this year, and it's this Winter Soldier.
Oh, that looks cool. I was actually looking at, because I haven't gotten any amazing Yamaguchi, and I try to get like one that I really like for each particular character. That looks cool.
Yeah, this is my favorite Marvel character, and I'm like, I guess I'm gonna go for it. So I pre-sold it, but it looks so amazing.
So Thanos is mentioning that you can get stuff from them through Walmart's app.
Oh,
you can get the Kids Warehouse stuff. So you get it at that price, and then if you order over $30, you get the free shipping. So that ain't bad. That's actually a pretty good way to get around their shipping, which, mind you, their shipping isn't a lot.
No.
And it comes fast. Like you'll order it and get it in the same week.
Yeah. If you call them, it's usually a Spanish woman you'll speak to, and you just I remember because I bought like $200 worth of when they had kinetic sand on there. And I was like, listen, I'm buying a ton of this. And they're like, oh, we'll ship it out to you for free. Don't worry about it. And I'm like, all right, great. I'm like, this is like, I'm buying like a ton of this. So this is a lot of pounds. They're like, don't worry about it. It's no big deal. So again, it's you give them a call if there's anything that you want. And they update their stock every couple of months. So once Ollie's.
It's like once a quarter.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just go through and snatch up a lot of the warehouse stuff. Now, whereas like Ollie's and stuff is getting mostly from Hasbro Direct. I believe you're right, Rathan, when theirs is like overstock from Walmart and stuff, which is why you can get it through Walmart.
Yep.
And if you notice, their prices line up a little bit more with Walmart's clearance pricing too. It's almost like they might be a subsidiary.
Yeah, again, so it's the Hasidic Jews own the Kids Warehouse, and Hasidic Jews are big in the tri-state area, and so they have relationships with the owners of Walmart and Target and so on. So they'll always get their overstock first.
Yeah,
which is why you'll see there's even like a ton of Transformer stuff that's on here.
Yep,
it's
Transformers. Transformers and Power Rangers just popped up on there this past year.
Yes, you're right.
As the other stuff has been dwindling, like G.I. Joe just showed up there last quarter
I was
when everybody
surprised
was
to see
getting
it.
them.
Yep, I was surprised to see it up there.
Yep.
Oh, yes, Zaymot and Tomax don't have those ones.
Yeah,
yeah, it's not like around me. Ross only had Tomax
Especially
or
not Black
Zaymot. I
Ross.
can't remember which one they had, but they only had the one twin. And it's like, but I need both if I'm getting them because they're mirrored.
They should have done that as a two-pack.
And I bought the. If you look at the Marvel Legends, they have the Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, and all I wanted was the ring, because I do a lot of Warhammer 40K, and so that ring is perfect to be like a step through in a diorama for your figures.
Yeah,
so
very cool.
like if you do like the rings are perfect. So again, it's a little pricey, $20, but if you look on like eBay, they're like $20-$30 just for the ring, and then you can just sell off the figure.
You
So.
sell the figure off in a lot or something.
Yep.
But they also had, like, if you're into the retro carded stuff, if you go under Fantastic Four, you get the entire set of the Legends Fantastic Four retro cards.
And that Thing figure, I prefer the first one that came out, but that Thing figure is awesome.
Yep. Kids Warehouse is a really, really good deal. So
They're good. Like I said, I've ordered from them. Like just like you're saying, you've ordered from them too. They're solid.
They're fast. They are very fast. Now, I will say about that Rey Mysterio WWE, I wrote them back feedback that the pictured product was not what I received. And they said, "We're sorry, we can refund you the money." And I was like, "No, that's okay, because I still got a figure out of it, so I'm not mad about that." But they did switch to the updated Rey Mysterio, so that way it wasn't misleading other people.
Oh, that's cool.
Bit of bad news there. Don't ship to Eternia. Oh.
Sorry about that, Eldor.
Speaking of the Eternia, when is that supposed to ship? The
first quarter next year, or this year for me.
2024.
Yeah,
so
it's
next
first
three
quarter,
next 3
so
months,
probably
kind of
around
thing.
March,
Wow, that's gonna be
March,
crazy.
April.
Lawrence, did you buy the Eternia?
Coming out.
Oh hell no! No.
Why? You can put it right on top of your flag.
All right. Hey, the flag's already out of space because it has 4 skyscrapers on it. Conquest and
got a couple sets of legs
you might
just
sit up
falling
top of the
on
roof there, Lawrence.
I might be. I've been contemplating whether or not just selling off the origin stuff that I have.
You know what, Lawrence? I understand, man, but if it's still making you happy, though, enjoy it while you got it.
Well,
right?
no, that's the whole thing. It's like I got everything. I'm sure there'll be more stuff that comes out, but there's not much more that I'm really interested in having.
I agree. That's why I'll pull it back on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I literally have a bin sitting next to me. I bought my son all of the WWE Masters of the WWE Universe and like the first 5 lines of Origins, and so he's played with them and he's done, and I'm just like, all right, I'm probably just gonna sell them off because I think he's finished with them. So
let me know about some of them WWE guys, because I still want several of those.
Well, everyone's gonna want the Undertaker Scareglow, right?
yeah, I got the Undertaker.
Got that.
Scareglow.
Thank you, John.
Yeah.
Jake the Snake was another good one there. You take his face off him. So
I will not be selling Scareglow.
Or Mr. T.
I didn't get the
Mr. T is a big
problem. I got the Goldberg.
All right. Now that we're talking, there you go. There's Sarge.
Sergeant Slaughter.
Sergeant
Actually,
Slaughter.
I wanted him.
The belt is out.
Yeah.
Cool one.
He's out
Hold him
again.
back up, Joe.
Oh,
Yeah.
There you go.
One of the
That
best.
is awesome, dude. And I'm because
One of the
I'm
best.
a huge Man at Arms fan.
Yeah.
if it wasn't for Zazel, I wouldn't have got this. He sent me a link to get it. Yeah.
Yeah. He was one
Finally
of the
got the
ones I was
belt. Now
trying
that
to
we're
find
talking
and buy.
wrestling again, I can bring out the belt.
Well, I did want to ask. I did want to ask everybody, because we're coming up to our final time zone. We still got a couple minutes. What are your favorite memories of 2023?
Oh, that's easy. It's easy.
I kicked off something off my bucket list this year. I've never been out of the United States, and so I went, and I've always wanted to go to the Caribbean, so I was able to take my family this year to Atlantis in the Bahamas. So that was awesome. So that was probably my favorite memory from this year. That was sweet.
I'm sorry about the road rippers there.
Good.
I'll go next up. Joe Fest.
Yep.
I met this guy in person right here below me. Met Zazel, Adam, Hans Chow. It was great. It was a great time. Looking forward to doing that again.
Yep.
Allison.
Very soon.
Probably when we got this little guy.
No.
It no longer fits.
Yes, he was. I saw he was holding on for dear life there before when you were.
Well, we've got fireworks outside, so he is. This is his. He's 6 months old, so this is his first real fireworks because he was born after the 4th of July. So
He is become your co-pilot on our streams here for the hangout.
yeah, and he used to not do this, but he is now to the point. It's also Matt is in bed by now, so there's no human over there playing video games for him to hang out with. So now he comes over and chills out. As soon as Matt went to bed, he cried for a little bit, and then he came over here. And he's technically not high. Sorry. Back to bed.
Eldor, how about you? I know you've had some ups and downs this year, my brother.
Oh yes, a few family members passing away in relatively quick succession there. It was quite unexpected, but it happens, I suppose. It's
Sorry about that,
the circle of life, as the old King of the Jungle says, the old Mufasa there. But yes, I can't recall any one good memory except, of course, bringing up one of my top 10 there tonight was the Holy Grail for me, as you say in the collector's world there, the collector grail or what have you. So this was finally picking up the figure of myself.
Eldor.
Very
Very
cool. I
cool.
was quite surprised there the other day, before Christmas. I think Kenzo, he has shared on me on the IG there a photo that Axel Jimenez, I believe his name's pronounced, doing the starting to work on the old artwork for when they release my figure out in the Origins line there. Hopefully with the Powers of Grayskull a card art to go along with it. And yes,
There's not many of us here.
What other characters they'll finally release out there? Maybe Shirilla and what have you. Because that the line never really kicked off back in the 80s. Only a couple of things were made, and so yes,
for sure.
To see what happens this time around.
Elder, you're awesome, dude. I just added your figure to my classics collection this year too. I think in January I picked it up. So
classics. Yeah. Okay.
Oh god, dude. I don't know. You can't. I'm gonna start talking about classics forever, but yeah, Eldor, that's awesome.
John, what about you, brother?
I did,
You've been quiet.
pick up the loose classics Eldor. Also, just missing the book though. But yes, I had that, and I made my own custom version using the Masterverse Fisto head, just painting, giving him grays instead of his ginger color there, and did my own soft goods for that. Gave him his robes, but I'm just waiting for them to release a gray Hordak so I can take his legs off and give me the gray pants there. I'm just using one of the He-Man legs at the moment with the robes off Trapjaw. Came with his cult accessories there in the Masterverse in the meantime.
Very cool.
So yes, got all of me, you might say.
John, go ahead, brother. What's yours?
Well, let's see. My downfall this year, obviously, my hand surgery.
Oh, yeah.
Other than that, my uplifts. My kid, the family and I went to New Orleans this year. We enjoyed that. And last but not least, this is my first full year on YouTube as a toy tuber. I am at 90 subscribers. Not that I'm really,
well done.
but I'm at 90. I'm happy with that. And at the end of the day, meeting and networking with everybody in the toy network and all you YouTubers. All y'all are great. Love y'all to death.
Let's see if we get something else to pop off here then. You said you're at 90 subscribers?
I am at
See if we can get us to 100, get you to 100.
We've got 36 people watching right now. If everybody could go to Figuratively Speaking's YouTube channel, and it might be a little bit of a tough search because of the fact that he's under 100. Let's get him over 100 before we hit the new year on the West Coast.
Is it figuratively _speaking? Is that your one?
No, so it's going to be figure
Hang on a second. I'll just get the link there.
Ed, you're a wrench, or Eldor, you're a wrench. Can you grab his link and drop it in the chat
I'm
for me?
just getting the link at the moment.
Perfect.
Thank you, my brother.
Facebook instead of my email.
Yeah, just drop it in the chat here. We're gonna get John over 100 before we hit West Coast. John, you're gonna hit that 100 tonight, brother. We're gonna do it for you.
Yeah, John, let's get it. We'll get you up, and then we'll get you to the point where you can get some member subscribers. That'd be cool.
Absolutely, man. That's what we're about within this community, helping each other grow, hitting these goals. Man, I thought you had already hit 100 at this point, brother. So I'm glad to see we're getting you there. You know, I finally hit my 360. I'm proud of that. I'm happy of that. It's a slow go because I understand my content isn't exactly for the casual streamer. You know, we do these 6, 8, 9 hour live streams. So, you know, but I'm getting there. That's my big goal for 2024 is actually getting all of the short form content, starting picking up these casual viewers. Yeah, we're going to be jumping in it. We'll be dropping that link in, everybody. See, everybody wants to link it up. We're going to hit that. Ed, what about you, brother? What's your favorite memory of 2023?
It's a quick question.
Oh,
there it goes there.
Let's see. I would say that I quit a job that I hated after 15 years. Woohoo! That was a good thing. And then going to PowerCon.
Quickly, if you're watching on my channel, you have to go and
I'll do it. Oh, I'm not a model.
yeah. Well, actually, you can't do it. Ed, can you?
Yeah, I'm going to copy it. I'll paste it over there.
Yeah, you can put. You're a moderator.
What was your subscriber count?
90.
90? You're at 119.
What?
Oh.
Yeah, 119, bro.
You obviously haven't been on YouTube in a while there. Just like myself, I've been a bit busy of late. I did make it over 200 subscribers, but then a few dropped off there.
Look, if you are well, let's get Eldor back up to that 200, and let's see if we can get the Thanos copter up to 669, and then he's not allowed to have anymore. He says. He just wants his solid 69. He's happy with that.
But I've got a few not quite review videos coming up. Mostly just some custom figures that I'm working on. Then I'm still planning to do the wee Lego video build of the Point Dread. So that'll kick off the new year, I
suppose. Very cool.
Adam, we're gonna talk. I need you to start writing ads that I can play at the beginning of each of my streams here. I'm gonna ditch the intro and we'll do Adam's ads. If you love,
hey Thanos, I just subbed.
There we go, guys. We're gonna hit it. All right, Ed. What's that memory for you this year besides the the job? Is that the best memory you got this year?
PowerCon, man. Going to PowerCon.
Yeah.
You, Lawrence, the guys from Hella Dope, everybody else we met. It was good. That was a great weekend.
Excellent. Excellent. Ken?
Well, funny to say. Yes, I had a favorite memory of one of your adventures there, going out in the old forest and with your son there and meeting that old fellow over the altar.
Oh yes, that was a good time too.
Watching you running back to the car there.
Ken, how about you, my brother?
Pull up the share screen.
Well, where's it at? Hold on. There we go.
Oh, cool.
Right?
there
Look
we
at
go.
that.
There we go.
That's a framed picture, buddy. You better have that thing framed, Ken.
That was a
Indeed,
big
your
moment.
Sarge there, yes. And Kelly, his daughter.
Oh, HEC, there he is.
I
Very
can't
cool.
believe you guys all still like Sergeant Slaughter. That guy turned his back on Hulk Hogan in the USA.
It wasn't real. It wasn't real. It's all just make believe.
Shut up,
maggot. It wasn't.
Screw Hulk Hogan, man. Sarge is the man.
Sarge is the man.
It's
Gaz
just-
touched on it
it's just
earlier.
all to sell- all to sell a story, you know?
Mustafa and General Agnon.
Yep. So Gaz touched on it earlier, and that was like because I got to hold the belt because the short guy. There you go, Gaz. Right.
yo,
Because the
Sergeant
short
Slaughter is cooler than Hogan.
Oh,
sorry. Yes. Yeah.
Takes me a little bit longer to click it on the phone.
It was cool to get to hold the belt, the GI Joe belt, because the short guy got to stand in front and hold the belt. There you go. I got that one too. Yeah, and that was cooler than even the belt that I've got right now because it's his GI Joe Hall of Fame belt. And yeah, I mean, you could see Gaz, right behind / beside me in that photo. And that was just an epic weekend, and that was taken on the Sunday as we were finished tearing down. Like, I left the Delta 17 booth and let Steve tear down so I could run take this photo.
Oh, jolly good.
Such a good friend, right? And yeah, that was just such an epic moment. You can't really describe it in words, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, I've enjoyed the lives that he's been on with Zazel there, and one particular video is talking about his stories and what.
And Zazel's in the photo there too, right? Right next to the Sarge.
One quick note. By the way, Delta 17 is blowing the hell up. Awesome job, Ken. Those, Lawrence, I saw your review on the figures. They look sweet. They look solid. They look amazing.
I do like that vintage quality.
Thank you, man. Thank you, man. And
yeah.
yeah, I mean, Rafe, you and I talked a bit about it on the side there. And I know you've got your eye on the Shepherd figure.
Oh, dude, I got my eye on the whole set now. Once the orders are ready to go out, I'm ordering my full set. I might order two. One to open and then one to have carded still.
Shepherd.
Right. So that was like a perfect weekend. Like we got to pump the brand initially. We got to meet Sarge. I got to hang out with Gaz and the whole crew. I got slosh drunk. I was hungover like crazy on the Sunday. Gaz has officially seen me hungover, not just complaining on the phone now, but me sluggishly like trying to eat breakfast next to him on
the traffic.
On
Like,
Sunday.
hey, Cobra Clutch Club.
Yeah,
there you go.
Once you get the Cobra Clutch, you get one of those too. And
yeah,
I don't know, just everything about that weekend. It's like I told everyone, like I left a piece of me there. It felt like, and Han said to Zazel before he left, like, will we ever be this happy again? It's almost a bit sad that do you ever think we're ever gonna be this happy again? He said that to him at the bar because the Marriott Hotel, the bar is right. Like the hotel rooms are connected to the convention center, so everything's within walking distance. You're not carting across town,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I called Gaz because I thought somebody was going to punch me, and he's like, "Oh, okay, I'll come back you up." And I'm like, "No, I think I'm back in my hotel room. Am I in the right room?" And Steve's like, "You're in the right room." I was really, really gone, right? So, yeah, the whole weekend from when, yeah.
This rolled around, Lawrence. What's yours?
I'm sorry because somebody told me they're like, yeah, when I went to Joe Fest, I saw Ken and he was a little drunk. And I went over and helped him out. And he was like, "Hey, I know who you are."
That guy's initials were B and B.
Yes.
That's how I met him, and he's actually pretty tall in real life. So I'm like, on the floor already, and he's just like, "Hey, boys, no silly stuff," kind of thing. Because we were getting a bit clowny, silly-ish, and he was like, "All right, let's everybody sit down, sober up a little bit." And I messaged him the next day to say thanks for peeling me off the floor because I was about to fall over. Right? He got me into a chair. I won't forget that. Like he didn't like pull me onto the chair, but he kind of like guided me. Like it's right here. If you're gonna fall over, at least sit down, kind of thing. So
you're never too drunk until you fall off the floor, Ken.
No, I was about to. Bobby B saw me. Oh, off the floor. Okay, yeah. Sorry, not on the floor.
You just said his name. Now everyone knows who you're talking about.
It comes with collecting a lot of action figures. You know, you just put one on the shelf and you know when it's going to fall over, and you quickly up to catch it.
We'll get Kenneth a Hexa stack next year. That'll keep him upright.
Yes. Yeah.
So, Lawrence, is that your greatest memory of 2023? It's just the story of
the hero there.
So family-wise, it would be going to Florida. There were some really good times there. And again, we've gone there before, but this was the first time since it was just me and my two kids. Their mother didn't go with us because we're not together anymore. So, but that was a lot of fun. We had a lot of good times. The most awkward moment of the year is when Ed does when my dad's wife said, "Let's say grace," and she looked at my son and said, "Andrew, why don't you say it?" And he said, "I'm atheist." And 6 people in this timeshare, and it felt like when an athlete gets injured and the whole place goes silent. I didn't have a chance. I was in the moment. I was in the midst of saying, "We don't say grace," when he just blurted it out. And he just blurted, like, the way it was just like that loud blurt out. And I was like, but not dealing with my kids, because it feels awkward saying that something was your best moment when you have young kids and it doesn't involve at least one of them. It would be going to PowerCon. I didn't really care about anything at PowerCon other than meeting so many people, and it was just a lot of fun. Ed was great. Ed and I talked for so long. Going to dinner with Ted, Aaron, and Travis. Well, going to the bar, which I didn't realize the bar was that far away from where the place was, and then Mega J, Oz, going to dinner. And then, that was the week after Florida. The week after getting back from Florida, I went, fuck it. It's a 4-hour drive. I just drove 18 to 21 straight hours, taking, stopping and sleeping in the car. I can make it. And
you got out of Ohio safely that time without your car breaking down.
Yeah, man. And what was the first thing that I messaged you when I got there?
Yeah, I hate this fucking city.
Yeah.
And now you know that it's not a joke. It's not.
Right.
But that was just fun. Like, it was just.
That was a great
weekend,
to
meet
man.
People that you've got to know. It's nice that you can say when people go, "Oh, you mean those online people that you've never met?" No. I've met some of them now.
Yeah.
Right.
You can't take that away.
Right.
Hope we'll all, a bunch of us are going to meet up by June, I think, right? Right now, I think I've only met Gaz in person, I think, among the crew here.
I'll be at Joe Fest. I got my ticket and my hotel already.
There we go. See, we're making this happen. So,
Allison, any chance at Joe Fest? Wraith, any chance?
I don't. Probably not this year for Joe Fest. Possibly, but probably not. I am gonna make it down to the Bay Area in March, hopefully to meet Kayla and Brick and Michael from Toy Habits, like all the Bay Area peeps, but probably not Joe Fest this year.
Yeah, I'd
our
love
West
to
Coast
Avengers. How far from the Bay Area are you?
I'm in the Portland metro area, so
you said that already. Okay.
If I do,
yeah, I got a sister
in Southwest. It's like an 1.5-hour, 2-hour flight.
Okay, I got a sibling in Sacramento, so I'll let you know if I'm in that area because I'll probably meet with Michael from Toy Habits.
I definitely.
Yeah.
Well, also you're not far. I just need to get passport stuff squared away again. I haven't had it updated, and my passport is expired. But once I get it updated, I will be going to Canada. So
awesome.
Why?
Awesome. Come to Toy Traders.
Speaking
Yeah.
Because the air is clean and it's not America.
It's
And
not
I would
Ohio
like
or
to
hang
see
out
more
here.
of the world than I've seen.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
Actually, Oz, if you can full screen me for a second. One thing I forgot to mention, and Gaz remembers this exact purchase here. On my Joe Fest memory, Gaz, what's that over there?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the rescue cop Sarge from
You were
Fun School
debating.
India.
You were
Yes, I was
debating that
debating. And
and
Glenda.
Glenda.
Glenda, right? So I got the rescue cop Sarge. That's upstairs, the super cop, and the rescue set's back here. So
And Sarge was blown away by that when you showed it to him.
that's right. Remember what he said?
Right.
He had
Yeah.
never seen this or the super cop in person before. And I was the first person to ever show him that because it was based on his likeness. And what happened was I didn't know if he was just being nice, but I asked Zazel the other day when I was on the phone with him. I'm like, you remember when Sarge said that? I'm like, yeah. Were you not in his garage like a few days before Joe Fest? He's like, yeah. Did you see a super cop or a rescue set? He goes, no. So he probably, I mean, maybe he saw one. He was just being nice, but I know that I didn't see one in his garage. So I'm like, so he didn't have foreign stuff there. He goes, I think he only had like the plastic. No, he had one or two foreign Sarges, but it was all domestic stuff in his garage. So just thought that was really cool.
Yes, a fellow over here was selling vintage G.I. Joe Sergeant Slaughter with the Triple T vehicle, but I missed out on that one. But I think one of the guns or something was missing or broken. But
yeah,
it looked in fairly good nick.
Is it that one?
Oh yes.
So we've got a minute to go here, guys. Counting it down. We're about to hit it again in all time zones in the U.S. The final time zone we're coming up to, and of course we'll, for those of us who don't mind hanging on a little bit longer, we'll keep it going a little bit after, of course, the new year. We know how these long streams of mine are. They're very rarely under 5-6 hours anymore. It's just what I'm known for. But we all have so much fun hanging out. Brick, although not live with us, is giving us that countdown.
That was another big highlight for me, meeting Brick here in person. Brick, that was amazing. Just hanging out with you for like 6 hours that day.
Right?
Brick is good people, right? That's one of the, between Kayla and Brick and Michael, I'm gonna have a great time in the Bay Area. So
we got 10. We got 3. See, it's funny. I'm seeing them on my YouTube stream before they pop here. And it is
I hear people.
New Year.
Happy New Year all over the world now.
Happy New Year.
And it's a reminder why I don't New Year. So
plug with my bootleg toy frenzy tumbler.
That's a guy like that's a guy like me as well.
Jealousy.
All right.
Oh, I'm glad I used birth control. My personality. But anyway.
There's still 4 more
times. Now I'm finally letting out a yawn because now I can finally be tired because it's midnight.
How big is Earth?
Happy New Year, everybody! Happy New Year! As I said, I'm liking this tradition. The whole modern format of the Ostradamus Toys Hangout started with a stream just like this 1 year ago, where it was
Eldor was definitely here for that one.
Yep,
right?
Yep. Zazel was on with us too last year.
Yep.
First video I was with Oz was the when we started the Legions class there, but I found out him through the Skelevator channel. But yes, I came in there for the last New Year's thing.
Right.
Shindig there.
And it's been a heck of a roller coaster ride over the last year. Had some crazy moments there with a certain individual who was live with us last year.
Oh God.
That made things pretty rocky, but we've managed to make it well past that and into good times. This year, the best memories for me was shortly after all that other stuff was going down. I started this little thing on IG called the Toy Network, where I started branching out to a lot of other aspiring YouTubers and started building this up as a networking way that we could all connect together, join up for big mega streams like this, or just even network a little bit more, on the sides here and there, as far as like, hey, let's work on this content together. Or, hey, let's work on that content together. But to get this, there are many sides to ToyTube, depending on which circles you run in, who you watch, and the different content there is. But trying to set up like this core base of really amazing channels across. We've had some people drop off, but we've had a lot more people keep joining in, and just building up that network and building up those bonds of all these amazing channels, getting experienced channels like Punk here and Ken down here to help smaller channels such as John and Eldor, Ed, myself, Allison, helping us be able to connect and network and help grow our channels and just have a really fun experience. That's like one of my best memories. But then taking that toy network to the next level and getting to go to PowerCon, which if it were not for some amazing people within this community, some amazing people on the stream right now with us tonight, which fell through, wouldn't have happened. And, being able to meet so many people, getting a chance to meet this guy, getting a chance to meet this guy, making plans to meet this guy next year. Originally, it was at possibly PowerCon 2024, but then when we found out that wasn't going to happen, we started to work things out. We're going to do a meetup at Joe Fest instead. Like I said, PowerCon not being here is not going to throw off my plans too much for the next year, but I want that toy network to continue to grow. I want to keep helping everybody continue to grow.
We had Taylor and Johnny join in there, and I was on there. A few of us were on there, channel live for the first time playing the games. And we
Absolutely.
had a fellow there recently, yesterday, that came on with us. I forget his channel name, but I do follow him.
Reploid
yes,
Bill.
That's a fellow, yeah.
Having Bill Weird Fantastic Toy Adventures.
Yes, we shouted him out there in the group, so he joined via you, I think.
Yep, definitely. And if people are interested, you hit me up on my IG. We're always looking for more people. And you will notice a lot of these people going across everybody's streams.
Gaz, are you in that group?
Continuing to meet. I don't think Gaz is.
I don't have a channel. Well, I have a channel, but I don't do anything.
So why not?
I don't know what to put out for content.
Do you do stuff on Instagram?
No, not really.
You're just in the community.
I'm just in the community. Yeah. I usually show up in his or Zazel's streams.
I know your name, but I've never.
Yeah, I've seen you in Ken's streams.
Gaz has set such a high bar for how I love seeing somebody moderate a channel, being on top of everything. And it's funny because then, beautiful wrenches like Eldor and Ed always take it to that next level. And another person who's right on top of that level of mod is Matthew Matson. He is another outstanding mod where you guys are like always on top of it, posting links to whatever it is we're chatting up about.
He's modding for Lawrence there. Yeah.
You guys it just set a whole nother bar. Like, you ever talk about how the band isn't shit without the roadies? Yeah. You guys are fucking phenomenal.
You're gonna start singing.
I do have my work cut out for me on when Adam goes live on the Wednesday there. I drop in all the links of all the people that come in, and as well as sharing his Patreon and IG account links.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
Gaz always shares the links. Scuba Pete is like an all-purpose mod, right? And I remember somebody said something really inappropriate. I put the person in timeout, and Scuba Pete comes in. He's like, "There's no timeouts here, Ken. That guy's banned." I'm like, "Okay, you've got chat control. I'm on screen."
Hey,
so
I trust my wrenches. Like if I've given them authority on my channel and they say you're gone, I back them up. Sorry.
Well, when you decide on a moderator, you definitely want to pick someone that understands and they think the same way you do. And I don't need to tell Matthew or Ed here, and Matthew he's been the moderator. He was the first moderator. I don't need to tell him. I never needed to tell him like get rid of that guy. Now we have a pretty good community. We've only had to do it a few times.
Yeah.
And the reason why, Matthew and I already talked about it before. I made Ed a moderator. I'm like, you need to let me know when you think it's time to have a second one, because eventually, it's, the way the channel's growing, it's going to grow to the point where we need at least, a second one. And I made Ed one before. Matthew and I already talked about it, but he wasn't sure if he was going to make the stream. So I just made Ed a moderator to kind of hit him up and was like, hey, just so you know, I made you a moderator. If you have a problem with it, I'll remove it. But yeah, if you don't have someone that, is thinking the way you do, it's not going to work out. Because
I know Oscar Thomas Toys, he also mods for Ed in there sometimes.
He mods for me too.
There was an old fellow that popped up there, so me and Oz were, do you concur there, Dr. Oz, of the IG?
Yeah, exactly.
So exactly.
Having less mods, like 2 mods, would work for you, Lawrence, because you know exactly when you're live every single week, and those mods know exactly when to be ready, and if one mod's not ready, the other one will be. If you're not on a regular, like I was on a semi-regular schedule, but I was kind of moving everything within this 1 or 2 hour time slot, and then eventually I just wasn't regular anymore. If I go on a time and I don't even tell Gaz, he doesn't know when to expect me, but let's say Oz is there, let's say Wilhelm is there because he's also a mod. So if you have several mods when you're on an irregular schedule, chances of you having backup increases. If that makes sense.
Or one of you might be AFK for a little bit, like checking your laundry there, or making a cup of coffee there.
That's something that I've been thinking about talking to Geek Dad Life about, because he only has Colleen and one other mod, and the other mod doesn't even talk in the chat, so you don't even know. There's like an invisible wrench basically, but he's also live every single time at the same week, so they know to predict that, right? His wife knows she gets the kids to bed, she goes in and mods, right? That's almost like it's every single week. But yeah, like Lawrence, like I said, in your case, you're probably okay. But me, I'm gonna switch to an irregular live schedule, and if it just so happens that Oz, Gaz, Wilhelm, and Scuba aren't there, but Zazel happens to be because I'm, conducive to one Australia time zone, or Largo, or Ryan Sweeney. Like I just named like 7 mods exactly for that reason, right?
But again, it's people that
me.
Well, they're naturally going to be more scared of you than they
don't come in and fuck with me. There've been more than a few, but
we'll see. Sometimes I just like fuck with the people back, like send them an invite and let them sit backstage. As the most recent whatever little fuckstick blocky. And then the same guy trying to pull the same stuff last night, and it's like, really, you're saying the same exact thing you said under this other name, and
you were saying, well, it wasn't me, I didn't know he said that.
I'm not a troll. That's
exactly what a troll would say.
Yeah, I just want to say Happy New Year to everybody. It's 3 a.m. where I am 3:10, and I am going to sleep. So have a Happy New Year, guys. And I'll be jumping on your videos and streams over the next couple days. So have a good one, guys.
Take care, you have a good one.
Always feel free to come hang out at the clubhouse, brother.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you. Bye, guys.
But
cheerio.
There we go, folks. Look, Thanos already on it, letting people know Turtles of Grayskull are up for pre-order on Big Bad as of January 1st. Midnight Pacific Standard. So if y'all want them Turtles of Grayskull, go pre-order them now for retail price, not the markup.
I'm torn, sir. We'll leave it at that. I'm not sure.
Wave 1 is in stock. Thanos, grab the link, drop it.
How many moderators do you have?
Who, me?
Well, everybody, I think.
No, I don't give it out quite that freely.
I'm not. I'm okay with that.
You came in after I had.
I don't want to.
You came in after I started having problems with people. This was around the time I was having problems with that individual. I was like, all right, I'm going to start making some people.
I think you modded me up there after that fella that had the lapse in judgment there.
I want to give a big shout out.
The prolapse. Go on, Joe.
I want to give a big shout out to Brick. Thank you very, very much. This is my prized possession of 2023. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
goes the link.
I gotta say, just building up this community and getting to meet people has been one of the best experiences. I've met so many people within the community over the last year, from going to PowerCon, having extended chances, like even just yesterday, meeting Corey from Make Shape Create. And then we went up and we were talking with Uncle Bob for quite a while and hanging out with him. And now he's going to start putting me in touch with a couple other people, again, just further within the toy store community, because although Baltimore has a lot of Walmarts and Targets that never have shit, you know what? Some of these other toy stores, they might be a little bit further away, but it's worth the distance if you're actually going to be able to grab stuff you're looking for. So that's never a bad thing. But truly, just watching this community grow together over the last year is the best memory that I have for 2023, because it's been great. Ken, you and I started off just barely knowing each other towards the beginning of the year. Now we talk like nearly every single day. John, helping you get your start, getting your channel going. Eldor, we started Legion's class at the tail end of last year with Brick and Jesse and Sean, and now we've grown like we're a known show within the Mythic Legions community that they all like to tune in and catch that.
Yes,
Getting
I
to
like
meet
that. I like that
Ace.
Legion's ladies show that someone told us about. I think it was Jesse. So we all went on there. And the ladies had their own Mythic Legions group there that they come on and talk about things and what have you.
I've been promoting that Legion's Ladies show too, because that's one thing we don't see, with the exceptions of Allison and Kayla really getting involved more within the toy community. You don't see as many women within the toy community. Like, you catch occasional ones on the Enablers, and of course we all know Abby on Toy Anxiety, but like, this is a whole stream dedicated to women who are just as obsessed with Legions figures.
And they're also working on behind the scenes all the soft goods there and what have you.
Yeah, well, yeah, you got people who are actually working on the line too, which is also great.
Yeah.
And getting to meet Ace was another big highlight. Like, seeing Ace's stuff over time, seeing what Ramen Toy was doing, getting to know Ace through going on several live streams with Jay and Ace, and then Ace even coming over to hang out at the clubhouse before it was the clubhouse, really.
Yes, and then still
here, getting to meet him at PowerCon and all like that, and seeing some of the great stuff he's been showing off. He showed off quite a few.
He had a good setup there with him, I see there.
Yeah, those prototypes were amazing, absolutely awesome. I don't know if we're going quite till 6 a.m. there, Andrew, but we definitely go for a while.
You never know.
Who knows? Look, I'm going to say this right up front. This is not going to be a night we're breaking any records.
No,
that's not happening tonight.
I'm getting a bit peckish thing,
I have to prepare for 9 p.m. coming up.
That's true. Where Lars is going to go for another 3 hours.
Yeah, and try and get off early enough after midnight so I can actually go to bed and
wake up
back
and work.
onto my work schedule.
Oh.
I can rough it for 2 days of work with almost no sleep.
Yeah, but I also have Thursday coming up too, which I know that's what's going to run long.
Yep.
Who's on Thursday?
What?
Who's on Thursday this week?
Ted.
Oh, hella dope, Ted.
Yep.
Hella dope. There you go. See,
Yeah,
Cow
talk to
saying,
Hella dope about getting Delta 17 sold to them.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Right now, Steve really wants to focus on brick and mortar stores, and he doesn't exactly want to do his own someone else's online shop before his is ready. So we've got a few brick and mortar stores lined up. I know I haven't responded hella dope, even though they said, "Hey, we really want to carry the stuff." but we're just.
Are you guys doing brick and mortar stores in the U.S. though, or just Canada?
We got one in Canada right now. Who we actually meant to tell them nothing till early January. They just put it out 3 weeks ago. We are talking to brick and mortar stores in the U.S. for sure. We've got at least one large store lined up, and then
that's good. The brick and mortar stores in the U.S. are hard, man. It's a hard.
Yeah, you guys are quite interested. So,
all right, listen, I'm going to give you one to try.
In
Michigan, Nerd Out.
Nerd Out. Okay. Do you know the owner?
I don't know him, but I mean, I've gone there. He purchases a lot of the smaller lines. He had a walk-in, for a while. He'll get Boss Fight Studios. He has Joy Toy. Like he gets a lot of that stuff. Sergeant Red's May. The hard thing with John is that I become friends with him, and I don't want to tell him to go buy something that might not sell. You know what I mean? Like
in his area, right?
Yeah,
so,
like it's. I don't
like
think a lot of
we know this stuff's going to do well online, or we know this stuff will do well
Yeah.
if it's a specific vintage shop that has a lot of walk-in traffic of people who are 80s action figure fans. But if it's a store that's going to mostly be like Marvel Legends,
John,
modern stuff.
Sergeant Red, did anyone see on Christmas Eve a toy store near you? My store, Sergeant Red's, was on it.
Yeah. My people at Cherry Bomb Toys were in an earlier season too. So
you know what?
Yeah.
So there's Applejack's Toys in Ohio. They're in Columbus and in Cleveland. Two branches. They're a good
Have you been to Toy Department in Ohio there, Ed?
No, I haven't been to the Toy Department.
Okay, yeah, because they're pretty big. So
yeah.
Happy New Year, there, Brick Sir.
Yeah,
that's
Happy New
right.
Year, Brick.
Frick is signing off for the final bit here at
Happy New Year, Brick.
2023. He has been streaming all day. And people call me a madman for the amount of streaming I do. Brick started with Allison and I this morning, and that was this morning because he's West Coast. Then finished up with us, went on, did his own stream with Adam. And
yes, I got it on that one.
Yeah,
what you mean is yesterday morning, Oz.
Yeah,
that's true. Yesterday morning. I haven't been.
By the way, Allison, if you want to do a coloring stream with Death Sparrow, I'm relatively free over the next little while because I'll have the house to myself for the next 10 days or so.
Yeah, I will ping you shortly, and we'll make it happen.
You're muted, John.
Oh.
So we can expose you.
Sorry.
Oh, I thought you were talking to us, brother.
Oh no! I was talking to my girls.
Happy New Year's, ladies.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Don't mind my hair right now. I'm taking it down.
That's okay. My hair's a mess too. All right.
Get a new hairstyle there, maybe for the new year.
That's what I'll do.
Eldor, you need to send Oz one of your helmets. Then he can just wear that helmet all night long.
There we go. Normally, I have my beanie helmet on, but I left it off for tonight. Decided to.
Sometimes I had the
share some glare.
Yeah, that's right. Like, you look weird. Like, I was wondering what seemed different about you.
Yeah, because normally I have a beanie or a bandana on tonight. And this is actually why I typically wear that, not because I try to cover up that I'm bald. Everybody knows I'm bald, but it's because the glare that comes off the top of my head from the light that's up here. So if anybody's ever questioned why I do that.
Yeah. You're only going to see mine if I'm like this talking to you guys. Then you see it. Glare.
So definitely 2023 has been an amazing year. Got to meet a lot of legends, a lot of people who I've gotten to know over the year, gotten a lot closer with. I'm looking forward to see what happens within 2024, since 2023 has been just an amazing growth, again, for the channel, for the community as a whole. Again, like most of you guys I spoke to in chats here and there at the beginning of the year. Now here we all go live and we hang out together and we discuss this even more in depth than what we normally do. It's fantastic. And finally, Duffman Dioramas is joining with us.
Oh,
good to see you, brother. Glad you could join us.
Happy New Year, sir.
I always picture him crashing through like Duff Man
Yes,
from The
I
Simpsons.
see him quite a bit on
Duff
random
Man.
dioramas show.
Random dioramas.
Does his custom dioramas and things.
Duffman
So
does some nice
random
dioramas too. You
Yeah.
should check him out. He did. I think he did the Ghostbusters Firehouse.
No kidding. Oh man.
Oh.
Duff Man, you gotta come on and hang out with us sometime, man. I know Random is another great there's so many of us now all the time. But Friday nights I like to be able to switch between him and Lawrence, in the Punk's Pit and check out and relax. A lot of times Random's doing some soothing jazz music and then it ends up lulling me to sleep. I gotta be careful when I do it. Because then I end up missing Mega J or I don't get back to Lawrence's stream afterwards.
Lawrence, what are you doing down there? It looks like you're whacking yourself off.
Scratching my palm.
Save it for
No, I was not. I had pants on and everything.
John, I'm sorry if your girls are still there. Ed.
Sorry. We're after hours. Come on, it's 3:30. It's time to get rowdy.
It's 3:30 a.m. our time. So, this is when the really interesting conversations really start.
Yeah.
Right.
This is when seahorses start getting molested and things like that.
Yeah, right? Never happens on screen. It's only off screen, but it leaves more to the imagination. Thanos is ready. He's like, it's first quarter. Where's my boxes already? I wouldn't be surprised if we get an update from the Four Horsemen later this morning on when we're getting them. I know it got pushed back just a little bit.
Yeah. Well, we need our Rising Sun. Well, I mean, sorry, you already have your pre-orders there, but eCollectibles hasn't put up their pre-orders for the Rising Suns yet.
They won't be doing it until after the 14th. Four Horsemen is running it through to the 14th because they knew they put it out right before Christmas, so they're giving us some time to recover, which is what I've been waiting for. And I was lucky enough, another amazing person within the community, Emerald Knight Photos, surprised me with a Christmas gift. I got a nice $50 gift card from the Four Horsemen, so it's gonna help me pay off that bear that much faster because I'm getting that damn bear.
Yeah,
it won't be out until like
Atlas.
2025.
I need Atlas and the bear and Scapular from that wave for sure.
Definitely.
Right.
Yeah, they are all gonna.
Actually, I basically got an indie shelf set to go. God, I gotta move the camera. But if you look right here, the shelf right there, you can kind of see the Mythic Legion stuff.
Oh, yep.
Right. You see a little bit of Animal Warriors of the Kingdom, and right in the front row here, there's a few Delta 17 army builders there. So I've got like my indie specific shelf set up right now. So
the indie space is growing though. That's the challenge right now. Indies,
I'll tell you, there's no room for a Robo Skull in there. Let's put it that way.
No,
that's gonna hang from the ceiling.
Definitely not.
Right, you might be able to see the Headless Horseman back there, kind of raised up, if you see like a dark silhouette. So maybe
you hit it with the
Noble
UV
Bear.
That's all I'm seeing at the moment, sir. A lot of silhouettes.
yeah, I got to get the camera like up close with my cell phone and everything. Because right now with the fixed camera,
sorry, I didn't have my magnifying glass with me there.
Yeah. So, but anyway, so
Duffman saying he doesn't collect the Mythic Legions yet, but he's getting that damn bear too. I got to tell you, that bear is going to be one of the hottest things of 20. Now, mind you, when we pre-order, it's not going to be here till probably around 2025.
Yeah, as good as it used to be.
Poxis is going to be Q1.
Mm-hmm.
We're definitely going to be getting an in-stock sale probably immediately after, like this week. Actually, it might pop up an in-stock sale because they tend to do that right after the new year. Then we're going to see, of course, and this is becoming the problem with Four Horsemen and Mythic Legions. Now, mind you, I've only been doing it a year, but I'm already starting to see the developing problem. There's always something in stock or on pre-order, and then we're getting surprise drops in between
Yeah.
Which is why I've been like, I'm backing off of Origins almost completely at this point.
Yeah. I think the new wave of collecting is going to be the brilliant sculpting of companies like the Four Horsemen. Gaz, question for you, buddy.
Yeah, I'm ready.
With Four Horsemen coming to Joe Fest, what are the chances I'm going to get you into Mythic Legions this year?
Maybe that much. I don't know.
Gaz is going to start hanging out in the clubhouse, and by the end of the year,
really good there, Ken. So
I'm going to tell you. I'm basically a kind of a one type of guy. I just collect Joes, O-ring Joes, and I have
but you have a Godzilla, you have a Grimlock.
Godzilla. That's about the only thing I'm getting. A Transformers.
Yeah, you have Hobbs, if that counts.
Oh yeah. Right.
We'll lump in Ace Hunter as part of Joe for the purpose of this. Oh, there you go. Okay, that's right.
Yeah,
So
I got him. I only got him so that I can make Calvin and Hobbes.
Yeah, I know.
The 6-inch form. That's the only reason why
I love it.
We're gonna make those two ride a bear.
They would look good riding a bear.
I'm actually looking up Four Horsemen right now to see this bear. I've never seen him.
Go to the Rising Suns wave.
Yeah. Oh, you haven't seen the bear.
I've not.
Yeah,
seen
you got to go Four Horsemen for it.
The thing about me though, is like,
you know what?
I like the way these figures look, like Mythic Legions, all that stuff. These like fantasy characters look, and they look great. No offense, Eldor, but I'm kind of like a sci-fi guy. You know, rockets and spaceships.
I'm a sci-fi guy there too. No offense taken, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
I say the same thing.
I have a little bit here.
I gotcha. But Gaz, you saw me at Joe Fest. I have no willpower when it comes to.
I know that. That's why I was trying to stop you. Wait, are you talking about?
If Gaz is talking sci-fi, Cosmic Legion.
Is that what you're talking about?
That's the bear.
That's it.
Yeah.
I'm a bit like Ken there. I collect a bit of the Transformers and so a little bit of the G.I. Joe and all sorts of things.
The Transformers thing I couldn't stop myself. Like
if this was a polar bear and I could get like a barbarian girl, I can do that vodka ad from the 80s.
They are gonna
as a matter of fact, there is a snow elf or a frost elf in there. She's in this current wave, and people have already done where they've added paint apps to this bear using the existing photos from Trevor here, turning him into a polar bear.
Talking about this
one?
Yeah.
The frost elf, the little Nordic queen. Yeah.
You know what ad I'm talking about?
Now,
right?
here's
remember the.
Yeah. We were just talking about that last night. Yes.
We were just talking about
that.
Oh man, you work on a stage wheeling.
So hold on a sec. Here's something else that you haven't seen yet, right? You're only seeing one. That's Mythic Legions. All that's Mythic Legions. But you're only seeing one facet of the bear. Wait until I show you this next picture here.
Yeah.
It's going to take me a little bit. Type it all in. They didn't have the parts at the time Trevor took those pictures, which is why they're not included. Oh, come on. My computer's now deciding to run slow. Did everybody log on? So, yeah, they didn't have these pictures available when they made the initial announcements, but they did post them during Legion's weekend. So if anybody has seen their troll figures and you have any idea how big they are.
I've not seen them in hand though, but I did. The biggest Legions figure I have is that ogre that came in the wave, the reinforcements wave. So
there it is.
I can only imagine how much bigger the trolls are. Oh yes, they had him standing.
So there's the bear.
Is that the same bear?
The bear stands. It's the same bear. It comes with a swappable piece so that you can stand him up. And he stands taller than their trolls.
That's huge.
That's Jeremy Gerard's.
So it's got Jeremy Jordan there for scale.
That's pretty dope.
Wow.
Well, there's one of their standard figures. and there's the bear behind him.
Wow.
This is a 6.5 inch fig in front of this bear.
That's pretty badass.
Are the dwarves still full height? Are they still 6.5?
No.
Yeah.
No, they are scaled. So the
Yeah.
dwarves
are like
are
4.5.
smaller. The goblins are smaller.
That's pretty cool.
And the hobbits are even smaller.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
All right. I think I got to
so
bounce.
we
I think I got to bounce everyone. I'm starting to fade a little bit here.
Oh yeah.
But
All right, Ken.
All right, Ken.
Happy New Year, buddy.
Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Happy New Year, Ken. Sir.
Take care, Ken.
I know it's only 12:30 on the West Coast, but got up early today. So.
Hey, man.
Yeah,
Happy New Year.
I'm gonna bounce too. I am
All right.
exhausted.
All right.
All right.
Cool. Well, let's see
Well,
you as well,
gents,
Lawrence, and everybody else.
It has
Okay.
been amazing spending New Year's with you guys. Thank you for being here tonight, and wishing you all the best in 2024. I'll talk to you both later today.
Happy New Year, Lawrence.
Happy New Year,
You
Lawrence.
guys gonna do anything stupid? Do I have to remove my stream from this, or can I leave it streaming on my?
No, you can leave it up. That way, people who are on your channel can still chat and
Hear us
everything
talk
if they
bad
want to
about you.
migrate one
Yeah.
of our channels.
And if you're
Talk bad
still,
about me.
if I wake up and you're still streaming, then I'll just hop back on. So.
Oh, there we go. Right? Why not? Well, apparently, we got to stay up at least until 6 a.m. for Andrew.
All right. Awesome. I'll have a quick nap and head over there. Oh, Bubba Hicks. Happy New Year, bud.
Oh, Bubba Hicks. Yeah.
Happy New Year, Bubba Hicks.
New Year.
All right. Okay,
All right, guys. Take care. I'll see y'all.
Taking the belts, going to bed. Non-title match, Lawrence.
He's out of control.
Isn't that the
That's what I'm
Intercontinental Championship anyway?
So?
That's the workhorse.
I only
bro. It's
wrestled
got
for
more.
Who tapped out
I'll
there
race you
first?
up the ladder for it. Anyway. Cool.
Okay.
How many belts from wrestling places do you have, Lawrence?
I don't buy any of them.
I'm just saying. He's got one. You don't. Until you get one, you don't get.
But
to
did
keep
he
it.
buy it or did he win it? There's
I
a
don't
huge
think-
difference.
He has one. I don't. You don't. Like the belt is like magnificent.
If DiBiase
Well, I
can
think-
buy
I
his
think
$1
we'll need
million
to make a big
belt,
story
I can buy
about
my $100 belt. It's all good.
Exactly.
And with that, I'll try to keep control of myself and my belt.
Because he's out of
There we
control.
go. There we go. You can make a new song for that. All right. Take care, everybody.
Yeah, let's do it.
Have a good night.
All right.
Love
I'll
you all.
see you guys later
You're the
on.
best.
Okay.
Take care,
See you,
guys.
brothers.
Oh, he's.
See you, man.
I just
Hey,
realized I have
Lawrence.
wrestling toys that aren't Masters of the Universe. So really quick.
Yep. So anybody who's still watching on Punk's channel, you're more than welcome to stay over there if you want. I can still highlight your comments and everything while it's streaming. If you want to migrate and jump over to my channel or Edge channel or any of the fine channels that are simulcasting at this time, you're more than welcome to as well. But so some figures that I have that I didn't actually throw in my best of 2023 is because they're not fully or officially out yet. This is still hands down like my favorite Legions figure right now. This is one of their ogre scale figures. Now I got big hands and you could just see how massive this guy is. This is their ogre scale, which is not their tall scale. Allison getting the wrestling represent.
I don't know what his name is, but like he was $2 in a dump bin, and he was vaguely attractive. So I'm like, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, there you go. Show a fine scale specimen. So next to one of their standard figures, this is how tall this guy is. Now he's coming out later this year, Cosmic Legions, but they did a pre-sale of him and Operative because they are Masters of the Universe homage figures. So this guy's Whiplash, and they were sold as a 2-pack. It was him and Operative, which is Manny Face's tribute figure. So he didn't make my list for this year because technically he's not out yet. He won't be out until next year. Only people that went to PowerCon were able to pick him up. And of course, the reason this was not on my list for 2023 is because these guys will not be available to the public until later this month. But these are going to be definitely on my tops list for 2024. And that's before the year even started. These two guys are already going on there. So I can't wait to see what else we get our hands on. I know, again, for 4 Horsemen, I'm big into skeletons, and then Necronominus stuff's going to start rolling out this year. That's going to be a great way to roll out towards October. Silver
Happy New Year,
K.
Kayla.
You are welcome to join us if you like. You got the link.
Yes.
I think
Happy New Year, Kayla.
I think highly articulated Adam. He was planning on jumping on with us, but I think he got partied out with the kids.
Oh,
I see.
So,
not a problem. Tell them we said Happy New Year's.
Your mom can jump on stream with us. Oh, wait.
Does anybody here collect anything out of the WWE Superstars line?
I don't specifically collect them, but I have a couple because I like using parts for my masters.
I have that pop-up person with all the like voodoo stuff on him. Like I've got that because he looks good with my villains. I've got all the matches with the WWE.
Papa Shango, the Godfather.
Yep, that guy. I need the chunky buck from that so I can make my take a pig head and stick it on there and call him Big Boar.
That'd be awesome.
I didn't even think about that. Now I'm going to need more than one of those.
I did. And also I need an extra pig head and an extra snout spot so I can make hogwash.
Oh, yes.
Anyway.
Great.
Yes, I've been hunting down for the Masterverse pig head because I want to get the scaly loincloth to go into my King Hiss custom there.
So with that WWE Superstars, there were 2 leaks. They have already been confirmed.
Oh, the problem with the plumbing, is it?
Yep, Kane's coming.
The first of this year, and then British Bulldog is coming next. And they haven't made an announcement for any others in that next wave.
Nice.
Yeah. See, I've also got Mankind as well. Well, I'm definitely going to pick up that Kane because Kane and Undertaker are my faves. So,
yes.
I have Mr. T. That's the only one I got.
I wanted the WWE Masters of WWE Eternia Mr. T figure more than the Superstars.
Yeah, I have that one too.
The reason I wanted that one was because I wanted the Jitsu glove and I wanted the freaking Fisto fist. Now I can find Roman Reigns and he's got the fist, but I wanted the Mr. T one because he came with both, and I just love that. And if you guys have watched,
Happy New Year, sir.
If you guys have seen Mr. Home Arcade's latest video, by the way, if you haven't seen that yet, go check out. Yeah, go check out Mr. Home Arcade's latest video. He just put it out earlier this morning. Well, yesterday morning. And it is hysterical. He's got a Hustler.
He's rather good there.
Flipboard makes an appearance towards the end of the video. He's got Masters of the Mini Comic Rob doing a voice. He's got Mega J doing a voice. He's got Mad Hatter, Flipper Frank doing a voice himself on there too.
So I've voiced on Zodak for Robert there a couple of times.
That's
now.
Right.
Oh, there's down South 97.
That's right.
I love Mr. Home Arcade's videos. He puts a whole nother take on anything that's even referencing Masters of the Universe. I absolutely love it. All his stuff is really funny.
Yeah, it is. It's really good. So, Gaz, since you're not so much into the fantasy as much, but you're more sci-fi, have you looked at the Cosmic Legions?
I have. Yeah, it reminds me of that French artist style. What's his name? His artwork. Was it
Moribus?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Over here, thank you. Yeah, it reminds me of his style, and it's kind of cool, but it's just not my cup of tea. You know what I mean? It's cool stuff, though. I like it.
Not your cup of Earl Grey there.
Yeah, Earl Grey. Yeah. I'm more of.
So are you strictly O-ring then, Gaz, or do you do like the modern construction 4-inch like equal force?
See, the interesting part is when I started collecting Joes again, I was collecting the anniversary stuff, the 4-inch stuff.
Yeah.
And then I bought a couple of O-rings. I had a couple of O-rings, and I bought a Mauler. And then I just got that bug, and I just started buying the O-ring stuff, and now I'm just strictly O-ring. So I'm excited about Super 7's O-ring. Hopefully they're good, right? And obviously Delta 17 and all the other stuff that's coming out, so it's all great.
I wish they had made that announcement about them getting the O-rings when they launched the Cobra Mothership crowdfund. Because although I'm not necessarily interested in the Mothership myself, like it's not going to be something I would put in my collection. I wanted the people that wanted it to be able to get it. I wanted to see that in people's collections.
Right? When they announced that and said it could be used for either or, and they would make either or, it was like, they should have just committed to the O-ring and been done with it because they knew what this was coming.
Right. I said two things I think that really didn't help them with that was the fact that they didn't announce that they were going to do O-rings. If they did, I think they would have got a bigger sell. Yep. And the fact that the time of the year they did this even though they give like 2 months, but you're going into Christmas for like in the price, obviously, I think is a little too much.
Of course.
$500 at tax time in March is a lot different than $500 at Christmas time.
Exactly. So.
My personal impression of the O-ring thing is they didn't have clearance to announce that they were doing
they didn't have it clearance
before.
yet, no. But
I can neither confirm nor deny from official sources, but my impression from a conversation I may have had with somebody behind the scenes at Hasbro is they didn't actually the dots were not all in line for them to announce it until the moment they announced it.
Right.
So they let us know. And the way, because I expressed this to somebody that I chat with from time to time, and they basically broke down like the contract to do the Mothership was fine because that fell under reaction, which they have a license for. The O-ring stuff was in negotiations. There were contractual things happening where it's like they either had to do the Mothership then, or they would have had to wait a really long time before they could do the Mothership. Again, I don't know how accurate the person I chatted with is. I trust that person.
I would say you're probably right because Brian Flynn doesn't sit on any information. If Brian
Flynn is notoriously not communicative, but this person I spoke with works on the Hasbro side of things. Allegedly, and I trust that person to. I mean, again, I can't officially say anything, but that was my takeaway from the conversation we had. So,
and then you saw that huge buzz with the O-ring Viper that they were going to release with it. You saw that massive buzz, that massive push.
And as soon as that was announced, it was like, whoa.
Yeah, so and I think it was just a shit situation for everyone.
Yeah.
You either do it now or you have to wait like a year and a half, 2 years for it.
Well, we all know how difficult
Hasbro is. There's a fellow I've been following on Instagram for a while there. He makes a lot of his own army vehicles out of the cardboard there. I think he got mentioned earlier on. Been working on his mothership there, and he was doing the old violence or stress test on it. He was dropping on the floor and hammering nails into the side of it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it might not be the last time we see it either.
I think he was plating it up in metal or something such.
So, down south was asking about that figure that I had posted up. That was Scapular, as Thanos dropped the link in the chat. Now, mind you, he was just dressed up as Santa Claus. He wasn't actually, he doesn't come with the stuff to make him Santa Claus. However... Again, if you're not familiar with Mythic Legions or their Figure Obscura line, they do have 2 versions of a Father Christmas that they released. And since I'm just scrolling through now, because I was looking at their pictures of the bear, this
that was cool.
Here are all the toy photographers that did some pictures of their Father Christmas. I love that with Dubin's bird. It's just incredible.
I love the
This is
backdrop
one of
that
my
Random
favorite.
Diorama made for his father.
Superman.
Oh
that's
yeah.
great.
Where is it? There we go.
Oh,
And then we've got, again, just him looking right there. This is another really good one. Kid catching them. This one riding Alder the moose, because they have a
Yes, I
moose.
got Alder
They have
coming
a
soon,
moose
yeah.
mount.
For my
They
father's
have
Christmas there.
one of their hammers, one of their troll hammers is like two moose heads fused together. Like, or no, was it two like actually it's the half giant, so they're ogre scale.
Yeah.
It's a war hammer that is like two skulls of a moose or a steer used. These are just great though. These are all that one's great. I hadn't seen that before.
That's great. Did anybody do one where was it Santa versus Mars or what was it?
Elf there.
Buddy the Elf.
Yeah.
Buddy the Elf.
Here's that Jacob Marley. Some of the great pictures that have come out with this guy.
Yes, I've been watching old Trade Me out in our neck of the woods, our version of eBay.
Hey, I have that.
The fellow will put old Jacob Marley up there because I bought the Father Christmas and the Sun Kong off him and a few other figures.
I love that picture right there.
Right?
He normally brings in the figure obscura figures. He's been fairly consistent. He had the old Red Death for sale there. So I hope to get this one.
It's
for
really
sure.
awesome.
I mean, it's worth it.
Somebody
Like they're just doing.
Let's say somebody should take that Santa and do a Santa versus the Martians.
Right? I mean, with the Cosmic Legions they got now.
Oh, had aliens and cowboys. Why not?
I just watched that on Mystery Science Theater 3000 recently. They did their whole 7.
Oh, they're still running that show there.
Yeah, they just crowdfunded for another season.
They also have a YouTube channel where they stream some stuff on there too. Well,
yeah,
they do.
I watch their YouTube channel.
I may have it muted in the background right now as we speak because I don't think it's ended yet. Let's take a look.
All right,
it's pretty cool stuff, man.
Oh, they're done. Oh, it is the end of the year. Okay. It ended at midnight my time, jerks. Anyway.
Yeah, Figure Obscura is what really pulled me in. Like, I was aware of Mythic Legions when they did the very first crowdfund, but I just wasn't actively collecting. So then they came out with that Headless Horseman, and that drew me in last year, and I've been hooked ever since.
The nice thing about collecting Figure Obscura, though, is you could collect it and be a completist without investing a lot of money.
Right.
And you still get 3 or 4 great figures a year, right?
That figure won the didn't they win the Jeffries Awards over on the Toy Anxiety there last year, I think.
Yeah, the Headless Horseman won a lot of awards last year from a lot of people.
Well
hit their top. That's why I said, like, I felt kind of cheap voting for it another year, but at the same time, it's like it's just that good. This is one of their new guys they got coming up here.
Ooh.
See, there's what I'm talking about. The hammer for the.
Oh yeah,
ogre.
yeah. It's like two.
It's just
cool, goats, right?
Right?
Yeah, that one's 2 goat heads.
Yeah. But see, he's got these extra little skulls you can just strap onto his belt.
It's pretty cool.
The trophies there.
I'm sorry. I have the hardest time like stopping staring at their friggin' figures because they're incredible.
Their statue was rather impressive of that blue alien fellow they had displayed there. And then we had an action girl and her partner cosplaying. I think she was what's the name there? She was cosplaying Alethea.
Yep. And
they had the green ogre at PowerCon, the statue. That thing was gigantic.
Yeah.
I think this will be the second time they've cosplayed Mythic Legions. Is it the other time? Yes, there were those two.
This is the first time. Yep. And a little goblin builder and a skeleton builder. Like, this is just the community that surrounds them that makes it so great.
Very impressive.
Your bear.
Yeah, man. I can't get enough of this bear. Like, this right here. You know, like, before they made the announcement, like the weekend before, Ken did a TKO with Brick and Adam and myself. And we we were just throwing some ideas around of what we might be able to see. And I hadn't realized that several other people in the cabal had also mentioned, but I had jumped out there and said, what if we get a bear mount? And then they showed this thing off like 2 days later, and I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, I see this, and all I think of is just a Grizzly Adams back in that time, right?
Right.
It'd be cool to see a bit of a bear out of the was it the Golden Compass or something that the bear soldiers.
Yeah, Golden Compass. Yeah.
And someone do
People
a custom
are
armor.
already sculpting armor on it. They just need the sizes down. I love how many people are joking around that they want to do a cocaine bear.
And that was my favorite movie of last year.
You could do like
somebody did that picture. Did you see that one, Oz?
Yeah.
They took that picture right there and photoshopped it into the cocaine bear.
Yeah, see, this is their next wave coming out. So you get a dwarf 2-pack here, you get some more Viking looking guys. Like this is the whole
I want that Viking guy for sure.
Rising Sun. Yeah, absolutely.
Good to see more female characters being brought out there.
Yeah.
If you guys are liking this kind of stuff, we try to do Legions class once a month where this is like literally all we talk about. And honestly, a lot of other streams go this way too, period. Just because, again, these figures are freaking phenomenal. Here he is.
Well, yes, that's the one I showed off last night. Although you couldn't see it properly.
I can't wait till Belulith comes out. She's from the Necronominus wave.
Yeah.
There's Poxus again.
I just ordered him.
Reinforcements too. It's from their Cosmic Legions, guys. You want some sci-fi critters?
Critters for Cosmic Legion that they're bringing out.
Yeah.
And
like, these are just
the thing that I really like about the Mythic Legions, now that I've really started doing like research on them and looking at the characters, they have an actual backstory to every character, not just the faction.
Except your Legion building figures, of course.
Right.
The main characters had their
Legion
own
builders don't have backgrounds, but yeah, all the other characters do. There is lore written about these if you're down for the lore. And there's like a whole world built around this, and they do the same thing for the Mythic Legions too, or Cosmic Legions.
You'll find many customizers
there.
They'll create their own stories for their customs and so forth. So there's that too.
Right, because they leave it very open, right? Because a big part of the idea of playing with your toys and building your world is that, if it's all set in stone, there's not much fun to the imagination there. So you get to build your own stories, kind of like how we played as kids before we may have been ingrained, like this is how this character has to act or has to be because of all this extra media attached to it, which is kind of nice. But I mean, you choose how to play with your toys any way you want. If you want to follow the lore, you follow the lore. If you want to, make up your own headcanon, right? Like that's half the fun. We all do that. Like, again, Gaz's headcanon.
Yeah. Just take it and incorporate it into your own world.
Right. That's what I love doing with these. Like, I've got a figure that I kind of molded for myself here. And as more parts are coming out, I'm going to be adjusting that figure and doing it. Adding things like, because I don't like necessarily like all this heavy plate armor, and a lot of what they got out is heavy plate armor. So now with this Brogdir character, he's got the fur boots. So I'm like, yep, fur boots. I'm putting them on my guy. I'm gonna have some fur boots. He's gonna have them.
What I'd really like,
people like Toy Dom, who uses the full scale figures for his tabletop like gaming.
Yeah. He's got a nice little thing going on.
He did bring out some.
Dom's always great.
For one time, we did a live D&D game there.
What I'd really like to see is a Mythic Legions done with all chainmail.
Not quite all chainmail. Hold on a second.
You will get some chainmail detail, like around the shoulders or around the loincloth on some pieces, but not overall.
There's that one dwarf that got mostly all chainmail.
Some of the knights will have like a chainmail head sculpt I guess. But
you want more of a King Arthur style knight, right? That's what you're looking for.
Kind of, sort of. I mean, I just kind of, I don't know. It's just something about the headdress of the chainmail and maybe down to the torso.
You need to look at again. A lot of it's plate, but
you need a figure like that Count Cagliostro that Spawn put out many years ago. That was an awesome knight figure.
That'd be a dope one. That Sean Connery movie, like the Green Knight.
Yes, Sir Elijah was what I thought of, having the headpiece.
Yeah, it's like that's a Templar Knight, right?
Sir Enoch.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
they've got Templars.
Yeah.
Yep. I spent 30 years on the rock. So yeah, this is the Order of Aetheron.
I can't do as good as you, Oz.
That was pretty impressive, Oz.
The name Spawn.
Careful what you shoot at. Those things don't react well to bullets.
So you've got plenty of Templars here, and there's actually a reason that in this mythical world of mythos that they have this cross. This cross is not a biblical cross. It has different meaning for the faction, which again is one of those really cool things about this. Like, it takes something that's familiar to us and then puts it into their world.
There was an issue surrounding one of their horses, though, in the soft goods. They went back and changed a few bits. They had a pre-sculpted armor piece that they added on.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, Deacon right here. So when they originally showed this off, this horse also had cloth goods on the head, and it looked a lot like a representation of a horse of a certain group of assholes, racist jerks.
I can see
and they got some feedback about that. So like real quickly, the cloth goods went away, and this was something they were already working on, and they immediately put it. But here you go. Like, you see the cross is actually the sword. So that's something really cool that they do.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah. And like John was saying, like, they've got biographies, little pieces of lore. You can find all this information on the Source Horseman.
I believe a book is in the works also.
Yep. And Jeremy is working on getting that book out. He's writing it, taking all of the notes from Eric Treadaway, who's basically written and designed most of these. This is one of the new guys that got coming out here, Sir Andrew. This guy is awesome. So he's meant to be a named character, but they give him this alternate head so that you can army build this guy. But he's a special knight. So yeah, and that's the other thing too. Like, they believe in army building, right? That's why they call this Legion. Like, you see how many of these almost like generic looking knights, Steel Knight, they just did. Actually, let me pull back up. Oh shoot, I closed out Instagram altogether. Hold on. I'm going to pull back up their Instagram real quick. You guys got to see this new Valiant Knight they just put out. Like, seeing some of the articulation that they've managed to do.
So I heard they changed up some of the articulation there.
Some of the posing you can get with the new Valiant Knight, like moving forward, the Valiant Knight is like the standard of their articulation, because that's the one thing some people will say, like, they don't have the greatest articulation at this point, but they're listening, they're hearing people, and they're working on it. Thank you, Thanos, dropping them links.
All right.
Here we go.
Well, you beat me to the punch there. Oh, yes.
So getting that pose there
So
with the double
those were
grip
the
on the
helmets
sword
we
like
got
that.
with the first release of Father Christmas there.
Yes, they are. This is exactly why they released them. So you already have like alternate heads for these guys. They just released this at Legion's Con, and he's coming soon with the Reinforcements 2-Wave. And these pictures aren't doing it justice. Let me see. Was it Dorklayer that may have done it? Let me see.
It was Dorklayer and Legion Shop. Not Legion. Maybe it was Legion Shop. I'm not.
Could have been Legion Shop.
Might have been Legion Shop.
But Bill over at Dorklayer does an amazing job here. I think he was the one that actually showed the.
He did the one with the
He had
thing
the
in the hand.
picture of it. Yeah, that's the one that I'm looking for. So this is all stuff from them at Legion's Con, which, yeah, this brand has its own convention that they do once a year. Maybe is this it? This is Valiant Night. No, it's just kind of showing it off a little bit.
Maybe it was on Trevor's page.
You know what? Trevor did share it, I believe. But I'm pretty sure it was Bill that had it, though. I'm just trying to remember. Now, a lot of these you can see customs here because a lot of people do crazy, wild customs for these figures.
A few companies out there doing their own custom heads and all sorts.
Oh, yeah. And that's the thing, right? Like the Four Horsemen get behind the customizing community because they realize, like, here we go, a little Star Wars custom going on.
Oh yes, yeah. I've seen that one.
Nice.
Right? Like, it's just fun. These guys are great.
Yes, Emil's a good one. He does did the Mario Brothers and all those.
Emil does
tribute customs here.
Yeah, Emil Wickman is one of the biggest customizers within the community. Wolf King Customs sells a lot of custom parts.
Oh, there's Buzz Off. Yes, saw that one. That's good.
That's a custom. It's not the actual homage. Not yet, anyway. We're getting there, though.
Yes, yeah.
All right, so I guess he didn't have the picture.
Oh.
Let me see if I can find it on Trevor's.
I don't see it on Trevor's. I'm looking right now.
Man, who was the one that showed it? Let me check Jesse's page. Maybe he had it.
Yeah, it might be on Jesse's.
Oh.
If not, then I'll check Jeremy Gerard's page himself. Actually, Thanos, if you have the picture still, because I think you sent it to me before, could you try sending it to me again?
Yeah, I'm just going to say you might be able to actually find it in the chat.
I think that's what I may have to do. So I'm not seeing it on. Like, I remember that weekend, like, everybody had it, and now I'm not finding it on anybody's page.
I'm going through the chat right now, so hang on.
I believe you have a word for that, sir. The Mandela effect, is it?
Yeah, pretty much. Again, it's phenomenal what this new articulation does for this figure. Like, it kind of puts it on that AWOC level. Not quite, but pretty close. And you're talking about a figure that's wearing full plate mail.
It would be hard to move out.
So that's really impressive to do.
Wow, going through this chat's taking longer than I thought. We talk a lot.
What? No way. What do you mean? We converse daily? What? I would never believe such a thing.
Right? We don't like each other that much.
Maybe Sven had a picture of it. Trying to look up everybody within the community who I've talked to recently to see if they're showing it off.
You know, I wonder if Joe shared it on his page.
What was it there?
It was just that picture that somebody had it like all folded up into the palm of their hands.
Yeah.
Oh,
you know what?
It was
like ring the bells.
Actually, you probably just look up hashtag Valiant Night, and
I was just doing that.
Right up.
Oh yes, pulling the all night hours there, Duchess, my lady.
No, Joe doesn't have him on his page either.
Well, at least it'll still be midnight for us over here.
Right. So now suddenly Down South 7 is all about legions. This is what I do. I'm sorry, but you'll love me for it later.
I will say they look very impressive.
So the door clear's got the one where he's kneeling down with the sword in front of him.
Right. Yeah, but that one was on their page too. But like somebody had it where it was all.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. The one there he's sitting in the palm of his hands. Who the hell was that?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of who had that picture.
Hold on.
And they're not in my recent search history.
Yeah, I might be getting closer. Hold on.
Man, I'm gonna have to go look at Facebook. Because I know if I go into the Cabal, I'll find it.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
What is it? Valiant Knight in palm of hand?
Yeah, Valiant Knight.
There's some awesome pictures from Legion's Con of the Valiant Knight, though. Damn.
There are so many. Like it. Well, now it's taking so long for my computer to load.
Nah, it's just I just come up with some of these images that you got that were already on that you already showed. Black background.
They didn't take them down.
Yeah, they wouldn't have taken him down. I know it's on somebody that we see all the time in that, so it's got to be one of the people we watch all the time. But
right, yeah,
person it was, I don't remember.
Of course, the problem with going through the media at the Mythic Legions Cabal is that it gets so many
what
posts.
Exactly was he holding a picture of something in his hand, or was it the actual figure? Or?
He had the figure sitting like Indian style,
figure
crisscross
in the palm of his hand. Yeah,
oh,
Indian
like,
style.
Okay.
Yeah, with his legs crossed and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like
yeah.
he was all.
No, the only one I've found so far, there's a fellow holding a knight in his hand, but he's doing like a karate kick there. By looks of it.
I see Brick had posted his coloring page of Poxus and the Cabal.
I know Thanos shared that picture into the chat. So
yeah, like I could have sworn I was in there. Like it seems like so crazy that we're just looking for this one thing. But because, like, again, you don't see this kind of articulation in this kind of figure.
Oh, yes, I can imagine. Huh?
Oh, yeah, that's not a bad one there, Eldor, where he's like doing the ninja kick.
Yeah, not exactly cross-legged, but
No, not quite, but I mean that's kind of close to.
Probably a good position of the legs that you probably don't usually do or get.
Yeah, he's doing that whole damn thing. Like that's what really makes this one picture amazing, though, because it's like you would not think that you get a figure. Oh wait, D Amazing? Not the one we're looking for, but some good ones on D Amazing. Okay, so it's not quite that. Ed, if you could go to D Amazing and pull up his stuff and share screen, and I'll put you up there while I'm still hunting for it in the Cabal. I can't imagine they would have pulled those pictures because that's a good selling point on the articulation.
Oh, here's one. It's not in his hand, but he's sitting cross-legged. I'll just send you the link there also.
Thank you, Eldor.
Oh, it's not a problem.
Like we're spending like 40 minutes looking for this, and there's 24 people watching us do it. I love you guys. You guys still watching this. You're amazing.
So should make a bit of a game of it.
They're like, we are
like Kayla's games there.
I just said that they're all probably looking for it as well.
All right, yeah, this is a good one to share. Yeah, this again, it's not quite the picture we're looking for, but it's very similar to this. Like, and again, with their current articulation, you can't quite get it to do that.
Yeah.
But with the new articulation coming out with that particular figure, and again, this is like plates. So like those joints, like the way that where they're at to not break the sculpt. Because you know how like a bad joint can really break a sculpt.
Right.
It's just, you know, it sucks when you see that. So like the idea, I'm actually going to check out some of the pictures now. Nathan's Toy Nation. Who we got here? We're about to go get Nathan's Toy Nation a bunch of follows because we're going to check out what he's got going on. I'm liking some of his stuff that I can see here. He's got some of them Storm collectibles. He's got Masterverse. Oh man, he collects a lot of stuff. Look at this. He got that Foosh skeleton head going on. Oh man, he put the translucent head on a cosmic. That looks really good. Now I'm worried about space vampires. A little Skeletor here using a couple of cosmic pieces. We got Planet of the Apes. Skavar from Armies of Ashmore. Here's some of those other pictures with some of those leg poses again. The new Valiant Knight using an older helmet. So like even the older parts, like the way they designed the system. Look at that. It's just,
that's pretty good.
Again, being able to do that, that's nuts. Like getting that kind of articulation on these figures.
Mm-hmm.
That's incredible. Look at that, man. This is Microsoft, the embodiment of Microsoft, Master Chief and Dom. All right, we're giving this guy a follow because I like his stuff. I want to see more of it. All right, everybody, go check out Nathan's Toy Nation on IG. He has no idea that I'm doing this, but we're going to give him a follow because he's got some great stuff going on. All right, let me bring up the ones that Thanos sent over here. So D Amazing, I know I'm following him. If this don't get you hyped up for Legions in 2024, I don't know what will. We're still going to pull Allison in. That just means we're going to ship Allison a figure or two. Don't worry, Allison.
Yeah, she could go for that Frost Elf. That'd be a good one for Allison.
Right. I mean, I know she is content with the Cabal Creations coloring book, which is an amazing. That's another thing. The community made a coloring book based off of artwork from the community.
That's cool.
He's working on a bit of a drawing for a Castle Grayskull for myself and Ellison to color in there.
Make that happen.
Neve and the female dwarf from this new wave are fantastic. Absolutely. So that's another cool thing about the Legions in general is that, like, you know, G.I. Joe has gotten much better about pumping out some more females into the line, which is great. Not a lot of toy lines have a lot of females in it, but Legions is not shy about making them. Like, they are good to put those figures out there and keep pumping them out. So how did I miss the posing in The Amazing? Like, I scrolled all the way back to the point where I was looking at PowerCon stuff. How did I miss it? Seeing that stuff from, like, New York Comic-Con. So Legion's Con wasn't there yet. Oh, D Amazing's got some pictures that Griffith toy. I have to check those out. And now we got the awkward silences.
Yeah, everybody's looking at something, right?
I suspect to doze off there.
Okay, it's not his IG, it's his website. Got it. Thank you, Thanos.
Oh, well, sir, I think I hear old nature calling there. Tummy's giving me a bit of a growling noise, so I better get some grog into it. The dinner there. But yes, I think I'll sign off. As it were.
All right, Eldor. Yeah, we'll probably be wrapping it up soon here, especially since we're not being able to find the.
All right. Well,
I'm going to be finding
not
it.
exactly
I'm on a mission.
Happy New Year to you all. It's been a good show.
Take care, Eldor, brother.
And here's to what's to come for this year, then. All right. Good journey, everybody. Cheerio.
Good journey, my friend. Thank you for joining us tonight, brother.
A pleasure, sir. Yeah. All right.
All right. I'm almost back to the beginning of November in the chat, so we're almost there.
Almost there. Was the first week of November.
Yeah.
See, I don't even know why I tried looking it up on anytime I try to go look at something on freaking Bing, it's lame.
Bing is the worst.
Well, like I just already had it up because that's automatically where Instagram takes me for a web browser. Is that? And
lame.
Yeah, it just automatically takes me to that. Yeah, he does have some really good pictures of the Valiant Knight. Actually, control minus, shrink down a little bit. You can see some of them here. But the toy photography behind these figures, too, is really, really awesome. I'm not shilling or nothing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But this has become my obsession from 2024, or, you know, from 2023 into 2024 is these figures.
All right. We are there. So.
go look at some vampires. See, I almost picked up Baron Vulgar yesterday. This evil-looking twisted some.
I will say this: they have some pretty decent-looking figures.
And the soft goods are some of the best. This is the vampire that I'm trying to get. Valak right here. Like, because again, critters and all, right?
Right.
But one of the cool things is we just, we were talking last night with Joe, and he mentioned the fact that, like, I could take this head and swap it with Dubin's bird's head. Like, you can actually take it off and swap it, so that way it's, again, just a little extra option to have. Silithia right here. Horsemen of Famine. So basically they represent famine by vampires, which just makes sense. And these are skeletal arms she has protruding from her back. That's really cool. Really cool. This is her horse. Yeah, I'm excited about them. And then Congregation of Necronominus. So this is all your real undead, your skeletons. This is one of the figures I'm excited about coming out next year.
Oh, wow.
Two different heads. All these different hands, different weapons. Little, like, almost bone nub wings. So there's an adapter that you can take, and you can add a torso to the horse. So you can actually take the trapeculi apart and attach it to the skeletal horse.
That's pretty cool.
Right? And then you can also take some parts from, where is she?
I wonder if somebody who owned that picture took it down, because it's not even in our chat anymore. I know Thanos shared it.
Yeah, maybe somebody did. Maybe they did for some reason.
Oh, you know who might have posted it, though? What was that girl's name that... what the hell's her name?
I don't know, Ed.
Oh, fuck. She's friends with Brick. What the hell's her name? Sorry, I can't remember.
I'm spacing.
That's something that would give you nightmares right there. Look at that thing. It's got like two heads.
Yeah. Well, because, like,
that's crazy.
Belulith is their, like, Beastmaster, right? So she comes with, and again, because I'm obsessed with critters, like, she comes with this little skeletal bird. She's got this cage right here. Inside this cage, and yes, the bird does fit in the cage, but inside there, you're not getting a good picture of it in here. Let me see. Did they show? Yeah, here we go. You can see it with her stuff. So it's like this little snake.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's some pretty cool stuff.
But yeah, you can take parts off of this and swap it. And then I don't know, the undead heads pack. So you can use these heads with the trapeculi as well. And yes, there's a gorilla head they threw in as a last minute surprise. You got a vampire head, you got an orc head, more of a dog-like head. You can swap all those out on the Torpiculi, so like you can create some crazy custom skeleton beasts. This guy right here, Skeleton Raider, he's one of the new waves coming out.
Looks like
get your
those
more
skeletons
standard looking
from,
skeleton out.
Looks like the skeleton from was it Jason and the Argonauts?
Yep. That was their idea.
Pretty cool stuff.
Maxilius the Harvester. He's one of my favorite out of the new wave.
Yeah.
You go like 3 different looks. So like how the Legions have them, you can make them look like regular Death or just a regular plain skeleton. And he comes with this wicked other head. No eyes.
That's pretty cool.
How creepy is that, right? Like, this is why I'm excited about this wave. Then you got the man himself. Where are you, Necronominus? All right. How did I lose him? Here he is. Like, what the F is going on with this guy, right? I hear you on that. Like, that's the only regret about that Valak character is that the cape, the soft good, is not quite as cool as Dubon's cape. And Alithia was his first pre-order from the line. I hear that. So, yeah, he's got all this crazy ornamentation. He's got these giant wings. And yes, you can take his wings off and you can go put them on the Torpiculi. Like, again, they just got this pop and swap system.
It's pretty
It
cool.
just works. So, yeah, I pre-ordered a lot of this wave as it's coming. Dude, this guy's huge. He's another one of those ogre scale guys. He's one of the children. So Necronominus has 6 kids, 6 children of Necronominus. Not Tibius. Is it Tibius? Yeah, actually, I think Tibius is one of his kids. Brother Mandibulus, Belulith, Barodoc, or however you're supposed to pronounce that name, Morguleth, and of course, Thoracis. So again, they're all named after like bone type stuff. You got your thoracic spine, your tibia.
Yeah.
Freaking dwarf skeleton too.
Daddy, I had. Yeah, put that on.
So yeah, if you guys have not been keeping up with your legions, definitely check out more of the Mythic Legions. This is a Pixel Dan tribute figure.
Oh, really?
He's hard to come by. Yeah, he's hard to come by now. And that's where it gets scary. If you like try to go back and get a lot of the older stuff, they can be very, very pricey. Keltis here, which is their Skeletor homage figure, Ken managed to steal one of these, and I will say he stole it because he did not pay that much for it. This guy normally retails.
Yeah, I heard about that.
This guy's normally like over $500 to get, and friggin' Ken managed to get them dirt cheap. So, Scapular, the Crypt Breaker, like his original version. This is his new version coming out. Not only does he have like his skeletal look, he's got this whole dual look now where he's looking like an immortal from 300.
Oh yeah, I like that look.
Yeah, and you're getting all this stuff, like all these extras with him, and that's a $37 figure right there. So like, yeah, some people think they're like crazy expensive. When you pre-order from the Horsemen, they're not that expensive. They're really, really not. It's getting them on the secondary market. Like even the retailer's pricing isn't too bad. Here's your Stinkor homage. Xylona's Flock. Get a lot of your more fantasy creatures. Yes, it's Mossman tribute homage, and he's flocked.
What the flock?
Stratos homage. What the flock? Xylona right here. This crazy weird stuff.
Yeah.
That's just one of their lines. They're running 3 concurrent lines. They're doing sculpting for Armies of Ashmore. They did some sculpting for Savage Crucible. They're sculpting for everybody out there, which is crazy.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thumbed through this stuff. It's all right. It's pretty cool. I mean, I like the alien. Like, it's very alien. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't not Alien the movie, but like very like out there. But it's still like connected to their mythic legions too. Like it has that same feel to it as well.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Like, they're weird, they're creepy looking. They're like, what are these? But like, you can still see where they're sharing some of the same parts.
Yeah. You can easily slide up. Like, at least a lot of those alien creatures you can slide right into your mythic legion stuff. Like these guys right here, maybe not so much.
Right. But yeah, another one of the things, like this guy right here just kind of reminds me of Space Marine from StarCraft, like with a suit. And I can already see people are going to be making a Cobra Commander custom for Mythic Legions with this helmet. Like, it's going to happen. But that's really cool, though, because, again, like, you get that option. So, like, this is your head or this head, but then this head you get swappable faceplates. And they got, like, these crazy port systems. So, like, see, like, this little peg right here for the Cosmic Legions. None of these pictures show it off real good. But so on the suits, see, they got, like, all these little peg holes. Yeah. So, like, different hoses and different peg systems. Like, in one of these characters, like, there's, like, this hologram of, like, planets or whatever.
Oh, I've seen that.
Yeah.
On Brick Something's channel. I think it's that orange guy, isn't it?
Yeah, it might be him, actually. Or at least I think one of his pictures has him looking at it.
Yeah, it's like a planet.
Not him necessarily. Right, yeah. It's just cool because it's like, all right, that's a neat little thing that they put in there.
Is it that girl character? No, go back.
Go back? Yeah,
yeah, the previous one that you had, not this one, the last one you went to.
I think it was this one, right? Grave Ring.
Yeah, that one right there. I think so.
No. Oh, wait. Yeah, you can kind of see it right here. Here it is.
Yeah.
So, like, you put that in, like, one of the wrist pegs, so it looks like she's got, like, this digital thing coming up.
Yep. It's clever. It's good. These guys do, like
they got
or anything like that, or?
Well, that's what we...
Books.
So, as you go to the Source Horseman page and you start scrolling down, they do drops on here where they actually see, they call the waves like Ox Crew Book 1, right?
Yeah.
And like they'll drop like little pieces. Here we go. So if you go into the article right here, this is an excerpt from the book for Mythic Legions, because they are writing a book. And as you can see, Nate Barch is already doing art as well for it. But like, you can find all this stuff is on the Source Horseman, which is the main homepage of their site. and you can read all of this stuff. Maybe that's what I should do. Start recording some videos where I'm just actually reading this stuff.
Be a good idea.
There we go. I found out my narration channel. Since everybody loves my voice, I'll actually shut the camera off. You won't be able to see my face anymore, and I'll change my voice.
That's pretty cool.
Does this mean you'll believe me? Yeah. Okay. There we go. That's what I'm going to start doing. I have to start bookmarking the page, and I'll start reading out these stories. There we go. Short form content. I'm doing it, guys.
Do it.
Give you what you guys what you need. This is really neat too, because they've had a long history with ZoloCon. If you guys are familiar with the Zolo world. So Warrior Beasts came out. They were like one of those generic knockoff He-Man lines. So this guy might be a little familiar. Well, since they got a big relationship with ZoloCon, this is their ZoloCon exclusive for this year.
That's a cool looking figure, actually. The colors.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. I was looking at it and I was like, man, I really kind of want these wrist wraps. I want this, and I'm going to make a full barbarian Santa. Right? Strap Santa up. Because I got that Father Christmas, the first one and the second one. So, yeah, check this out. But I guess we should probably just go ahead and, you know what? I wonder if maybe somebody dropped a picture in here. It's mostly just words.
I can't find that damn picture anywhere, man.
I know, it's crazy. I'm wondering if somebody did just delete it. All right, we can't show off this hotness anymore. We're running out of Valiant Knights. It's possible. So again, a lot of these people are all from just, people within the community. If you're familiar with Toy Culprits, that's him right here. Met him at PowerCon, got to hang out with him a while. It was really cool. See Jesse, just shelve it right here. The Dooch. All good friends. Jeremy DeWitt. So we'll be inviting a couple of these guys on to hang out with us at the clubhouse, talk Legions again real soon. Bill from Dorklair. All right, folks. Well, I guess we should wrap it up for the night. Thank you all for hanging out with us this evening, as late as we are up. Thank you all for bringing in the new year with us, as this was, I actually think this year topped last year. Of course, even though for the last hour or so, we've just really been looking at Mythic Legion stuff here, trying to find one damn picture. Went down a whole different rabbit hole. I know, I think it was the Legion's weekend clubhouse hangout. We went over that picture. So you can go back to a couple streams and try to find it. Maybe I will, and I'll, screenshot it and send it out. But, well, folks, Happy New Year. 2023 is over. We get to launch into 2024 and build on all the memories that we started this year. Take care, everybody. Have a good night.
Oh, yeah. Happy